Chapter 1 Life Peak System. Linhai City, Dihao International Hotel. As soon as Chunyang opened his eyes, he saw that he was lying on the soft big bed of the hotel. What made his heart beat even more was that there was a fair, lovely and extremely beautiful woman sleeping next to him. What's more, he was not wearing anything, which means, what did I do last night? Chunyang looked at the super beauty who was sleeping beside him, feeling confused. Could it be? Chunyang thought secretly in his heart. He suddenly recalled what happened last night. He passed by an alley and saw the beautiful woman next to him being bullied by 3 bad guys. At this moment, the peak of life system suddenly appeared from the sky. The system required him to complete the task of saving the woman and rewarded him with a bottle of power liquid. Chunyang went to rescue him. As a result, he beat off the 3 gangsters who bullied the girl, only to find that the girl had been drugged. Later, Chunyang was worried about her, so he escorted the girl to a room in the Dihao Hotel. Unexpectedly, a strange force suddenly invaded his brain, and then he had sex with the girl. Hey, who are you? When Chunyang was daydreaming, the girl next to him suddenly shouted, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Bite. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. Long-term mission, marry Xiao Qingyue and obtain a 10 billion fortune together with Xiao Qingyue. Reward, mysterious. Small side mission, appease Xiao Qingyue's emotions, reward, a golden sports car. I hope the host will complete the task. If not, your lifespan will be shortened. WTF? Chunyang was completely confused. Last night, he was able to save the female president Xiao Qingyue beside him because it was arranged by the system. Maybe, what happened between him and Xiao Qingyue last night was also instigated by the system behind the scenes. Now, why does the system still need him to do anything? Marry Xiao Qingyue and manage the tens of billions of assets together? How to marry this? He doesn't even know the woman next to him, right? Fortunately, the system said that this was a long-term task, so it seemed that he still had time. However, Chunyang was of course also full of confusion. Where did this system come from, and why did it require him to marry the woman next to him? I can't quite understand it. Asshole, what did you do to me last night? What did you do to me last night? Xiao Qingyue's angry roar once again brought Chunyang's thoughts back to reality. Who is she? But she is the youngest female president of Huading Group. Her father is Xiao Wanchang, the richest man in Linhai City. She had lived for 25 years and had never even held a boy's hand. But last night, she did that with this young man whom she didn't even know? Xiao Qingyue felt like her life was about to end. You were drugged last night, and I saved you, and then. I don't know how this happened. Chunyang said with a frown. However, although Chunyang said this, he knew that what happened between him and Xiao Qingyue last night was caused by the system energy. System, what the hell are you doing? So, you rescued me into the room, and then you turned into a beast? Xiao Qingyue said angrily. A beast? Chunyang was speechless for a while. When did he become a beast? It's all the system's fault, okay? Bite. Just when Chunyang was speechless, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Host, please complete the task of calming Xiao Qingyue's emotions as soon as possible, otherwise, you will be punished. Oh, yes, there is also this crappy task. Chunyang thought to himself. Afterwards, Chunyang looked at Xiao Qingyue seriously and said, calm down first and calm down your emotions. You go out first, go out. Xiao Qingyue suddenly yelled at Chunyang, and Chunyang didn't know what she was thinking. It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea, and Chunyang has experienced this. Chunyang knew that he had no pants, so he grabbed the clothes on the bed, put them on quickly, got out of bed and said, Boss Xiao, it's done, just accept it. Get lost. I'm going to hold you legally responsible for your actions last night. Get out of here now. I don't want to see you. Legal responsibility? Chunyang's heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself, she is really a tigress. It's difficult. System, what the hell kind of tasks did you assign to me? Chunyang looked at Xiao Qingyue again and said, Boss Xiao, it's a done deal. Roll. Xiao Qingyue yelled. Chunyang touched the tip of his nose and thought to himself, it's not me who will suffer anyway, so I might as well leave. With a goddess president like this, I should just take my time and not rush. Chunyang walked out of the hotel room. And just at this moment. Bite. The system voice in his head suddenly sounded. Chunyang paused. At this time, he heard the system in his mind say, "Host has completed the task, the sports car reward has been issued, please check it." As soon as the system voice fell, Chen Yang felt something extra in his right trouser pocket. When I took it out, I found it was a very cool car key with a golden bull as its logo. Lamborghini? It turned out to be a Lamborghini, a golden sports car. When Chen Yang saw the key, he had a complicated look in his eyes and thought to himself, is the mission completed already? This mission is so easy to complete, nice. Chen Yang prepared to leave. But before leaving, he did not forget to take a look at Xiao Qingyue, who was in the room. Seeing her fair skin, she was indeed very beautiful. Chen Yang couldn't help but think to himself, is this my future woman? That's awesome. Chen Yang then went downstairs. After all, although the system had tasked him to marry Xiao Qingyue, it was only a long-term task. Now, he had just done that with Xiao Qingyue, so there was no need to rush, just take it slow. Anyway, I have a system, beauties, and wealth, so they will definitely not escape. As soon as Chen Yang left the hotel, he saw a cool Lamborghini gold sports car parked in front of the hotel entrance. Moreover, many people were standing by to watch. This car is worth at least 10 million. I'm afraid it's more than that. A Lamborghini logo is not worth this much money. Oh, license plate, Jiangxi, so it's a local license plate? Whose big boss does this belong to? Among the people watching were business people in suits and ties. There are also small bosses wearing leather jackets and with shiny hair. Chen Yang took a look at the golden sports car, and a faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is my sports car, nice, system, you are really nice. Chen Yang grinned. Chen Yang then walked towards the golden sports car. When he got to the car, he said calmly, my car. Isn't it beautiful? At this moment, a businessman in a suit and tie laughed at Chen Yang and said, is this your car? Chen Yang took out the key and pressed it. The front and rear lights of the golden sports car flashed and the door slowly rose. Chen Yang sat in the car and raised his eyebrows and said, isn't this my car? Bye, everyone. Chen Yang greeted the people who were looking at the cars around him in a rather pretentious manner, and then drove his Lamborghini supercar forward at full speed. The people who had just watched were left in a mess in the wind. The author has something to say. This is a new book by an old author. I guarantee it will be wonderful. Please support me. Thank you. Chapter 2, Force Me to Pretend. Chen Yang drove fast on the wide road, attracting many drivers and pedestrians to watch him. Seeing this, he felt very calm. After all, it's a supercar, right? And it's a Lamborghini gold supercar, how can I not be curious? When Chen Yang drove back to school, he also attracted a lot of students' attention, which was within his expectations. How could it not cause a sensation if he drove back to school in a golden supercar? Chen Yang was very calm about this, thinking to himself, I have a supercar, so I have to be more high profile, so what? Chen Yang finally stopped the car in front of the door of the boys' dormitory building, which immediately attracted a large number of students to watch. Fuck, a Lamborghini. Who opened this place? It's so ostentatious? Chen Yang listened to the discussion of a group of students outside and grinned. Am I a little too awesome? Chen Yang thought to himself. First he took possession of the beautiful goddess president, and then he drove a golden supercar. This was the start of a peak life. Although there were many students watching around, Chen Yang still bent down and got out of the car. Many of the people watching around had an impression of Chen Yang, and they immediately started discussing in whispers. Chen Yang closed the door of the supercar and said, it's borrowed, there's nothing to be curious about, let's go. The reason why Chen Yang said that the car was borrowed was that he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he knew many of these students. You said, he was just a poor student yesterday, but today he is driving a supercar. Everyone would be curious and ask questions. So, I just said it was borrowed, and put an end to it, saving me from wasting time and effort explaining. Borrowed ones are also handsome. A girl in the crowd praised. Thanks. Chen Yang smiled at the girl and said, isn't this Yanzi? At this time, a tall, thin boy with dark skin in the crowd recognized Chen Yang and laughed at him. Chen Yang turned his head to look at the boy and recognized him. He was from the dormitory next to his and his name was Ma Ziyuan. We usually play basketball together when we have nothing to do and we have a good relationship. Hey, it's Lao Ma. Chen Yang laughed. Ma Ziyuan, Yangzi, what's the matter with this car? What could happen? I borrowed it. Chen Yang said calmly. Okay, let's all go. Shen Yang was also anxious to return to the dormitory and didn't want to discuss the car issue anymore, so he said to everyone. Ma Ziyuan immediately laughed and said, Yangzi, let's go together. Does it mean that having a luxury car means you have more friends? Chen Yan looked at Ma Ziyuan and said. Ma Ziyuan laughed and said nothing, then walked towards the dormitory building with Chen Yang. Chen Yang entered the dormitory building. To his surprise, the dormitory manager at the door suddenly called him, Chen Yang. Chen Yang stopped and looked at the dormitory manager. Although she was 50 years old, she was well dressed and still had charm. Chen Yang often chatted with the dormitory manager when he had nothing to do, and they got to know each other after a few interactions. The dormitory manager said with a smile, Chen Yang, the car outside is yours. Borrowed. Chen Yang said calmly. It's worth a lot of money, said the dormitory manager with a smile. Auntie, do you like it? I'll take you out for a ride someday. Chen Yang joked. The dormitory auntie blushed immediately after being teased by Chen Yang and said, You. Auntie, let's go. Chen Yang said lightly. The dormitory manager nodded, said nothing, sat down again, and waved at Chen Yang. It's awesome to have a car. Chen Yang waved to the dormitory manager, turned around, and went back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yang was naturally surrounded by the 5 roommates again, and of course all their questions were about the car. Chen Yang also felt a little pained by the question. The golden sports car is awesome to drive. But is it really okay for you to take turns asking like this? Chen Yang finally finished dealing with his roommates in the dormitory, and then he thought of Xiao Qingyue. He didn't know whether Xiao Qingyue had left the hotel or what she was doing. Chen Yang was free and had nothing to do, so he took out his cell phone and called Xiao Qingyue. Of course, the reason why Chen Yang has Xiao Qingyue's mobile phone number is also given by the system. Soon, Xiao Qingyue answered the phone. Her voice was cold. What? Nothing, just caring about you. Chen Yang said lightly. It's none of your business. Xiao Qingyue said coldly. Oh. Chen Yang nodded, and without saying anything else, he hung up the phone. System. It seems that Xiao Qingyue still has some opinions about me. In the future, you have to help me so that I can marry her and manage the tens of billions of assets together. Bite. On Chen Yang's side, just after hanging up the phone with Xiao Qingyue, unexpectedly, the voice of the system rang in his mind again. Side mission 2, complete a show-off. Reward, a bottle of strength-enhancing fluid. Damn, another mission? Chen Yang thought helplessly. At the same time, I was thinking in my heart, I am so tired of installing it, and your system still wants me to install it? But just pretend. Anyway, if you install it well, you will get a reward. It turns out that the strength-enhancing liquid rewarded by the system is indeed effective. After Chen Yang drank a bottle, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Let's go and show off. Chen Yang said, standing up from the stool. His words immediately made the 5 buddies in the dormitory burst into laughter. Chen Yang looked at his 5 roommates and said, Let's go out for a while. If we have time in the evening, let's get together. Yangzi, where are you going? I'd like to sit in your car too. A roommate who was as thin as a monkey said with a smile. What the hell are you sitting for? Didn't you hear that I was going out to show off? Chen Yang refused. Chen Yang's words also caused a flock of crows to fly over Dai Huan's head. Chen Yang strode out of the dormitory. As he walked, he was thinking, how can I pretend to be awesome? Oh, right. After a while, Chen Yang's car stopped at the entrance of the largest vegetable market in the city. That's right, he drove a Lamborghini sports car to buy groceries. That's enough pretense. Chapter 3, Got slapped in the face. As Chen Yang slowly stopped the Lamborghini sports car, it attracted a lot of onlookers around. Chen Yang opened the car door and got out. He saw 5 young men from society standing by the car and stopping to watch. Boss, the car is so cool. At this time, a young man wearing ripped jeans took the initiative to smile at Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled faintly and said nothing. Lamborghini, a golden sports car, how can it not look good? Boss, why are you driving the car here? This place is so dirty. The young man said again. Why are you coming to the vegetable market? To buy vegetables, of course. Chen Yang said calmly. When Chen Yang said this, the vegetable vendors around him all burst into laughter. In the past, I would see on my mobile phone that rich second generations would drive luxury cars to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. I didn't expect to encounter one in real life today. Chen Yang looked around and his eyes fell on the face of a middle-aged woman who was selling fruit at a stall. This middle-aged woman looked like an honest businessman, and Chen Yang was willing to deal with such people. Besides, he came to the market just to show off. Buying vegetables was not his purpose. So, Chen Yang thought, since I'm thirsty, I might as well go to the stall and buy some oranges to eat. Chen Yang walked to the middle-aged woman's stall and immediately asked, "Boss, how much are the oranges?" "Hey, you are the boss. The money you drive is not enough for me to earn in 3 lifetimes." The middle-aged woman selling fruit laughed. Chen Yang thought about it. His Lamborghini sports car was worth tens of millions. If he calculated it, it was enough for this fruit-selling ant to earn for 3 lifetimes. No, maybe 3 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. After all, the income from selling fruits is not very high, right? Chen Yang didn't want to dwell on these insignificant things, so he looked at the middle-aged woman and asked, "How many kilograms of oranges are these?" "Oh, I used to sell it to others for 5 yuan per pound, but since I like you, boss, I'll charge you 4 yuan per pound." The middle-aged woman selling fruit said with a smile. "Okay, thank you then. Give me 5 pounds, and then weigh some pears for me, about 30 yuan, so I can make up 50 yuan. Chen Yang said lightly. "Boss, you drive such an expensive car, why don't you buy some fruits?" The middle-aged woman joked. Chen Yang's mouth suddenly widened and he said, "No matter how rich I am, my stomach is limited. I just need to buy enough food." The middle-aged woman selling fruits also smiled bitterly, and then said nothing. She helped Chen Yang weigh the fruits and handed them to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the fruit from the middle-aged woman, smiled slightly, then turned and walked towards his Lamborghini sports car. Who would have thought that there was already a guy live streaming, holding a selfie stick, standing next to his car, shouting, "My friends, did you see that? Rich people drive Lamborghinis to the market to buy vegetables. They know how to have fun, don't they?" Chen Yang didn't expect that someone had started a live broadcast next to his car. Quite interesting. He walked to the car, opened the door, and said to the man who was live streaming on his phone, "My friends, I am the rich man who drives a luxury car to buy groceries. Hurry up and double-click 666. Chen Yang's words immediately caused laughter from the people around him. The boy who was broadcasting the live stream also said politely to Chen Yang, "Boss, I'm sorry, thank you, I'll lend you my car." "It's okay, but I'm leaving. Your service ends here," Chen Yang said lightly. The young man who was broadcasting the live broadcast hurriedly bowed and said, Okay, you go first." Chen Yang smiled at the young man, then got into the car, started the car, and a pleasant rumbling sound suddenly came from the hood. It definitely makes men's blood boil. Chen Yang continued driving and wandered aimlessly on the street. Bite. Just as Chen Yang stepped onto the road, the system voice in his head rang again. The host has completed the task, and the reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. As soon as the system voice fell, Chen Yang felt that there was something extra in his right pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a thumb-sized transparent bottle filled with transparent liquid. Chen Yang knew that this was the strength-enhancing liquid. Chen Yang did not hesitate, opened the bottle cap and drank the liquid in one gulp. After a while, his whole body began to feel hot, as if he had been in a bathhouse. Chen Yang drove on the street for a while, and then suddenly headed towards the central shopping mall in the city. The reason why Chen Yang drove the car to the central shopping mall was that he planned to park the Lamborghini in the underground garage of the mall. Chen Yang wanted to park the car now. He didn't want to drive to school anymore. It was a bit too pretentious. Chen Yang would often go shopping at the central shopping mall when he was in college, and would also see expensive sports cars and luxury cars parked in the parking lot. So, Chen Yang thought it was okay to park his car there. Chen Yang spent another hour driving the car into the parking lot of the central shopping mall and parked it next to a black Ford Mustang sports car. Chen Yang didn't know who these sports cars parked in the mall belonged to before, and of course, he doesn't know now. However, since others can park their sports cars here, why can't he? He felt that he could do it, and he felt particularly at ease staying here. After Chen Yang got off the bus, he thought that he would go back to school in the morning and would not have any classes. He wanted to go to the mall to buy a pair of shoes, so he thought, let's go shopping. Chen Yang was walking slowly in the underground parking lot. As luck would have it, a young couple was walking towards him. The girl had a melon-shaped face and was petite and lovely. The boy had fashionable curly hair and wore big black framed glasses. He had fair skin and looked like they were from a wealthy family. As soon as Chun Yang saw the girl, he stopped immediately. The girl also looked at Chun Yang and said in surprise, "What a coincidence." Chen Yang said calmly, "It's a coincidence." This girl was none other than Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend. They had been together during military training in their freshman year. But later, Guo Xiaojie changed her mind and broke up with him in their sophomore year. But unexpectedly, less than a week after breaking up with him, she started dating a rich guy from the civil engineering department next door. But it made Chen Yang feel disgusted for quite a while. Guo Xiaojie looked at Chen Yang from head to toe and said with a smile, "You are still the same, you haven't changed at all." Chen Yang said calmly, "You have changed, and become more beautiful." Guo Xiaojie smiled and said, "Of course I am. I am very happy now. My appearance is determined by my heart. I am happy in my heart and I look good. By the way, I want to show you something." Chen Yang suddenly said seriously. Chen Yang had an idea in his mind. In fact, the reason why Guo Xiaojie broke up with him was that she looked down on his rural family. After they had been together for a year, they had a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days. Of course, it was Guo Xiaojie who took the initiative to start it. Later, Guo Xiaojie kicked him out and immediately started dating a rich second-generation student from the civil engineering department. I'm afraid she had already found another one and kept him as a backup. What Chen Yang wanted to show Guo Xiaojie was, of course, his Lamborghini sports car. Of course, he didn't want to take revenge on Guo Xiaojie, he just wanted to tell her that he was driving a Lamborghini and see how she would react. "What do you want to show me? What's so good about it? Are you going to pursue me again?" Guo Xiaojie chuckled. Chapter 4. Let us meet the female CEO. Chen Yang smiled softly and said, "I don't have the time. I'm afraid you're overthinking it." Guo Xiaojie also smiled gently. After that, she didn't seem to want to waste too much time with Chen Yang, and said, "If you want to show it to me, hurry up, I'm not in the mood to waste time with you." Chen Yang smiled softly when he heard this. Sure enough, once a woman changes her mind, 3 horses can't pull her back. But it doesn't matter. Chen Yang just wanted to show off his Lamborghini. As for what Guo Xiaojie thought, it was none of her business. When Chen Yang thought about it, he immediately pointed to the golden Lamborghini not far away and said, "Did you see that car?" "Where?" "That golden car?" Guo Xiaojie asked, looking at the golden car. Chen Yang didn't say a word, walked to the car, took out the key, the front and rear lights of the Lamborghini flashed. Chen Yang got in the car, drove quickly to Guo Xiaojie and stopped, saying, "Yes, you are right." Guo Xiaojie opened her eyes wide at this time, but she still refused to admit defeat and said, "Is this car yours?" It's not mine, could it be God's?" Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Tsk Guo Xiaojie snorted disdainfully, but her complicated eyes could not conceal the complexity in her heart. "If you regret it, just say it out loud. There's no need to keep it in your heart. Of course, I don't care what your attitude is now. Goodbye, ex-girlfriend." Chen Yang smiled faintly, then he closed the car window and drove the Lamborghini away. After Chen Yang drove away, Guo Xiaojie also looked unhappy. Yes, she kicked Chen Yang out because she saw that his family was poor. However, she would never have imagined that one day Chen Yang would drive a luxury car. "I don't know where he borrowed it from, but does he have any rich friends?" Guo Xiaojie said with disdain. "That's a Lamborghini, it's worth at least 20 million. At this time, the rich second-generation boyfriend who had been standing next to Guo Xiaojie and had not spoken a word also spoke. 20 million? Humph, can he have 20 million? Guo Xiaojie said with disdain. The second-generation rich boyfriend said softly, "That's not necessarily true. Why are you speaking for him? If you like him, go with him." Guo Xiaojie said angrily to her rich second-generation boyfriend. The second-generation rich boyfriend shrugged his shoulders and thought to himself, "You looked down on him and dumped him, and now he's driving a luxury car to slap you in the face. What the hell does this have to do with me?" Guo Xiaojie felt a little unhappy. However, she didn't think too much about it. She took her boyfriend's arm and said unhappily, "Let's go." The second-generation rich boyfriend touched his nose and thought to himself, "I told you to be arrogant, now someone is coming to slap you in the face with a luxury car." As for Chen Yang, after saying goodbye to Guo Xiaojie, he drove his Lamborghini and stopped in another area of the mall's underground garage. He originally came to the mall's underground garage just to park his car. The reason why he drove the car out just now was just to show off in front of Guo Xiaojie. Now that the installation has been completed, it's time to park the car again. Chen Yang stopped the car again and then thought about going to the mall to buy a pair of shoes. However, just as he was walking towards the elevator in the parking lot, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chen Yang slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that the number calling was an unfamiliar one. He didn't think too much about it and answered the call. He heard a familiar female voice coming from the phone. "This afternoon, at 3 o'clock, do you have time?" Xiao Qingyue's voice. That's right, it was Xiao Qingyue's voice. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but think to himself, what's the tone of voice? Why does she sound like she owes him a lot of money? Chen Yang also said coldly, "Yes, what's the matter?" "Come to New Town Building, 12th floor, room 1204. I want to talk to you." Xiao Qingyue said coldly. "What do you want to talk about?" Chen Yang asked. "Stop talking nonsense and come here when I tell you to," Xiao Qingyue said loudly. "Now you are calling me, look at the tone of your voice," Chen Yang said unhappily. "Stop talking nonsense to me. Are you coming or not?" Xiao Qingyue said unhappily. Well, seeing how much Xiao Qingyue wanted him to go, Chen Yang was also curious about what this girl wanted to do with him, so he said, okay, I'll reluctantly agree to your request." "Bastard," Xiao Qingyue said angrily. "Be careful with your words," Chen Yang said seriously. "What do you care about me?" Xiao Qingyue said angrily and then hung up the phone. Chen Yang also took the phone from his ear, thinking to himself, this girl deserves to be punished. When I get her, I will punish her properly. Chen Yang put his phone in his pocket, but then he thought, why did Xiao Qingyue ask him to go there? It would be bad to go empty-handed. Bring some gifts, Chen Yang thought thoughtfully. But what should I bring? Chen Yang was in a dilemma. Chen Yang thought about it seriously and came up with an idea. Xiao Qingyue is a female CEO, so she would definitely not be interested in receiving a gold necklace or a high-end bag as a gift. Why not try something simple and buy a plush toy, such as a plush bear or a plush white rabbit? Don't girls like these? Although this stuffed toy may not be worth much, but girls, even if they don't like these, they won't resist. Chen Yang did what he thought. After a while, he arrived at a store in the mall that specialized in selling all kinds of plush toys. A very beautiful female shopping guide came up to him and said with a smile, "Sir, I want to buy a toy." "What toy do you want? Do you have the kind that any girl would like?" Chen Yang smiled at the female shopping guide. The female shopping guide laughed and covered her mouth with her hands. "I can see from your appearance that you are a gift for your girlfriend. Girls like little white rabbits, little bears, and white toys. White toys are the best sellers in our store. Girls feel very caring when they hold them, so many boys will buy them for their girlfriends." "Really? Then I won't be picky, just go with the buy," Chen Yang said readily. "Well, okay." The female shopping guide smiled slightly. Then, he helped Chen Yang take down the Dubai toy, which cost a total of 188 yuan, which was not expensive. Chen Yang carried Dubai to the underground parking lot again. After getting in the car and putting the stuffed toy on the passenger seat, Chen Yang started the car and drove towards the New Town Building. Chapter 5. This is about me and my girlfriend. 40 minutes later, Chen Yang parked the Lamborghini sports car downstairs of the New Town Building. New Town Building is a brand new office building that houses many small companies. Chen Yang parked the car, then took the elevator and went upstairs holding the stuffed toy. When Chen Yang was sitting in the elevator, he was thinking, if he remembered correctly, Xiao Qingyue should have asked him to go to the 12th floor, room 1204. Chen Yang successfully found room 1204 and knocked on the door. After a while, Xiao Qingyue's cold voice came from the room, "Come in." Chen Yang turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. He immediately saw Xiao Qingyue, who was standing in front of the window with long hair and a sexy figure, looking at the scenery. When Chen Yang saw Xiao Qingyue, he thought to himself, this is my future woman. System, you are so loyal. Xiao Qingyue heard the door open. She turned her head and saw her round oval face, which was really beautiful. Her body proportions were very good, and her skin was as white as milk. Obviously she was carefully cared for every day. However, Xiao Qingyue's eyes were a little cold when she looked at Chen Yang at this time. Chen Yang can understand this. After all, if he were a woman and had sex with a young man he didn't even know, he would probably collapse. Bite. Just as Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue looked at each other, the system voice sounded in Chen Yang's mind again. Side quest 3, make Xiao Qingyue change her opinion of the host. Reward, charm +3. What? Chunyang secretly exclaimed in his heart, and at the same time thought to himself, what kind of crappy tasks are these system? Why are you still standing at the door? Come in quickly. When Chen Yang was daydreaming, Xiao Qingyue suddenly shouted at him. Chen Yang smiled at Xiao Qingyue, then walked into the room. Only then did he see that there was another person in the room, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, a red tie, and gold-rimmed glasses. The middle-aged man had a gloomy look in his eyes, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not someone who would be easy to deal with. What's going on? Chen Yang actually felt a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis was brought to him by the guy with glasses. However, Chen Yang doesn't care. He has a system and is not afraid of anything. Chen Yang glanced at the man wearing glasses, then looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, Boss Xiao, I'm here. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang coldly and said nothing. At this moment, the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stood up and said, I am Mr. Xiao's lawyer. Mr. Xiao really wants to know what happened that night. Please take a seat first, and let's sit down and talk. Lawyer? Chen Yang muttered, and then he immediately understood what Xiao Qingyue meant. It turned out that Xiao Qingyue wanted a lawyer to prosecute him. What the hell? What do you want to do? Stop messing around. Chen Yang said indifferently to Xiao Qingyue. I'm making a fuss? Do you think I'm making a fuss? Xiao Qingyue frowned. Lawyer? Want to convict me? Do you think it's possible? Chen Yang sneered. Why not? Xiao Qingyue said coldly. Chen Yang said calmly, don't be confused. You had no evidence that night. How can you convict me? Xiao Qingyue's face suddenly turned red. This guy. I mean, it's a bit of a tease to her. Stop making trouble. Chen Yang said again, and then he put the dabai in his arms on the sofa and said, Here, this is for you. Xiao Qingyue was completely confused. She looked at Chen Yang and didn't say anything for a while. Chen Yang looked at the lawyer again and said, You have nothing to do, why do you care about the things between me and my woman? Who is your woman? Xiao Qingyue suddenly said loudly. Don't make trouble. You want to punish me? It's impossible. I'm saying this. If you like this dabai, just accept it. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Goodbye, we will definitely meet again in the future. Chen Yang said calmly. After Chen Yang said this, he turned and walked towards the door of the room. Bite. At this moment, the system voice sounded in his mind again. Congratulations, host, the mission has been completed. The reward has been issued, please check it out. So simple? System, how easy is your mission? Chen Yang said to himself. He also didn't expect that he could complete the task so easily. Did Xiao Qingyue just change her opinion of him like this? So simple? That's awesome. Chapter 6 God-Level Racing Skills. After Chen Yang went downstairs, he drove his Lamborghini to the central shopping mall and parked the car in the underground garage. Then he took a taxi back to school. Chen Yang returned to the dormitory. Guofei, who was playing games, greeted Chen Yang and said, Yangzi, you're back? Yeah. What are you playing? Games, so boring. Chen Yang glanced at Guofei's laptop screen and immediately complained. Yangzi, where is your luxury car? At this time, the thin Dai Huan also turned his head and looked at them. I paid it back. Chen Yang answered casually. Of course, he didn't want to talk too much about luxury cars. Damn, bottom lane, someone is pushing the tower, go protect the tower quickly. At this time, Dai Huan saw someone pushing the tower in the game and shouted anxiously. Chen Yang found it really boring watching them play these games. It doesn't matter anyway, I might as well do my graduation project. Chen Yang sat down in front of the computer desk and started working on his graduation project. The reason why Chen Yang worked so hard on his graduation project was, of course, to get his diploma. After all, even if he marries Xiao Qingyue in the future, he still has to get this diploma. If he can't even get a diploma, then his 4 years in college will have been wasted. As for Xiao Qingyue, although Chen Yang was angry, however, she still decided to focus on her work first and settle the account with Chen Yang slowly. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. The next morning, because Chen Yang had classes, he went to the classroom early in the morning with a few good friends in the dormitory. As luck would have it, on the road, Chen Yang happened to meet his ex-girlfriend Guo Xiaojie and two girls from the same class. Every time Guo Xiaojie met Chen Yang, she didn't speak, and this time was no exception. However, there was a girl with a ponytail next to Guo Xiaojie, named Xiao, who was very familiar with the boys in the class. She took the initiative to ask Chen Yang, where is the Lamborghini you drove yesterday? I put it away. Chen Yang smiled at Xiao. Where did you receive it? Xiao asked softly. I gave it to a friend of mine. Chen Yang said calmly. The reason why he didn't tell Xiao the real situation was that he didn't want to reveal that his car was parked in the underground garage of the shopping mall. Is that car of yours? Xiao asked again. What do you think? Chen Yang laughed at Xiao. Xiao's eyes lit up and she also smiled and said, You won the lottery? So much money? How do you know that I'm not a rich second generation? After graduation, I will go home and inherit billions of dollars in assets. Chen Yang joked. Xiao was amused and laughed. Although Guo Xiaojie didn't say anything, her expression looked very unhappy. She was thinking, Chen Yang is some kind of rich second generation guy, what a bullshit. Xiao stopped talking to Chen Yang and hurried forward with Guo Xiaojie. As soon as Xiao and the others left, Daihuan laughed and said, Yangzi, I also wonder if you are a hidden rich second generation? Maybe I really am. Chen Yang looked at Daihuan and said. That's nonsense. Daihuan said with a smile. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said nothing. However, he was thinking, now that I have the system, I am more than just a second generation rich man. I will be very rich, right? Bite. Chen Yang and his roommates were laughing and chatting happily, and at this moment, the system voice rang again in Chen Yang's mind. Side Mission 4, Female CEO Xiao Qingyue's car broke down at the intersection of Guangjiao Road and Tianhua Road. Host, please repair it as soon as possible. Mission reward, God-level racing skills. Again? Chen Yang thought helplessly in his heart. He also secretly said, Xiao Qingyue's car broke down, what does it have to do with me? Her attitude is so bad. However, after thinking about it carefully, Chen Yang wondered if the system wanted to use this to promote the relationship between him and Xiao Qingyue. Of course. Just go. Help her. Chen Yang thought about it and said to his good friends in the dormitory, I just remembered that I have something to deal with, so I won't attend the class today. Yangzi, what's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Guo Fei asked curiously. Just a small matter. Chen Yang said softly. After saying that, Chen Yang said goodbye to his roommates and hurried towards the school gate. At the same time, at the intersection of Guangjiao Road and Tianhua Road, Xiao Qingyue stood next to a blue Porsche Cayenne with a depressed look on her face. The Porsche Cayenne may look beautiful on the outside, but it is not as worry-free as some cars from other countries. In addition, Xiao Qingyue has a cousin who is not easy to worry about. He is now living in her house and says that he is learning skills from her father. However, he always borrows her car at night and no one knows what he does when he goes out. Maybe her car was damaged by him last night. Xiao Qingyue felt that her cousin would not be able to learn anything. Xiao Qingyue has already called the towing company and is now standing there waiting for the towing company's car to arrive. However, after waiting for about 10 minutes, a yellow taxi suddenly stopped slowly behind her car. Xiao Qingyue looked towards the taxi with her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. At this moment, Chen Yang suddenly opened the car door, bent down and got out of the car, and greeted Xiao Qingyue, hey. When Xiao Qingyue saw Chen Yang, she immediately frowned and asked, why is it you? What's wrong with me? I'm here to help you fix your car. Is your car broken? Chen Yang said indifferently. How do you know my car will break down? Xiao Qingyue looked curious. Chen Yang grinned and said, this must be kept secret. I can't let you know. You're following me? Xiao Qingyue's brows suddenly frowned. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately stroked his forehead and said, am I blind to follow you? Okay, fix the car. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he suddenly opened the hood of Xiao Qingyue's car. Because before coming, the system had already transmitted some car repair information into Chen Yang's mind, so Chen Yang was very familiar with the repair process. Chen Yang was tinkering with repairing the car, and soon he was sweating profusely. He glanced at Xiao Qingyue who was standing aside. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue was still looking at him coldly, he couldn't help but say, hey, I'm fixing your car for you. Look, you're sweating all over. Won't you help me wipe it off? You did this voluntarily. Xiao Qingyue said coldly. Interesting. Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue with disdain. Another 10 minutes later, Chen Yang repaired the car and said to Xiao Qingyue, okay, you can drive now. Is it true? Xiao Qingyue looked unconvinced. Brother's skills, are they fake? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Whose brother are you? Xiao Qingyue said with disdain. You. Chen Yang said without giving in. Xiao Qingyue got in the car, started the car, and sure enough, the car started. There was also a look of joy in her eyes. At this time, Chen Yang walked to the side of the car and said to Xiao Qingyue, the car is ready, you didn't even say thank you, did you? Thanks. Xiao Qingyue said with a look of disgust. After saying that, she drove forward. Depend on. Chen Yang felt a little unhappy when he saw Xiao Qingyue leave like that. After a while, when Xiao Qingyue drove away, Xiao Qingyue suddenly lowered the window and said loudly to Chen Yang, thank you. Chapter 7, Playing the Pig and Eating the Tiger. You're welcome. Chen Yang said lightly. Seeing Xiao Qingyue express her gratitude, it seemed that she finally had some conscience. Bite. Just after Xiao Qingyue drove away, the system voice suddenly rang in Chen Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. When the system voice fell, Chen Yang suddenly felt that there were some unfamiliar things in his memory. Completely integrated with his memory. Chen Yang read the strange memory, yes, it was God-level racing skills, which meant that he could race. Chen Yang thought this was quite interesting. Does that mean he is now a God-level racing driver? Find someone to torture me? Chen Yang then thought to himself. After all, even though he now knew that he possessed God-level racing skills, he didn't know how effective these skills were. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that there was a mountain driving track in the northern suburbs. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a group of racing drivers would race there? Chen Yang couldn't wait to try out his God-level racing skills. Decided to try it tonight. Bite. Just as this thought arose in Chen Yang's mind, the system voice suddenly rang in his head. Host has triggered an entertainment mission. Please use your racing skills as soon as possible and race once. There is no reward for this mission. There are also entertainment tasks? Chen Yang thought to himself. He had seen some of this. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the roar of sports cars could be heard on the mountain road in the northern suburbs of the city. Suddenly, a golden Lamborghini stopped at the bottom of the mountain, immediately attracting the attention of many racing drivers. For these racing drivers or racing enthusiasts, the happiest thing is of course to be able to race on the winding mountain road at night. Chen Yang stopped his golden Lamborghini, and a sexy long-haired girl in a deep V racing suit suddenly walked to his car and knocked on the window. Chen Yang rolled down the car window and saw the sexy long-haired girl grinning and saying, "Handsome, let's go racing." "Yeah, let's try it." Chen Yang said calmly. "Handsome guy, this is the first time I see you." The sexy woman said with a smile. "Just playing around." Chen Yang smiled faintly. "You have to pay to play here," the sexy woman said again. "Brother is not short of money." Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the sexy girl's face. At this moment, 3 young hooligans smoking cigarettes suddenly came to Chen Yang's car from a crowd not far away. They took a good look at Chen Yang's car. One of the young yellow-haired men smiled and said, "Lamborghini Gold Limited Edition, man, you are rich." "I'm here to race." Chen Yang said calmly. He was not familiar with this group of young men and did not want to be polite with them. "Here, all racing is paid." The yellow-haired young man smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Paid? I know." Chen Yang said lightly. "Is it paid? It just makes money." "Ha, make money. They can outplay him." "Dude, you look pretty confident." The yellow-haired young man raised his eyebrows. "Just blind entertainment?" Chen Yang said calmly. The little yellow-haired boy whispered a few words to the 2 young men next to him, and then he hooked his finger at Chen Yang and said, "Okay, come this way." Chen Yang smiled slightly and followed. He knew that these guys in the race were not good people. But it doesn't matter. Is it entertaining? Anyway, this group of people can't beat him. After a while, the yellow-haired young man brought Chen Yang to a square-faced young man wearing a black leather jacket and said, "Brother Guang, he wants to bet with you on a car race." The square-faced man in black leather looked at Chen Yang and asked, Do you want to bet on a car race with me? Chen Yang said calmly, yes. How many rounds do you want to play per game? Su Guang asked in a low voice. Just the lowest, 100,000. Chen Yang wanted to test his racing skills from the beginning, and gambling was secondary. Su Guang put the white helmet in his right hand on his head and said, okay, come on. Ooh-hoo. Suddenly, people around started shouting with joy, obviously excited about the upcoming game. Su Guang got into a white modified racing car, lowered the window, and asked Chen Yang, hey, where's your racing car? I don't have a racing car, can you lend me one? Chen Yang said calmly. People around immediately started laughing. Su Guang looked at a young man in a red racing suit and said, second son, lend him your car. Chapter 8 It's not easy to owe money to me, Chen Yang. Brother Guang, you don't use the car for nothing. The young man named Erzi said with a smile on his face. He made it sound as if Chen Yang was doomed to lose and the 100,000 yuan had already been put into Su Guang's pocket. Chen Yang glanced at the second son and said nothing. At this time, Su Guang smiled and said, give it to him quickly, why are you talking so much nonsense? Erzi smiled and handed the red helmet and the keys of his modified racing car to Chen Yang, here. Chen Yang didn't even wear a helmet and got into the red racing car. There are many differences between this modified racing car and an ordinary family car, but Chen Yang actually knows the function of every button in the car. That's right, this is the strength of a god-level racing driver. No matter what kind of racing car, I can handle it with ease. Buzz. With two pleasant roars of motors, Chen Yang and Su Guang drove their respective cars to the starting line of the lane. The sexy girl walked between the two cars and said, handsome guy, the rules of the game are, whoever reaches the top of the mountain first wins, and the winner will be decided in one round. Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly, his eyes extremely calm. As the girl softly called out, start. Su Guang's car immediately sped towards the mountain road. Chen Yang also quickly started the car and chased after him. The two cars were chasing each other on the mountain drive, one in front and one behind. The mountain drive has a total of 19 bends, and there is a possibility of being overtaken at each bend. This will test a racing driver's skills. If a racing driver has good skills, he can overtake after 3 or 4 of the 19 turns. That's why these racing guys like to come to the mountain road to race. Because the roads here have many bends and complex road conditions, driving on them is very exciting. Chen Yang held the steering wheel with one hand. After competing with Su Guang on 2 bends, he could see that Su Guang's level was far worse than his. After passing the 5th bend, Chen Yang successfully overtook the car, and on the mountain road behind, he was so far ahead that Su Guang was left chasing him without any patience. In the end, Chen Yang successfully stopped at the end of the mountain road, while Su Guang took 2 minutes to reach the finish line. 2 minutes doesn't seem long. However, for racing, a 2-minute gap is already a huge gap. Su Guang stopped his car next to Chen Yang's car, and he rolled down the window and said, brother, you are really good. Give me the money. Chen Yang said directly. After all, Chen Yang has already tried the racing skills. Next, of course, is money. Anyway, he has no relationship with this group of people. Su Guang's face suddenly turned a little ugly, and he said, let's go down first. After saying that, he drove the racing car down the mountain again. Chen Yang also hurriedly drove down the mountain. When his car reached the foot of the mountain, the young man named Erzi ran to his car and said to Chen Yang, get out. Chen Yang bent down and got out of the car. He doesn't care about anything else now, he just wants to get back the 100,000 yuan he won. After all, it wasn't him who first proposed the bet, but this group of guys. Chen Yang walked to Su Guang's car and said calmly, give me the money, brother. Su Guang frowned and said, I don't have any money. This is interesting. Do you want to cheat? A hint of coldness flashed across Chen Yang's eyes. Hey, who's cheating? When did Brother Guang agree to gamble with you? Did he say he wanted to gamble with you? At this time, a tall and thin young man suddenly said to Chen Yang in a cold voice. Suddenly, this group of people surrounded Chen Yang. It seems that they want to use their numbers to bully the minority. Chen Yang looked around, and a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on his face. What? You want to fight? Su Guang said coldly, I didn't agree to gamble with you. Chapter 9 The System's Weird Tasks. Go away. At this time, the little yellow-haired boy who spoke to Chen Yang at the beginning also shouted at Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled coldly, it seems that we are going to fight, let's go together. Fuck you. The little yellow-haired boy was also full of hot-bloodedness. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a stone from the ground and walked towards Chunyang angrily. Chunyang looked at the little yellow-haired boy as if he were looking at a straw bag. I really have no interest in fighting. The yellow-haired young man walked up to Chunyang with a stone and threatened him. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? I don't want to. Chunyang said lightly. Then get out of here. No. I'm gonna fucking kill you. The yellow-haired young man picked up a stone and smashed it on Chunyang's forehead. But Chunyang suddenly made a move, grabbed the yellow-haired young man's wrist tightly, and broke it with a slight twist. At this moment, Chunyang looked at the painful expression of the yellow-haired young man and said with disdain in his heart, Does it hurt? Scream louder, louder. Oh my mother. Ouch, my mother. The yellow-haired young man screamed continuously. Oh, I feel relieved. Chunyang said this calmly, which also made Su Guang's people look gloomy. Let him go. Let the yellow-haired guy go quickly, or I'll fucking kill you. At this time, 7 or 8 young men rushed towards Chunyang together. Chunyang yawned. He first threw the yellow-haired guy far away, then stepped forward and grabbed the 2 young men by the collars, and threw them far away as easily as throwing sandbags. Then he threw 2 more punches, one of which hit a young man's nose, breaking it instantly. Another punch hit a young man in the chest, breaking 2 of his ribs. In just a short while, 4 of the 7 young men fell down. The remaining 3 young men are certainly not stupid. When they saw that Chunyang was not a soft persimmon but a tough guy, none of them dared to step forward, and their faces were filled with fear. Chunyang clapped his hands and then strode towards Su Guang. Su Guang was also scared and quickly closed the car door. Seeing that this guy was trying to drive away, Chunyang rushed to the car and grabbed Su Guang's hair, causing Su Guang to cry out in pain, It hurts, it hurts. Chunyang found it very funny when he saw Su Guang's miserable look. This bastard still wants to owe him money, Is it so easy to owe him money? Su Guang's scalp ached, and he didn't dare to do anything bad anymore. He said hurriedly, Let go, I'll give it to you, let go. Chunyang quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. There was a photo of his bank card on his phone. Chunyang flipped to the photo and said, Take out your phone and transfer the money to me. Su Guang had a bitter look on his face and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. After some operations, the money was transferred to Chunyang's bank card. 100,000 exactly, not a penny more or less. When Chunyang saw the money had arrived, he thought to himself, This kid is so rich. Only then did Chunyang let go of Su Guang's hair. But Su Guang suddenly turned his head and said with cold eyes, 3 days later, do you dare to play another game? Chunyang looked at Su Guang's excited expression and said calmly, It depends on my mood. Chunyang was also thinking, whether he wanted to participate in the competition again in 3 days is his own decision. No one else can decide. Su Guang gritted his teeth and his expression looked extremely ugly. Chunyang ignored Su Guang and turned around and walked towards his Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. Chunyang himself attaches great importance to credit. Since you have decided to bet with me, you must pay if you lose. If you want to deny your debt to Chunyang, that's impossible. Chunyang walked to the Lamborghini after a while. He felt a little happy when he thought that he had earned 100,000 yuan in one night. After a while, Chunyang walked to the Lamborghini and got in. Anyway, he had finished his work here and was ready to go back. Chunyang started the car, but at this moment, the passenger door of his car was suddenly opened, and a girl with 2 ponytails suddenly got into his car and looked at him calmly. Although Chunyang was brave, he was still startled when the girl suddenly came in. It's late at night, please don't scare me, okay? Chunyang looked at the girl and the girl looked at him. Chunyang suddenly remembered that this girl, he had the impression that she was with Su Guang's group just now. What's going on? Chunyang stared at the girl for 2 seconds and then asked her seriously. Look how scared you are. You're such a coward. The girl with twin ponytails said disdainfully. Timid? Chunyang muttered secretly in his heart. At the same time, he also thought, if I get really angry, I would be scared myself. Bite. Chunyang was about to say a few more words to the girl when the system's voice suddenly and unexpectedly rang in his mind. Side quest, successfully accept Su Lingling as your apprentice, reward, charm +2. WTF? Chunyang secretly exclaimed in his heart. Although I have experienced in advance that the system often does not play by the rules. But this time, he never expected that the system would play by its own rules. Who did he know about this girl, so he took her in as his apprentice? Chen Yang called out in his heart, "System, system." But the system didn't respond to him. However, Chen Yang secretly said in his heart at this time, "System, you really don't like to play by the rules." Chapter 10, Invite the female CEO to dinner tonight. Chen Yang calmed down a bit. He knew that the task given by the system must have its reasons. He still had to complete it. He looked at the girl with twin ponytails seriously and said, "Your name is Su Lingling, right?" Su Lingling's pretty face immediately showed a look of surprise. In fact, she is also a rich girl. Although her family is definitely not as rich as Xiao Qingyue's richest family, she still has at least 100 million yuan in assets. Su Lingling is currently starting a business with a few friends, and tonight she came to the mountain racing track with a good friend. Su Lingling is not very familiar with Su Guang, but her good friend is quite familiar with Su Guang. The reason why Su Lingling suddenly opened Chen Yang's car and got into it was because she thought Chen Yang's racing skills were really good and she wanted to get to know Chen Yang and make friends with him. But it was only the first time that she and Chen Yang met, and Chen Yang could actually call out her name. How could Su Lingling not be surprised? Su Lingling is a simple-minded person who speaks directly. So, when she heard Chen Yang called out her name, she opened her beautiful eyes and asked, "How do you know my name?" Chen Yang smiled faintly, "I knew it. TSK, you're just being mysterious. You must have known me before, right?" Su Lingling asked seriously. Chen Yang smiled bitterly and said nothing. He was too lazy to talk about these useless things with Su Lingling. "What's your name?" Su Lingling looked at Chen Yang curiously. She thought Chen Yang had good racing skills and wanted to get to know him and make friends with him. She also likes making friends. Whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as she likes them, she is willing to make friends with them. Chen Yang smiled slightly. "My name is Chen Yang, Erdongchen, the Yang of the Sun." "Oh, Chen Yang, are you good at racing?" Su Lingling said with a smile. "Do you want to be my apprentice?" Chen Yang asked directly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. In fact, if it weren't for the System S requirement, Chen Yang would never have thought of accepting Su Lingling as his apprentice. Su Lingling opened her eyes wide again. "Are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious." "Do you want to become a master?" Chen Yang said seriously. "Okay, sure." Su Lingling nodded. Su Lingling is also a straightforward person who does things decisively. She knew Chen Yang and really wanted to learn from him how to become a racing expert. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang would take the initiative to make the request. That's perfect, it saves her from wasting her breath. "What's your cell phone number?" Chen Yang asked. After all, he had agreed to accept Su Lingling as his apprentice, so of course he had to remember Su Lingling's cell phone number. Su Lingling generously gave Chen Yang her cell phone number. After Chen Yang finished writing it down, he also smiled and said, "You mean, I have to take you home later?" "No need for that, I have a car." Su Lingling said softly. "Then I'll go back." Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Su Lingling also raised her eyebrows. "Then, see you later when we have time." "Okay." Chen Yang said easily. Su Lingling smiled slightly, then opened the car door and got out of Chen Yang's car. Chen Yang saw Su Lingling get out of the car, waved to Su Lingling, and then drove his Lamborghini and sped forward. While driving on the road, Chen Yang was also thinking that he had taken in another woman. When Chen Yang returned to the dormitory, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. All the guys in the dormitory were asleep, and there were two guys who were competing in snoring. Chen Yang was a little speechless. He went to bed and fell asleep soon. Early the next morning, when Chen Yang got up, he heard a sudden dinging sound in his head. It's the sound of the system. Then, he heard in his mind, side quest, successfully invite Xiao Qingyue to dinner tonight, reward, 1 million in funds. Sure enough, the system's task finally arrived. However, the system's mission this time is okay. It's just inviting Xiao Qingyue to dinner. Chen Yang also wanted to treat Xiao Qingyue to a meal. He felt that the gap between them needed to be discussed. Chen Yang shook his head, feeling that there were really a lot of things to do every day. He got out of bed, prepared to take a shower, and then started working on his graduation project. But who would have thought that as soon as he got out of bed, he saw his roommates Dai Huan and Guofei standing at the window. Dai Huan exclaimed, "Beautiful girls, beautiful girls." Guofei smiled maturely and said, "She is so pretty. She will be able to have children in the future." Chen Yang was also attracted by the two gangsters. He walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, he saw a woman in a pink top and twin ponytails standing next to a black Mercedes-Benz G. When Chen Yang saw the ponytails, his eyes narrowed immediately. Isn't this Su Lingling? Come to see me? I know this beauty. Chen Yang said lightly. Naturally, his words attracted the attention of Dai Huan and Guofei to him. Chen Yang guessed that Su Lingling came to school early in the morning for no reason, and she must be looking for him. Sure enough, at this moment, his cell phone on the upper bunk rang. Chen Yang quickly picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Lingling calling. Chen Yang quickly answered the call and said, I see you. Oh? Where are you? Su Lingling asked curiously. In the dormitory. I'll go down to find you now. Chen Yang said. Oh, okay. Su Lingling nodded slightly. Chen Yang hung up the phone and walked out. At this time, Guofei called out enviously from behind him, Yangzi, when did you meet this beautiful lady? Chapter 11 1 million received. I just met him by chance. Chen Yang said lightly. Guofei's eyes lit up and he said, this suits you very well. If you work hard, you can get it. Brother Fei, you are so awesome. Chen Yang said with a laugh. I was thinking to myself, I already have Xiao Qingyue, and I don't want to have any other women. Having too many women is not a good thing. Guofei smiled. After that, Chen Yang turned around and left the dormitory. After leaving the dormitory building, he came to Su Lingling. Chen Yang looked at Su Lingling and asked, why are you here? I came to you to teach me how to race. Su Lingling said with a smile. Racing? Do you think I have time now? Chen Yang said lightly. Anyway, it is impossible to teach Su Lingling how to race today. He still has a lot of things to do. Then when do you plan to teach me? Su Lingling asked. Can I not teach you? Chen Yang said sincerely. When Su Lingling heard this, her expression suddenly changed. Chen Yang didn't want to hurt Su Lingling's feelings, so he smiled and said, it's just a joke. Don't make such jokes. I'm serious. Su Lingling said seriously. Then I'll decide the time. Chen Yang said lightly. He thought that he might have time this Saturday, so he would teach on Saturday. Anyway, I am the master and I have the final say. Oh. Su Lingling nodded, agreeing to Chen Yang. At this moment, Su Lingling suddenly seemed to think of something, and hurriedly opened the passenger door of the car, took out a red gift box from the passenger seat, handed it to Chen Yang, and said, here, I don't know what you like, so I bought 2 boxes of tea for you. No need for that. You're too polite. Chen Yang said with a smile, thinking that Su Lingling was too polite. Just accept it. Su Lingling said seriously. Chen Yang thought, it's just 2 boxes of tea, so he took it and said, then I'll take it. Su Lingling smiled happily, and then said, then master, you need to quickly set up a teaching schedule. Okay, don't worry about that. Chen Yang said with a relaxed look. Then I'll leave. Su Lingling smiled again. Be careful on the road. Chen Yang said lightly. Yeah. Su Lingling said lightly, then she opened the car door, got in, waved to Chen Yang, and drove away. As soon as Su Lingling left, Chen Yang lowered his head and looked at the 2 boxes of tea in the gift box. Seeing that they were actually 2 boxes of small cans of tea, estimated that each box would cost about 1,000 yuan, Chen Yang felt quite satisfied. Chen Yang returned to the dormitory with the gift box and opened one of the boxes of tea. He gave each buddy in the dormitory a small can of tea. Afterwards, he chatted with his roommates for a while and started working on his graduation project. Chen Yang stayed in the dormitory, busy working on his graduation project until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then he picked up his phone and called Xiao Qingyue. After all, when Chen Yang was working on his graduation project, he never forgot the task assigned to him by the system, which was to invite Xiao Qingyue to dinner in the evening. In fact, even if it was not a system requirement, Chen Yang would also plan to treat Xiao Qingyue to a meal. However, given Xiao Qingyue's attitude, Chen Yang didn't know whether she would agree to have dinner with him, and he was still unsure. But, never mind her. If she doesn't come, I will drag her here even if I have to. Chen Yang made the call, and soon, Xiao Qingyue answered the phone, hello. Chen Yang also got straight to the point and said, come out for dinner tonight. It's my treat. On the phone, Xiao Qingyue was silent for a while. Suddenly, Xiao Qingyue replied, okay. Chen Yang looked a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Qingyue to agree so readily. Changed sex? Quite interesting. Then I'll make arrangements tonight. Wait for my call. Chen Yang said calmly. Okay. Xiao Qingyue answered firmly. Chen Yang then hung up the phone. I was also thinking, has Xiao Qingyue changed her personality? You agreed so readily? But never mind, we can have a good chat tonight. Bite. At this moment, the system voice also sounded in Chen Yang's brain. Congratulations, host, the task has been completed and the reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Jingle. As soon as the system voice fell, Chen Yang was somewhat unexpectedly shocked when his cell phone rang with the sound of a received text message. Chen Yang quickly picked up his phone and saw a text message that 1 million yuan had been deposited into his bank card. 1 million? Chen Yang smiled slightly. I was thinking in my mind, 1 million is not bad. 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yang arrived at the Zino restaurant where he had made a reservation. He arrived at the second floor of the restaurant, found a seat by the window and sat down. After waiting for 5 minutes, he saw the beautiful Xiao Qingyue walking towards him carrying a high-end black leather bag. As soon as Chen Yang saw Xiao Qingyue, he took the initiative to greet her. You're not too late. I'm always punctual. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. The author has something to say. Please support us. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Chapter 12. You want to be a light bulb. Chen Yang smiled and said nothing. After Xiao Qingyue sat down opposite him, Chen Yang pushed the menu in front of her and said, order whatever you want to eat. You are very rich? Xiao Qingyue said disdainfully. Chen Yang was non-committal. Why don't you try it? I don't care. Xiao Qingyue said coldly. There's no such thing as a casual meal in the restaurant's menu, Chen Yang said with a smile. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Xiao Qingyue narrowed her eyes. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chen Yang said lightly. After that, Chen Yang looked at the menu and thought there were 288 set meals with good contents, so he said to the waiter, handsome, 288 set meals. A handsome waiter immediately walked towards Chen Yang with a smile and said, yes, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter turned and left. Xiao Qingyue also looked at Chen Yang coldly at this time and said, what's your purpose for inviting me to dinner tonight? Let's chat. Chen Yang said lightly. What can I talk to you about? Xiao Qingyue said with a look of disgust. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Don't forget, we had this in the hotel. Xiao Qingyue blushed immediately. You bastard. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you so angry? Do you have emotional intelligence? Xiao Qingyue asked with a look of disgust. I've seen a doctor, and he said my emotional intelligence is almost zero, Chen Yang joked. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. Chen Yang also thought of the system task at this time, so he asked, but, seriously, do you have a boyfriend? Is it your business? Xiao Qingyue said with an unhappy look on her face. I don't have a girlfriend, so how about you be my girlfriend? Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes. You wish. I guess it's only a matter of time. Chen Yang said calmly. Impossible. Xiao Qingyue said firmly. I think it's possible. Chen Yang said seriously. He also thought, I have a system. The system's long-term mission is for me to marry you, and the system will definitely help me. After a while, 288 set meals were served. Xiao Qingyue ate it in small bites. Seeing this, Chen Yang also laughed and said, what a lady. Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at Chen Yang angrily and said, if you say that again, I won't eat it. Why do you have such a bad temper? Chen Yang said helplessly. What is it to you? Xiao Qingyue said with an unhappy look on her face. Chen Yang shrugged and said nothing more. At this moment, an inappropriate voice was heard, suddenly interrupting the harmonious atmosphere between them. Old Xiao, what a coincidence. This was the voice of a young man, loud and confident. Xiao Qingyue and Chen Yang looked to the side together, and saw a handsome young man with a side-parted hair and wearing a blue suit. Beside him was a petite woman with a pearl necklace around her neck, who was smiling at Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang also looked at the young man in the blue suit, and thought to himself, as expected, when the hero and the heroine are having dinner, there is always someone who causes trouble. After Chen Yang finished thinking about it, he could also see that the young man in the blue suit had a good relationship with Xiao Qingyue and should be in the same circle as Xiao Qingyue. Because this guy, with a gold Rolex watch worth at least 1 million on his wrist, looks like a rich man. Why are you here? Xiao Qingyue stood up from the sofa and smiled at the young man in the blue suit. The young man in the blue suit said with a smile, "Come and have dinner." "Aren't you coming to eat too?" Xiao Qingyue blushed and nodded, "Yes." The young man in the blue suit naturally noticed something unusual when he saw Xiao Qingyue's strange expression. He guessed that the reason why Xiao Qingyue blushed must be because of the young man next to her. But the young man in the blue suit was also good at judging people. He observed Chen Yang and found him to be ordinary, so he ruled him out first. He thought that this was definitely not the person Xiao Qingyue was dating. If that's not Xiao Qingyue's boyfriend, then who is Chen Yang? The young man in the blue suit laughed and said, "Old Xiao, who is this handsome guy next to you? Please introduce him to me." "Oh, I consider him my friend," Xiao Qingyue said a little embarrassedly. Chen Yang smiled. He didn't open his mouth to speak from beginning to end. Because he didn't want to embarrass Xiao Qingyue, he just stood there quietly. "Friend? What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" The young man in the blue suit asked curiously. "Oh, Mr. Xiao and I have just known each other for a short time. We met through business. My name is Chen Yang, Erdong Chen, the Yang of Sun. Have you eaten there? How about coming over and having something to eat?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue was embarrassed, he took over the topic. And he invited the young man in the blue suit to dinner, just to see if he has any smarts. If he had a smart mind, he should be able to tell that he doesn't want to talk to him anymore. Okay, let's get to know each other when there's a chance in the future," the young man in the blue suit said enthusiastically. "Okay, if you have the chance in the future, won't you come and have something to eat?" Chen Yang asked again. The author has something to say. Everyone, please add it to your collection. Chapter 13. What a luxurious house. You're so polite. The young man in the blue suit laughed. Don't you want to eat? Then Qingyue and I are going to eat, so I won't see you off, Chen Yang said with a smile. The young man in the blue suit grinned, and then, perhaps not wanting to stay and chat anymore, he said to Xiao Qingyue, Old Xiao, I'm leaving now. When you have time, call Tiger and the others over, and we'll have a good gathering. Okay, I'll arrange it when the time comes, Xiao Qingyue said with a smile. It can be seen that Xiao Qingyue is also an activist in her circle. The young man in the blue suit said calmly, okay. After that, he turned and left with his female companion. Xiao Qingyue sat down again, and Chen Yang smiled at her and said, Your friend. Xiao Qingyue nodded and didn't say much. Get to know him better in the future, Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue said calmly, he's not that easy to get to know. Really? Chen Yang smiled faintly and didn't take Xiao Qingyue's words seriously. Xiao Qingyue gave Chen Yang a complicated look and said nothing more. Afterwards, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue continued to eat. Xiao Qingyue's appetite wasn't as good as before. Chen Yang thought that she might have been influenced by the young man just now. Chen Yang smiled and said, Eat well. I'm treating you to a meal this time, so you must eat your fill. Do you want me to say it? Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. Chen Yang grinned and said nothing. However, he felt that having dinner with Xiao Qingyue was really interesting. An hour later, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue finished their meal. At this moment, a system voice suddenly rang in Chen Yang's brain, side quest, send Xiao Qingyue home, reward, charm +2. Another mission. Chen Yang muttered to himself. Fortunately, this mission is not weird. They just asked me to send Xiao Qingyue home, which is acceptable. After Chen Yang finished thinking about it, he said to Xiao Qingyue, Let's go, Qingyue. You should just call me Mr. Xiao. Xiao Qingyue said softly. Mr. Xiao? Okay, Mr. Xiao. Chen Yang said lightly. Anyway, it doesn't matter what you call it. Let us just call him Mr. Xiao. How did you get here just now? Xiao Qingyue asked Chen Yang. I beat him, Chen Yang said calmly. Oh, then go down first, Xiao Qingyue said softly. Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Xiao Qingyue stood up from the chair, but did not walk to the restaurant door immediately. Instead, she walked to the young man in the blue suit in the corner, said goodbye to him, and talked and laughed for a while before turning back and saying to Chen Yang, Let's go. Chen Yang smiled slightly and left the restaurant with Xiao Qingyue.
When they reached the restaurant door, Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang and said, "Shall I take you home?" Chen Yang immediately said, "I'll take you back, where's your car? You want to give me a ride?" "No need."
Xiao Qingyue refused decisively. After all, she was not incapable of driving, so why should she need Chen Yang to give her a ride?
But Chen Yang was thinking in his heart, "This is the task assigned to me by the system, do you think I want trouble? I have no choice but to do it." "Don't be stubborn," Chen Yang said lightly.
Xiao Qingyue looked helpless. "You really leave me speechless. Where is your car?"
Chen Yang asked with a smile.
He didn't want to waste time talking to Xiao Qingyue, so he quickly got in the car.
"Why do you care so much?"
Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang speechlessly, then pressed the key for a blue Porsche Cayenne. The front and rear lights of the Porsche flashed together. Chen Yang saw the lights of the Porsche flashing and laughed. "Not bad, a Porsche Cayenne." Xiao Qingyue said calmly, "You should take a taxi back."
"Don't be stubborn." Chen Yang snatched the key from Xiao Qingyue, got into the car, and sat there as if glued to the seat, not moving.
Xiao Qingyue felt helpless. However, for Xiao Qingyue, who had grown up in an environment where everyone was polite, Chen Yang made her feel a different life. Xiao Qingyue sat in the passenger seat helplessly. Chen Yang started the car, also wanting to test out his racing skills, so he smiled faintly and said, "Boss Xiao, you must sit tight later, I drive very fast." Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang a little confused.
"I don't understand what Chen Yang means by this."
However, Xiao Qingyue was not a person who liked to seek excitement, so she frowned and said, "Go ahead and drive carefully. Keep your heart to yourself," Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Then, Chen Yang reversed the car and got on the road, all in one go.
It's just 9 o'clock in the evening and there are still a lot of cars on the road.
Chen Yang also unknowingly used his racing skills, overtaking various cars on the road at high speed. After Chen Yang drove on the road like this for a while, Xiao Qingyue could no longer bear it and said, "Slow down, slow down."
Chen Yang slowed down the car and immediately laughed at Xiao Qingyue. "Isn't it fun?"
Xiao Qingyue was speechless. She took 2 deep breaths, and when she calmed down, she said to Chen Yang, "Just drive at this speed."
Chen Yang smiled and said nothing more.
After that, more than an hour later, Chen Yang, guided by the navigation, drove the car to the gate of a huge manor and stopped. Chen Yang stopped the car and realized that the manor with more than a dozen villas in front of him was Xiao Qingyue's home.
Seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Boss Xiao, this is your house. It's really big." Chapter 14 The balance is 1 million. Xiao Qingyue didn't say anything, but just looked at Chen Yang calmly and said, "Can you get off the car now?"
"Okay, of course."
Chen Yang agreed immediately.
Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue got out of the car together. Chen Yang looked at the huge yard of Xiao Qingyue's house again and thought to himself, "Could this be the 10 billion yuan fortune that Xiao Qingyue and I will manage after we get married?" However, Chen Yang felt a little strange about this. After all, it's a family fortune of tens of billions.
There are countless people in Xiao Qingyue's family who are jealous of him. Will he be able to get it easily then?
It seems that by then, there will be a bloody storm.
Bite. Just as Chen Yang was daydreaming, the system voice rang in his mind again.
"Congratulations, host, the task has been completed and the reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." Chen Yang thought to himself, "This mission is not difficult, but the reward is just 2 points of charm, which is quite shabby.
You can go back."
As soon as Chen Yang finished thinking this, Xiao Qingyue said to him indifferently,
"Okay, good night."
Chen Yang said with a smile.
Xiao Qingyue nodded.
At this time, the big iron gate at the entrance of the Xiao family also opened, and 2 men in suits and leather shoes walked out and walked quickly to Xiao Qingyue.
One of the men bowed his head and said, "Miss."
Xiao Qingyue said calmly, "Drive the car up to the parking space."
The man in the suit nodded quickly and said, "Yes."
When Chen Yang saw this, he thought to himself, "This is indeed a big family, they even have servants, how cool." Xiao Qingyue then looked at Chen Yang calmly and walked towards the door of the Xiao family. Chen Yang saw that Xiao Qingyue had returned to the Xiao family compound, so there was naturally no point in staying there. He turned around, walked to the side of the road, and hailed a taxi back.
Chen Yang was sitting in the taxi, thinking about many things in his mind. Just then, an hour later, when Chen Yang returned to the dormitory, his good friend Dai Huan suddenly asked Chen Yang with a smile, "Yangzi, where is your golden sports car?" Chen Yang was a little confused. "Why? Why are you asking me about my car?"
"We don't have classes tomorrow, so you can drive us to Qingshui River to play."
Dai said with a smile. Damn, didn't I tell you that I returned the car a long time ago?
Chen Yang said indifferently. The reason why Chen Yang didn't say much was that he didn't want to cause trouble. He also drove a sports car to take his roommates to Qingshui River for an outing, but he didn't want to attract attention.
Is it okay to lend it? Dai Huan asked seriously. Chen Yang glanced at Dai Huan and said sarcastically, a golden sports car, do you think it's so easy to borrow? It seems that I won't be able to pretend to be cool tomorrow.
Dai Huan said with a faint smile.
Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and said, pretend to be struck by lightning. You haven't pretended enough?
Dai Huan complained to himself.
It seems that in the whole dormitory, the one who is the best at showing off recently is Chen Yang. By the way, are you going to Qingshui River to play tomorrow? Chen Yang asked Dai Huan. Yeah, let's go together. Dai Huan laughed.
When Chen Yang thought about how busy he was recently, he decided to hurry up and finish his graduation project. After all, the system might give him some weird tasks at any time, so he decided to hurry up and finish his graduation project. Besides, there is only one river at Qingshui River, and peach blossoms are in full bloom on the riverbank. There are many beautiful women, but Chen Yang is not interested. Thinking of this, Chen Yang waved his hand and said, you guys go ahead, I'll finish my project quickly.
It's up to you.
Dai Huan said easily. After all, they were just going out to have fun. If they wanted to go, they could go. If they didn't want to go, then forget it. There was no need to force it. After that, Chen Yang took a shower and went to bed. But he didn't expect that early the next morning, when he had just sat up from the bed, the system voice suddenly rang in his head again. Bite. Side quest, successfully invite Xiao Qingyue out for shopping in the evening, reward, God-level singing skills.
WTF? Chen Yang opened his eyes wide and said, maybe some strange tasks will pop up in the system one day. Now it is true. Want him to ask Xiao Qingyue out shopping tonight? All right.
Chen Yang had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, Chen Yang felt that it was wise for him not to go to Qingshui River for fun.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, several friends in the dormitory went to Qingshui River to play together. Most of the people in Chen Yang's dormitory are still single and have no girlfriends.
If they want to go out and play, they go together.
But this time Chen Yang didn't go.
He didn't have time, he had to hurry up and finish his graduation project, and he also had to ask Xiao Qingyue to go shopping in the evening. Chen Yang had been working on his graduation project in the dormitory. At noon, he felt a little hungry, so he left the dormitory and went to the cafeteria to eat. However, just as he reached the entrance of the cafeteria, he happened to run into Guo Xiaojie and her rich second-generation boyfriend. Chen Yang felt a little depressed and said to himself, why is the world so small? When Chen Yang saw Guo Xiaojie, he still greeted her politely as they were acquaintances. What a coincidence.
Guo Xiaojie said coldly, are you the only one coming to eat?
Yes, you are in pairs, so happy. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Guo Xiaojie rolled her eyes and said nothing. But at this moment, Guo Xiaojie suddenly thought of something, looked at him with shining eyes and said, by the way, where is the sports car you borrowed?
Have you returned it?
Guo Xiaojie deliberately emphasized the word borrow.
Her meaning is self-evident, it's a kind of irony.
Chen Yang chuckled and said, of course you think my car is borrowed, but the car is mine.
How much did you pay for this Lamborghini Gold Limited Edition?
At this time, Guo Xiaojie's rich second-generation boyfriend also asked.
Last time, Guo Xiaojie said that he didn't help her.
This time, this rich second-generation boyfriend also decided to help Guo Xiaojie.
What do you care about me?
Chen Yang said with a sneer.
He thought to himself, who are you, Guo Xiaojie, to me? Why should you interfere in my affairs?
Oh, right. At this time, Chen Yang thought of the balance in his mobile phone and said, yesterday, I easily earned 1 million with my own ability. Chen Yang opened the bank text message on his mobile phone and showed it to Guo Xiaojie. When Guo Xiaojie and her rich second-generation boyfriend saw it, Guo Xiaojie immediately frowned.
1 million received? Is this really a text message saying 1 million has arrived in your account?
Guo Xiaojie was very confused. First, there was the gold sports car, and then there was 1 million yuan deposited into her account.
Could it be that Chen Yang had met a noble person? Oh, I'm hungry. I have to eat more today. Anyway, I have enough money. Let's go.
Chen Yang smiled at Guo Xiaojie and then walked into the cafeteria. After seeing Chen Yang enter the cafeteria, Guo Xiaojia's second-generation rich boyfriend also grinned and said, "This guy is quite good." Guo Xiaojia snorted coldly, "I think you are really interested in him." The second-generation rich boyfriend touched his nose and said to himself, "I'm not AF King Gay, how could I like him?" Chapter 15. This technique is amazing. After Chen Yang entered the cafeteria, he casually ordered a set of 3 dishes and a soup and started to devour the meal. In fact, although Chen Yang is rich, he is not very particular about food. As long as it tastes good and can fill his stomach, it is fine. After Chen Yang finished his meal, he put down his chopsticks and thought to himself, "What task did the system give me today? Invite Xiao Qingyue to go shopping? Is this a good idea?" Chen Yang was also thinking, last night, he just invited Xiao Qingyue out for dinner, and now the system wants him to invite Xiao Qingyue out shopping? After all, Xiao Qingyue is a female boss. She has nothing to do and will accompany you out for meals and drinks every day. However, when Chen Yang thought of this, a sense of helplessness arose in his heart. This is a system task after all. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Chen Yang also decided to go back to the dormitory to work on his graduation project, and then call Xiao Qingyue around 4 o'clock in the afternoon to ask her to come out and take a look. Chen Yang later returned to the dormitory. After working on his graduation project for a while, he felt a little bored. He wondered how his roommates were doing in Qingshui River. Chen Yang picked up his phone and called Guo Fei. After Guo Fei answered the phone, Chen Yang asked, "Are you guys enjoying yourself so much that you don't want to leave?" "Yangzi, it's a bit boring being alone in the dormitory, right?" Guo Fei laughed on the other end of the phone. Chen Yang blinked his eyes. "It's okay, loneliness is a person's carnival." "Nonsense, come over here and join us." Guo Fei continued to laugh. "I can't. I still have to work on my graduation project. I've been busy lately, so I want to finish it first," Chen Yang said lightly while looking at the laptop screen. "There are so many girls here, it's pleasing to the eyes," Guo Fei said with a smile again. Chen Yang grinned, "I can't get it just by looking at it, I'm jealous." When Chen Yang said this, he was also thinking in his heart, "My buddy's future woman will be a female president, and the appearance of a female president is quite attractive. Don't regret it if you don't come," Guo Fei said with a smile. "Why regret? When will you come back?" Chen Yang asked casually. "We're going to have a barbecue tonight. Do you want to come?" Guo Fei asked. "I won't go. I have something to do today," Chen Yang said calmly. In fact, if it weren't for the system task tonight, Chen Yang would definitely have gone to eat skewers with his roommates. "But I have a mission tonight and can't leave. If you don't want to come, then it's up to you," Guo Fei said. "Well, I'm dead. I still have to work on my graduation project," Chen Yang said calmly. Guo Fei responded with a and then Chen Yang hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang continued to work on his graduation project. The main content of his graduation project is how to integrate more Chinese-style architecture into modern cities. Anyway, when doing a graduation project, you just look around, piece together some ideas, learn from the opinions of predecessors, and add some of your own ideas. Before he knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yang saw the time in the lower right corner of the laptop screen, breathed a sigh of relief, and knew that it was time for him to call Xiao Qingyue. However, Chen Yang was not sure about this shopping trip. But never mind. Please. Treating others more often can also increase the affection between two people. Chen Yang picked up his phone and called Xiao Qingyue, asking, "Are you busy?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingyue was sitting in the president's office of Huading Group, her eyes fixed on the computer screen with a serious expression, and it was obvious that she was quite busy. Xiao Qingyue nodded, "Yeah. Let's go shopping tonight," Chen Yang said calmly. "Who cares? I'll treat you anyway." But Xiao Qingyue frowned when she heard this. "I'm busy tonight." He is really busy. "How long will you be busy until?" Chen Yang asked. "I don't know," Xiao Qingyue said, still staring at the computer screen. "Tonight, how about I make a bet with you? As long as you come out shopping, I will give you a surprise," Chen Yang said lightly. Chen Yang thought that the surprise he gave was nothing else. It was the golden sports car. "Anyway, I have nothing to do tonight, so it would be nice to ask a beautiful girl out for some shopping." "You come again," Xiao Qingyue said unhappily. "I'm serious."
I promise you'll be shocked. Chen Yang said calmly. Your tricks are outdated. Xiao Qingyue said. I'm not talking nonsense.
How about this, let's bet $10,000.
Chen Yang said calmly. I don't gamble.
Then let's go to your place at 9 o'clock tonight.
Chen Yang said firmly.
Xiao Qingyue also looked helpless. However, she felt that she should be able to finish her work by 9 o'clock in the evening.
Then he nodded and said, okay.
Good. Chen Yang smiled slightly and then hung up the phone with Xiao Qingyue.
Back then, he and Wu Xiaojie would often go out shopping at night.
I really felt like I was in love today, didn't I?
8:30 p.m.
Several friends in the dormitory had returned early. Seeing that the time was up, Chen Yang suddenly stood up from his chair and walked towards the dormitory door.
Dai Huan was sitting behind the computer desk near the door.
When he saw Chen Yang was about to go out, he immediately looked at Chen Yang and asked curiously, Yangzi, where are you going? Chen Yang turned back to Dai Huan and smiled slightly, pick up girls.
Chapter 16. A good friend called Fenggu. Who is it?
Dai Huan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Chen Yang with great desire and asked.
Beauty, wealth, and beauty.
Chen Yang said with a laugh. After that, he didn't want to continue chatting with Dai Huan, so he said, let's go.
Nice. Dai Huan chuckled. Chen Yang also smiled at Dai Huan, and then left the dormitory.
When Chen Yang appeared again, he was not at the Huading group where Xiao Qingyue worked, but in the underground garage of the central shopping mall. That's right, the surprise Chen Yang wanted to give Xiao Qingyue this time was certainly nothing else but his golden sports car.
If you don't use the golden sports car now, when will you use it? Half an hour later, Chen Yang's golden sports car stopped downstairs of Huading building where Xiao Qingyue worked.
At this time, the entire Huading building was basically dark, with only one office on the top floor still having lights on.
Chen Yang also guessed that it should be Xiao Qingyue's office. Nizi, you are really serious about your work.
Chen Yang thought to himself. At this moment, a security guard in a gray uniform suddenly walked out of the security room, came to Chen Yang and knocked on the car window.
Chen Yang rolled down the window and saw the security guard in his 40s asking timidly, why are you parking your car here? Waiting for someone. Chen Yang said lightly. Who are you waiting for? The security guard asked seriously. Your boss's boss's boss. Chen Yang deliberately pulled down the text. The security guard looked a little embarrassed and said, Boss Xiao. By the way. Chen Yang said lightly.
Oh, this is a private place. You can't park your car here next time. The security guard said seriously.
Chen Yang smiled and said nothing.
However, I was thinking in my heart, wow, security brother, you are really dedicated to your job.
The security guard left afterwards, and soon Xiao Qingyue also walked out of the building.
She walked hurriedly and looked a little tired.
Chen Yang saw Xiao Qingyue's look.
In fact, if it wasn't for completing the system task, he certainly wouldn't have come to find Xiao Qingyue.
However, let's just make the best of it.
Chen Yang immediately opened the car door, bent down and got out of the car, and greeted Xiao Qingyue, Boss Xiao. Xiao Qingyue looked towards Chen Yang, and when she saw that Chen Yang was standing next to a golden Lamborghini sports car, a hint of surprise flashed across her dark eyes.
Lamborghini, a golden sports car? It will cost more than 30 million, right?
Xiao Qingyue estimated the value of the car next to Chen Yang in her mind.
Bite. Chen Yang waved at Xiao Qingyue, and at this moment, to Chen Yang's surprise, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission.
The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully.
Well.
When Chen Yang first heard the system say that he had completed the task again, he was of course a little surprised.
He hasn't even taken Xiao Qingyue shopping yet, and he's already completed the mission? Simple. It's so simple. When Chen Yang was daydreaming, Xiao Qingyue walked up to him with a complicated expression and looked at the golden sports car next to Chen Yang.
Seeing that Xiao Qingyue was quite interested in the golden sports car, Chen Yang smiled and said, "This is the surprise I want to give you tonight."
Surprising, right? Cut.
Xiao Qingyue snorted, not wanting to admit it.
Then, she looked at Chen Yang curiously and asked, "Where did you get the car?" Borrowed.
Chen Yang said immediately. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone the true origin of the car.
Let's go shopping. Chen Yang said lightly.
Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang and nodded.
After all, she had already promised Chen Yang in disguise and could not break her promise. Afterwards, Xiao Qingyue and Chen Yang got into the sports car together. After a while, they arrived at the pedestrian street in the city. The two of them walked together. Although there was a bit of distance between them, it felt pretty good to feel the warm breeze. However, after they walked around for a while, Xiao Qingyue actually lingered for a while by the window of a plush toy store. Of course, Chen Yang also noticed this little detail. Chen Yang immediately noticed that Xiao Qingyue also liked stuffed toys. It seems that when he went to see Xiao Qingyue once, he gave Xiao Qingyue a stuffed toy, and he made the right decision. Xiao Qingyue continued to walk forward, and Chen Yang immediately followed Xiao Qingyue and asked, "Do you like plush toys?" "A little bit," Xiao Qingyue said softly. When she was a child, Xiao Qingyue liked to sleep with her stuffed toys in her arms, and she liked those stuffed toys very much. Although she is already 25 years old, she still has this hobby. "What type of plush toys do you like best? Dolls? Monkeys? Baymax?" Chen Yang asked. "You asked so many detailed questions, are you planning to send me off?" Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang smiled easily, yes. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes and didn't say anything else. At this time, Chen Yang was thinking, of course I have to send it. Plush toys are not worth much. I already have a lot at home. Xiao Qingyue said lightly. There's no such thing as too much good stuff. Chen Yang said with a laugh. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang again and said nothing. Chen Yang continued shopping with Xiao Qingyue, and finally, they finished shopping along the entire street. Chen Yang didn't buy anything because he didn't want to buy anything. On the contrary, he looked at Xiao Qingyue and himself, and both seemed a little tired. Thinking of this, Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue seriously and said, "Are you tired? I'll take you back." Xiao Qingyue nodded and agreed readily. It seemed that she was really a little tired. Chen Yang took Xiao Qingyue to the golden Lamborghini again. Chen Yang opened the door and prepared to get in the car, but at this moment, a black modified Audi S7 sports car suddenly stopped next to Chen Yang's car. The window of the modified Audi sports car rolled down, and a young man with a black earring in his left ear and combed hair stood up and smiled at Xiao Qingyue. "Old Xiao." Xiao Qingyue looked at the young man, and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. "Brother Feng?" Chapter 17, The Style on the Basketball Court. "What's going on?" The man with earrings looked at Xiao Qingyue curiously and asked. Judging from Xiao Qingyue's respect for this man, it is obvious that this man may have a high status in Xiao Qingyue's circle. Xiao Qingyue smiled at the man with earrings and said, "I'm out shopping with my friends." The man with earrings immediately looked at Chen Yang with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. After all, Xiao Qingyue said that she went out shopping with a friend, so this friend must be none other than Chen Yang. The man with the earrings stared at Chen Yang coldly for a while, then looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "I'm leaving first. Let's get together more often when we have time." "Okay," Xiao Qingyue said with a smile. The man with earrings closed the car window, drove the sports car and drove forward. From beginning to end, the man with earrings never looked at Chen Yang directly. Chen Yang also thought it didn't matter. After all, they didn't know him, so of course they wouldn't look at him straight in the eye. However, Chen Yang stood there and watched Brother Feng driving the racing car for a while, and he couldn't help but think secretly in his heart that his racing skills were a bit poor. Chen Yang stared at the back of Brother Feng's car for a while, and felt that it was meaningless, so he said to Xiao Qingyue, "Let's go, get in the car." Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang and nodded. Chen Yang then got into the car with Xiao Qingyue. After getting in the car, Chen Yang chatted with Xiao Qingyue, "Is your friend also a racing driver?" He was a professional racing driver for a while. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang and asked. Chen Yang grinned and said, "Nothing, I just think his level is a bit low." Xiao Qingyue's face turned cold. "Are you awesome?" Of course." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the golden sports car sped forward. Chen Yang also wanted to continue using his god-level racing skills, so he couldn't help but overtake various cars. After a while, he caught up with the sports car of the man named Brother Feng. At this time, Brother Feng, who was driving a sports car, saw a golden sports car on the street in the city, which was driving at a very high level. He couldn't help but think of the appearance of Chen Yang just now. Brother Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked, "Master?" At this time, there was a short-haired young man sitting in the passenger seat, grinning and saying, "Brother Feng, you mean the golden sports car?" Brother Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "The car is gone." At this time, Chen Yang's golden sports car had indeed disappeared from the sight of Brother Feng and the young man. Chen Yang's racing skills also made Brother Feng feel itchy. I actually wanted to compete with Chen Yang. As for Chen Yang, after driving like crazy all the way, it would usually take him an hour to get to Xiao Qingyue's house, but he finished it in half an hour. Xiao Qingyue also witnessed once again that Chen Yang was indeed a good driver. He has to admit that this is not the case. Chen Yang stopped the car in front of Xiao Qingyue's house. Xiao Qingyue got out of the car and said to Chen Yang a little tiredly, "Thank you. You look tired. Thank you for staying with me tonight. Go back and rest early." Chen Yang smiled at Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue nodded and walked towards the gate of the manor. Chen Yang then started the sports car and drove towards the central shopping mall. Chen Yang first parked the car in the underground garage of the central shopping mall, and then took a taxi back. In short, after a lot of trouble, he returned to the dormitory at 11 o'clock. The guys in the dormitory had already gone to bed, and Chen Yang was also a little tired, so he simply took a shower and climbed into bed to rest. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Because he had classes in the morning, Chen Yang got out of bed at 8 o'clock and went to class. This time the class was held in a large classroom. When Chen Yang arrived at the classroom, it was full of students. Chen Yang randomly found a seat in the fourth row in the front and sat down. Coincidentally, Xiao and two other girls from the same class also sat down next to Chen Yang. Xiao exudes a faint fragrance, which smells very nice. She always wears a ponytail, but today her hair is draped over her shoulders, looking very feminine. Chen Yang and Xiao are good friends. After all, they have been together in college for 4 years and can talk about anything. Before the class started, Chen Yang took the initiative to ask Xiao, "How is your graduation project going?" Xiao quickly looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile, "I've only written 10 pages, how about you?" "For me, it's still early," Chen Yang said with a wry smile. Xiao glanced at Chen Yang. At this moment, the girl next to her was talking to her, so Xiao started chatting with that girl. Buzz. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Yang's pocket rang. Chen Yang hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was Su Lingling calling. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, "She must be asking me to teach her how to race again." Chen Yang answered the call and heard Su Lingling curiously ask on the phone, "When are you going to teach me how to race?" Chen Yang smiled slightly and thought, "It is true." Chen Yang thought about it again and felt that Su Lingling was so eager to have him teach her how to race that she had asked him more than once. Just teach her. After all, it's not good to always refuse a beautiful woman's repeated requests. After Chen Yang thought about it, he said decisively, "Let's do it at 3 o'clock this afternoon." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let me think, I have nothing to do. So where should we go to study? Su Lingling asked. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, "I don't know about that. You decide. But it would be best to choose a place with more open space." Su Lingling hummed in response, and then fell into thought. Suddenly, she must have thought of a place, and her eyes lit up and said, "Like a circular track in a gymnasium, is that okay?" "A circular track?" "Sure, as long as there's no one on it," Chen Yang said. "Then we will go to the gymnasium in the southern new city at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, I will find a way to ensure that there are no people on the track," Su Lingling said. Okay. Chen Yang responded simply. At the same time, I was also thinking, can Su Lingling prevent people from appearing on the runway? What a show! However, since Su Lingling has already found the venue, he naturally doesn't have to worry about it. Next, I will go to the gymnasium at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to teach Su Lingling how to race. Satisfy her. Soon, the morning class ended. Chen Yang packed up and prepared to go back to the dormitory, but he never expected that at this moment, his good buddy Dai Huan suddenly walked up to him and said with a smile, "Yangzi, let's go play basketball." Play ball? Chen Yang thought about it and realized that he still had to teach Su Lingling how to race in the afternoon, so it was a lot of work. But when I think about it, it's been a long time since he played basketball with his good roommates. Su Lingling needs to be taught how to race, but she can't give up her own entertainment either. Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately responded, "Okay, let's go, who else?" Chapter 18 Basketball Maniac. "Brother Fei, have fun, let's all go," Dai Huan said with a smile. Brother Fei and Lu, of course, are both in the same dormitory with Chen Yang. They all like playing basketball. These are the normal configurations. Chunyang also thought it was nothing, so he said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Let's go," Daihuan said with joy. Afterwards, Chunyang went to the basketball court with his roommates who played basketball, including Daihuan, Guofei, Lulu, etc. Once on the basketball court, everyone naturally started shooting. Chunyang was also a little surprised when he was shooting. Whether he was shooting or breaking through, he felt as if his body was full of strength when playing basketball. Could this be the result of drinking the strength-enhancing liquid? At this time, Chunyang was even confident that he could beat even the NBA players who came over. This is not mysterious confidence. Rather, it is the intuitive feeling that comes to him after his physical strength is improved. Chunyang and a group of his roommates were leisurely throwing basketballs on the basketball court. At this moment, a group of unfamiliar students from other departments, 4 in total, suddenly came towards their basketball court. Among this group of guys from other departments, there are 3 who are over 1.8 meters tall and a short one who is 1.6 meters tall. However, he has well-developed muscles and is obviously a very capable defender. It was normal for someone to suddenly come and play basketball on the university court, and Chunyang and Guofei didn't think there was anything strange about it. The short boy brought his people to Chunyang's basketball court and said with a smile, "Play in a team." Guofei narrowed his eyes, "Come." In the dormitory, Guofei is the boss and has some say. On the court, he is usually the decision-maker. Chunyang looked at the 4 boys from other departments, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I secretly thought to myself, this is asking for trouble. Let's start now. It's perfect. We have one team and you have another, said the short man. Guofei made a 3-step shot, then smiled at the little guy and said, "Okay, no more warm-ups, let's get started." After that, both teams were divided and the game began. Chunyang said that his strength has been increasing rapidly since he drank the strength-enhancing liquid. It turned out to be true. On the court, he made all kinds of lightning breakthroughs, turnaround shots, and shots from beyond the 3-point line, and he made every shot. At the beginning, of course, it was the shorter boy with stronger explosive power who defended Chunyang, but after defending for a while, he became a little nervous. The reason, of course, is that it is impossible to prevent it. Soon, the game was over, and the short player was very unhappy. He said to a tall player on his team, "Lao Zhang, go guard that guy later." The buddy that the little guy was talking about was, of course, none other than Chunyang. Chunyang was not low-key either, and said, "It's useless, it can't be defended." At this time, Daihuan, Guofei, and Lulu on Chunyang's side also looked at Chunyang with incredible eyes. After all, Chunyang's basketball skills seemed to have improved from amateur to NBA level overnight. It was really incredible. "Yangzi, you fought well." Daihuan patted Chunyang on the shoulder. Chunyang smiled lightly and said, "You just found out?" Daihuanshan said, "You were really bad before." "Damn, you're looking for a fight, how about a one-on-one duel?" Chunyang raised his eyebrows, also very confident. He believed in himself. If Daihuan dared to challenge him in a duel, he would beat Daihuan into a sieve. "Come on, let's play 5 first." Daihuan suddenly threw the basketball in his hand to Chunyang. Chunyang held the basketball steadily, with a faint smile on his face. "Are you sure?" Daihuan's eyes showed determination. "Come." Chunyang stood outside the 3-point line and started dribbling the ball, with Daihuan defending him. At this moment, everyone on the court focused their eyes on the two of them. Chunyang dribbled the ball for a while, and suddenly, he made a lightning-fast layup, catching Daihuan off guard. Fuck. Daihuan didn't even touch Chunyang, and he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, so he cursed. Chunyang dribbled the ball again and said to Daihuan with a smile, "It's useless. You can't defend it. Just try to break through." Daihuan said seriously, his eyes focused, and it was obvious that he was serious. Swish. But Chunyang made another lightning-fast layup and scored easily, which also made Daihuan lose his temper. "Yoko, are you cheating?" Daihuan was abused by Chunyang twice in a row, and he was a little discouraged. Chunyang smiled faintly, "It's not cheating, it's a super big cheat." Afterwards, the basketball game between Chunyang and the 4 brothers from other departments continued. Chunyang was still the focus of the court, and his level was completely above everyone else, by more than 10 levels. Originally, there were not many spectators at Chunyang's basketball court. However, as Chunyang made various breakthroughs in shots, his play was so exciting that it gradually attracted many students to stop and watch.
Even every time Chen Yang dribbled the ball and made a successful layup, there would be a burst of warm applause from the surroundings.
Chen Yang has become the focus of attention on the basketball court.
As for the four short guys, they were beaten by Chen Yang so hard that they had no temper at all. They were disheartened and desperate.
So he found an excuse and left.
As soon as the little guy and his friends left, the students who were watching the game around them gradually dispersed. At this time, Dai Huan threw the basketball into Chen Yang's hand and said, "Yangzi, come again, one-on-one."
Chen Yang was sweating all over and thought about going to the bathhouse to wash. In addition, I have to teach Su Lingling how to race at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Chen Yang threw the basketball to Dai Huan again and said, "I have something else to do in the afternoon.
I don't have the time." Dai Huan was a little depressed and started to vote.
Chen Yang thought to himself, racing and basketball are now at the top level.
I wish someday there would be an NBA player who could come and give me some abuse.
Chen Yang then went back with Guofei and the others. Chen Yang returned to the dormitory, found some dry clothes and went to the school bathhouse to take a shower.
When he came out of the shower, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
He was a little tired, so he went to the dormitory to rest for a while. Just when I had rested at 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Lingling suddenly called me.
Chen Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Lingling calling. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Are you so enthusiastic about learning racing? Chapter 19, isn't that the guy from that night?"
Chen Yang was a little helpless, but he still answered the phone and said, "Hello, it's so early." At this time, on the other end of the phone, Su Lingling had already arrived at the circular track of the gymnasium, and behind her was a modified black sports car.
In fact, learning racing is secondary for Su Lingling.
She just has nothing to do now, so she treats it as fun. After hearing what Chen Yang said, Su Lingling smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, I'm already here.
When will you come over?"
Chen Yang glanced at the time on his phone.
It was 2:30 in the afternoon.
He estimated that it would take half an hour to get from the school to the gymnasium, so Chen Yang said softly, "Let's go now."
"Well, don't worry, I'll wait for you here," Su Lingling said with a smile. It's no wonder that girls from wealthy families are well educated and have good tempers. Chen Yang was also very happy to teach Su Lingling how to race.
After all, Su Lingling is not the kind of girl who was arrogant, willful, and capricious.
If Su Lingling was that kind of girl, Chen Yang would probably kick her to Nanshanmen.
Stop teaching her how to race.
Chen Yang smiled slightly, "Okay."
After saying that, Chen Yang hung up the phone with Su Lingling and rushed to the gymnasium. When Chen Yang arrived at the gymnasium, it was already 3:10.
There was no way.
Chen Yang took a taxi and drove along the city roads. Plus, taxis go slowly, so wasn't he late? Chen Yang has always been a person with a strong sense of time.
He was late this time and he was really sorry.
So, when he walked up to Su Lingling, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm late."
But Su Lingling quickly waved her hands, "It's only 10 minutes late, what's that?"
Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "But I really think it's not good to be late."
"It's okay,"
Su Lingling said with a serious smile.
"All right." Chen Yang nodded at Su Lingling.
Although he just felt sorry for being late, he had already apologized.
Let this matter pass. Chen Yang then looked at Su Lingling and said, "Is this your racing car?"
"Well, I borrowed it from a friend."
"It's pretty good, right?" Su Lingling said with a smile.
"In fact, when it comes to racing, it's not the car that matters, it's the person," Chen Yang said calmly.
"Well, I agree," Su Lingling said with a smile.
After Su Lingling finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the back door of her racing car. As a result, Chen Yang saw a beautiful woman wearing a black hooded sportswear and long hair sitting in the back seat of Su Lingling's racing car, playing with her mobile phone with her head down.
However, when Su Lingling pulled the car away, she immediately looked at Chen Yang and Su Lingling and said, "You guys chat."
Chen Yang looked at the beautiful woman in sportswear. She was quite pretty and indeed pleasing to the eyes.
"Yes, it's a pleasure," Su Lingling said at this time. "My master is here, why don't you say hello?"
The long-haired woman hurriedly bent down and got out of the car, saying, "Hello." She took the initiative to extend her white hand.
Chen Yang was quite calm.
He shook hands with the long-haired beauty and said, "There's one more student."
"Do I have to pay more?"
Hearing this, Su Lingling hurriedly explained, "No, she is my friend Hanya, and she came here specially to play with me this time."
Sure enough, a beautiful woman's friends are also beautiful women, Chen Yang joked. Su Lingling and Hanya both smiled. Su Lingling had seen Chen Yang's racing skills. However, this was the first time Hanya met Chen Yang. However, Hanya is now a third-tier celebrity and has seen a lot of things, so she still has a good impression of Chen Yang. It can be seen that Chen Yang is a steady person. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Yang said to Su Lingling, "It's getting late, let's get started." Chen Yang got into Su Lingling's racing car, thinking in his heart, "You are lucky to have me teach you how to race." However, a master can only lead you to the door, but practice is up to you. Whether you can learn well or not depends on yourself. Chen Yang got into the racing car, and soon, Hanya and Su Lingling also got into the racing car. Su Lingling sat in the passenger seat. Chen Yang had some great racing skills in his memory, so at this moment, of course, he taught them all to Su Lingling without reservation. However, Su Lingling is a girl after all, and her rational thinking may be a little lacking. After Chen Yang taught for a while, Su Lingling said anxiously, wait a minute, let me digest it." At this time, Hanya, who was sitting in the back row, smiled and said, "I understood everything, but you didn't." Su Lingling immediately turned her head and gave Hanya a blank look and said, You. Hanya chuckled. After all, they are all friends, and it is normal for them to joke with each other. Seeing that Su Lingling didn't quite understand, Chen Yang didn't get anxious and continued to explain to her. Chen Yang also thought that Su Lingling was a good girl, so he was willing to be patient with her. Su Lingling pondered for a while and probably understood it, so she nodded and said, "I think I understand." "Understand? Then just try out the knowledge I just taught you. Come, let's change positions," Chen Yang said to Su Lingling seriously. Su Lingling smiled a little unconfidently and said, "I'm going to have a bad time later, so don't laugh at me, especially you." Su Lingling looked at Hanya. Hanya covered her mouth and laughed happily. Chen Yang got off the car, Su Lingling also got off the car, and the two prepared to change seats. However, just when Chen Yang and Su Lingling were about to change seats, two black sports cars stopped at the side of the basketball court, one after the other. The sports car at the beginning of the row is the modified Audi S7. And this car, of course, does not belong to anyone else. It is the car of Brother Feng, who saw that Chen Yang had good racing skills last time and wanted to compete with Chen Yang. Brother Feng Yufeng stood up with his hair still combed high. As soon as his car stopped, he saw Chen Yang with Su Lingling and narrowed his eyes. "Isn't that the boy?" At this time, a young man sitting in the passenger seat of Yufengche said, "Yes, isn't that the guy from that night?" Chapter 20. Let's bet 500,000. Call him over, Yufeng suddenly said. At this time, the young man sitting in the passenger seat heard this and his face was full of surprise. He asked, "Brother Feng, do you want to have a race with him?" "Call him over first," Yufeng said lightly. "Oh, okay, I'll go call him now." The young man with short hair smiled, then opened the door of the sports car and got out. When the young man with short hair walked towards Chen Yang didn't notice Yufeng's arrival at all. He was still teaching Su Lingling some theoretical knowledge of racing very seriously. However, just as Chen Yang was teaching, someone suddenly knocked on his car window twice, which naturally drew his attention away from teaching. Chen Yang looked out the car door and naturally saw the short-haired young man. He didn't know him, but the young man was obviously coming for him. He couldn't help but be curious, so he lowered the window and asked, "What's the matter? Are you Miss Xiao's friend?" The young man with short hair asked with a smile. Chen Yang is not familiar with him, and of course he is not familiar with Chen Yang either. So, it is better to mention Xiao Qingyue directly, so that both parties can get to know each other quickly. As soon as Chen Yang heard the other party mention Xiao Qingyue, he knew that he must have something to talk to him about. Chen Yang also felt that it was inconvenient to talk in the car, so he said to Su Lingling, "I'll get off for a while." After saying that, he got out of the car, looked at the short-haired young man and said, "What's wrong? I wonder if you still remember that night on the pedestrian street?" said the young man with short hair with a smile in his eyes. Chen Yang recalled briefly. "The night you went shopping with Xiao Qingyue? I seem to have some impression. Isn't there a Brother Feng talking to Miss Xiao?" The short-haired young man reminded again. Since the other party had mentioned Brother Feng, Chen Yang naturally remembered him immediately. Brother Feng, yes, Brother Feng. He really had a deep impression of this Brother Feng. Since the young man had already mentioned Brother Feng, Chen Yang didn't want to beat around the bush with him and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't waste everyone's time. Brother Feng is right there. He wants to call you over and talk to you." The young man with short hair said with a smile. Call him over.
Chen Yang said immediately. Chen Yang's words also surprised the young man with short hair. He really didn't expect that Chen Yang would be so bold as to make such a request. Chen Yang made such a request based on his true thoughts.
First of all, who does he know about Brother Feng? If you want to make friends, you have to show some sincerity. Call him over. Who does he think he is?
When it comes to racing, he's just a defeated opponent of his.
Do you still want to order him over?
The short-haired young man touched his nose awkwardly and said, Brother Feng will be unhappy if you do this.
So?
Chen Yang said indifferently to the young man with short hair.
I also found it ridiculous. Will he be unhappy? So? Then what? Okay, I'll go talk to Brother Feng.
The young man with short hair also had an embarrassed look on his face, and then quickly walked towards Yu Feng.
As soon as the childhood friend left, Su Lingling looked at Chen Yang with a strange look and thought that Chen Yang was quite good. Hanya also looked at Chen Yang with strange eyes.
She felt that Chen Yang had a bit of personality and was different from many boys she knew. When Chen Yang turned around, he saw the two women on the opposite side of the car looking at him with strange eyes. He couldn't help but laugh and said, There's something wrong with your eyes.
Where? Su Lingling smiled a little awkwardly.
Hanya crossed her arms and said nothing, but there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, showing that she was in a good mood. The young man with short hair walked to the car and talked to Yu Feng again. After he turned back, he said to Chen Yang seriously, Brother Feng wants to compete with you in racing on this track.
No. Chen Yang immediately refused. He can't possibly be my opponent, there's no comparison. Oh, you're really fucking funny. The young man with short hair couldn't stand Chen Yang's words and cursed.
Chen Yang suddenly looked at the young man with short hair with cold eyes. The foul language used by the short-haired young man just now made him feel a little unhappy. Are all those who play racing cars so uncultured? Chen Yang also wanted to try it out, so he said, I really want to come.
You come.
The short-haired young man suddenly spoke loudly, showing how unhappy he was at the moment.
Okay, but I have bargaining chips. Chen Yang said.
You say.
I want to bet 500,000.
If I lose, I will give him 500,000. If he loses, he has to give me 500,000.
Chen Yang said calmly.
When they heard that Chen Yang wanted to bet 500,000, the young man with short hair, Hanya, and Su Lingling were all shocked.
$500,000 is a lot to bet at once. Su Lingling and Hanya were both unsure.
You said it. The young man with short hair narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Of course. Chen Yang said softly, also showing his inner certainty. The short-haired young man pointed his index finger at Chen Yang and said, Good boy, you want to lose money.
Fine, I'll grant you your wish, my wish.
The young man walked towards Yu Fengche again.
As soon as he left, Su Lingling immediately frowned and said to Chen Yang, Master, if you lose, I will pay for it.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang smiled helplessly.
First of all, Su Lingling is really rich. Secondly, Su Lingling actually thought he would lose? Do you think he will lose? I am speechless. So what you mean is that I might lose, right?
Chen Yang said helplessly to Su Lingling.
Su Lingling smiled awkwardly, look at my bad mouth.
But I think they are quite powerful.
Hanya analyzed seriously. Anyway, just watch.
Su Lingling said softly. After a while, Yu Feng drove a sports car to Chen Yang. After looking at him coldly for 2 seconds, he said angrily, Hurry up and get in the car.
Confirm again, do you really want to compete?
Chen Yang was also speechless. In fact, he didn't want to attack Yu Feng at all.
We are in a difficult situation now.
Yu Feng said with narrowed eyes.
Okay. Chen Yang nodded.
Since Yu Feng has decided this, Chen Yang doesn't want to waste any more words. Chen Yang has always been a decisive person in making decisions.
In that case, come on. Chen Yang got into Su Lingling's sports car.
Su Lingling and Hanya stood on the side of the road, both feeling a little unsure.
Soon, Chen Yang's sports car and Yu Feng's sports car parked side by side on the track.
The short-haired young man stood in the middle of the cars and said, I'll count to 3, and you guys start.
Run 2 laps. You all understand the rules, right? Neither Chen Yang nor Yu Feng said anything.
The short-haired young man began to count, 1, 2. At this moment, Yufeng looked at Chen Yang seriously and said, "Last time on the pedestrian street, I saw that you drove well, so I'll give you a try today."
I heard that you used to be a professional racing driver? Chen Yang asked calmly. Chapter 21: The Female CEO's Active Invitation. He. Yufeng smiled but didn't answer. It was obvious that he didn't want to answer. 3.
At this moment, the short-haired young man suddenly counted to 3.
Yufeng reacted quickly and drove forward quickly. Chen Yang also drove to chase Yufeng's car. Although Chen Yang's start time was 2 seconds later than Yufeng's, Chen Yang was not worried at all. Because he knew that Yufeng could never be his opponent. It's impossible.
After Chen Yang's car started running, Su Lingling, out of the feeling that she and Chen Yang were on the same team, shouted loudly, "Master, come on, Master, come on." However, after Su Lingling had been shouting for a while, Hanya pulled her arm and said, "Stop shouting.
He can't hear you." Su Lingling was still screaming.
Although Hanya asked her to stop shouting, Su Lingling just wanted to cheer for Chen Yang, and she couldn't stop him no matter what Hanya said.
Su Lingling continued to cheer for Chen Yang, and Hanya ignored him.
However, after Chen Yang and Yufeng competed for a round, the winner was basically decided. Chen Yang's car was so far ahead of Yufeng's car that after the second lap, Chen Yang was basically 1 minute ahead of Yufeng and crossed the finish line. In the racing competition, Chen Yang was actually 1 minute ahead of Yufeng.
This is terrifying, isn't it?
When Yufeng passed the finish line, he was a little angry and hit the steering wheel hard twice. As for the young man with short hair standing by the runway, Hanya and Su Lingling, they all looked a little surprised at this moment. Although they didn't know what Chen Yang was thinking while driving, the three of them felt at the same time that Chen Yang won too easily. Chen Yang then opened the door of the racing car, got out of the car, walked to Yufeng and said, 500,000. Yufeng glanced at Chen Yang with a bit of displeasure, took out his cell phone from his pocket and said, "Tell me your bank card number."
"How about this, you go back and transfer this money to Xiao Qingyue?" Chen Yang suddenly asked.
Yufeng frowned, a look of deep confusion appeared on his face.
"Ask Xiao Qingyue if she wants the money.
If she does, give it to her.
If not, you will owe it to me for the time being," Chen Yang said. Yufeng was also a little puzzled by Chen Yang's actions.
However, his intuitive feeling was that Chen Yang might not want to accept the 500,000 yuan from him because he was Xiao Qingyue's friend.
"Then I'll ask Lao Xiao later,"
Yufeng said lightly.
"Next time, don't ask me to race," Chen Yang said lightly. He let Yufeng witness his god-level racing skills. If Yufeng asks him to race again next time, it would be boring. "Brother, leave me your contact information," Yufeng suddenly said to Chen Yang.
He also admired Chen Yang's racing skills and wanted to make friends with Chen Yang. But Chen Yang said calmly, "Go ask Xiao Qingyue later." Chen Yang was too lazy to give his cell phone number to Yufeng.
He didn't want to waste his time.
Upon hearing this, Yufeng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. He felt that this Chen Yang was truly extraordinary.
When did such an awesome person emerge in Linhai? How come he didn't know about it? Chen Yang returned to Su Lingling and Hanya.
He was also a little tired, so he said to Su Lingling, "Let's stop teaching here today."
Su Lingling was still a little reluctant. "Why?" "I'm a little tired,"
Chen Yang said helplessly. "I thought to myself, I teach you how to race and I won't charge you any tuition, that's pretty fair. Now, of course, the teaching time is decided by me. Besides, I have taught seriously and responsibly today, and the time has been long enough."
"Okay then," Su Lingling said helplessly.
However, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said to Chen Yang, "I'll make arrangements tonight and we'll have dinner."
"No." Chen Yang refused, "Maybe some other day."
The reason why Chen Yang refused was that he was a little tired and didn't want to go out for dinner anymore.
He just wanted to go back to his school dormitory and have a good rest.
Ah?
Su Lingling opened her mouth wide, looking disappointed.
She obviously didn't expect Chen Yang to refuse the suggestion of going out for dinner tonight.
"Let's do it another day."
Chen Yang smiled at Su Lingling.
"Then you will arrange the time when the time comes?" Su Lingling asked.
"Okay, of course."
Chen Yang agreed readily.
It was just a matter of arranging mealtimes, and Chen Yang was happy to do it.
"Master Chen, you are so good at racing that I want to learn from you."
At this time, Hanya laughed at Chen Yang.
"If you want to learn, why don't you come with Miss Su every time?"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
Thank you, Hanya said sincerely.
After all, regardless of anything else, Chen Yang's superb racing skills made her admire him from the bottom of her heart.
Well, you drive me back to school. It's a good opportunity for you to practice the skills I just taught you, Chen Yang then said to Su Lingling. Su Lingling also reacted immediately and felt a little guilty.
Look at her mind, she is still immersed in the disappointment that Chen Yang is not going to the dinner party tonight. Little did she know that Chen Yang was going back to school, and it was wrong for her to send Chen Yang back to school. Su Lingling hurriedly got into the racing car and said to Chen Yang, "Master, get in the car."
Okay.
Chen Yang smiled at Su Lingling.
Afterwards, Chen Yang got into Su Lingling's car. Su Lingling drove the car a little unfamiliarly and headed towards Linhai University. Su Lingling sent Chen Yang to the gate of Linhai University.
Chen Yang got out of the car and said to Su Lingling, "Let's go.
Drive slowly."
Su Lingling nodded seriously and said, "Then you can arrange the dinner time later."
Of course.
Chen Yang smiled faintly. Su Lingling waved to Chen Yang, then she drove away in her racing car.
Chen Yang also returned to the dormitory. He did nothing.
He just lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. After he rested for a while, 3 of his roommates suddenly came back from outside. Daihuan saw Chen Yang and greeted him, "Hey, Yangzi, you're back."
Without even opening his eyes, Chen Yang asked, "What did you do just now?" Daihuan grinned, "Guess."
Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Daihuan and said, "Do you still need to guess? You have a greasy mouth, so you must have gone to eat." Daihuan smiled a little awkwardly.
Buzz.
Chen Yang continued to rest with his eyes closed, but around 6 o'clock in the evening, the cell phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. Chen Yang quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a look. To his great surprise, the call was from Xiao Qingyue.
"This girl will also call me on her own initiative?" Chen Yang muttered. However, Chen Yang was of course curious about why Xiao Qingyue called him now. Chen Yang answered the phone and said, "Hello, why are you calling?" Chapter 22 Xiao Qingyue's conservative nature. "Do you have time tonight?" Xiao Qingyue asked while looking at the computer screen. On Chen Yang's side, when he heard Xiao Qingyue's words, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Because Chen Yang could hear that when Xiao Qingyue said this, it seemed like she wanted to ask him to do something in the evening. Chen Yang immediately smiled and said, "Of course there is time, and there is plenty of time, right? I'll treat you to a meal."
Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
"Treat me dinner?"
"It seems that after treating you so many times, I finally see the return on my money."
Chen Yang joked. "Do you want to eat or not?"
Xiao Qingyue also looked impatient, thinking that Chen Yang talked too much nonsense. Chen Yang immediately smiled and said, "Eat, of course I ate."
"What time and in which restaurant?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Wait for my call,"
Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
"Okay, sure. Absolutely." Chen Yang laughed. "Goodbye then,"
Xiao Qingyue said softly.
"Goodbye," Chen Yang said lightly. Afterwards, Chen Yang waited for Xiao Qingyue to hang up the phone before he took the phone away from his ear. Xiao Qingyue actually wants to treat him to dinner tonight, which is a good thing for Chen Yang.
At least it shows that she is not against him now.
However, I am obviously still some distance away from marrying her. But Chen Yang was not worried at all. As long as he had the system, Xiao Qingyue might be his, right?
Chen Yang then thought to himself that when he went to have dinner with Xiao Qingyue this time, he should give her a gift.
Doesn't Xiao Qingyue like stuffed toys?
Then buy her a stuffed toy. Anyway, Chen Yang has always been very generous to the women he likes.
Afterwards, Chen Yang left the dormitory and took a taxi to the central shopping mall.
Anyway, he is not short of money now, so he can accept any plush toy no matter how expensive it is. Chen Yang bought another big wife from a plush toy store in the central shopping mall and prepared to give it to Xiao Qingyue. Afterwards, he thought it was okay since he was going back to school, so he went shopping in the central shopping mall by himself. The central department store is a large shopping mall, and even on normal days, there are still many people shopping there.
Chen Yang was strolling leisurely in the mall.
As luck would have it, a young man in a blue suit came across him with a petite woman in his arms. As soon as Chen Yang saw the young man in the blue suit, he recognized him immediately. He remembered that he had met this young man in a blue suit by chance when he was dining with Xiao Qingyue at the Zino restaurant.
Unexpectedly, I met him again in the mall today.
Hey!
The young man in the blue suit was quite generous.
He also saw Chen Yang and immediately stretched out his right arm, pointed at Chen Yang and shouted.
Chen Yang's mouth curled up into a faint smile and said, "What a coincidence."
The young man in the blue suit stopped in front of Chen Yang, looked at the big white in Chen Yang's arms, and said, "You are shopping alone."
Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. "Isn't it?
I'm going to have dinner with Qingyue tonight, so I bought this plush toy from here and gave it to her."
"Are you chasing Lao Xiao?"
The young man in the blue suit looked at Chen Yang in surprise and asked. When he asked this question, Chen Yang could clearly see a hint of contempt in his expression.
"Isn't it? I like her." Chen Yang said calmly. "Why? You seem to have a different opinion on our relationship? Brother, I see that you haven't even graduated from school yet?"
The young man in the blue suit asked with contempt.
"If you are interested in me, you can investigate my background. However, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first," Chen Yang said lightly.
He felt that he obviously couldn't communicate with the young man in the blue suit.
Besides, how could he know what happened between him and Xiao Qingyue? Is it necessary to explain to him? "Hello." However, just as Chen Yang was leaving, the young man in the blue suit suddenly grabbed his clothes from behind.
Chen Yang felt that this action was still very rude, so he turned to the young man in the blue suit and said, "Let go of your hand. My suggestion is to give up that idea as soon as possible, okay?"
The young man in the blue suit narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang suddenly grabbed the wrist of the young man in the blue suit.
He just squeezed it lightly,
and the young man in the blue suit frowned in pain.
Chen Yang is very strong now. How can the young man in blue suit be his opponent?
Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in the blue suit with a frown on his face, and said, "In the future, don't do such impolite things again." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he let go of the wrist of the young man in the blue suit and turned away.
"Shit."
The young man in the blue suit still felt pain in his wrist. Although Chen Yang had already left, he still couldn't help but swear.
Will Sister Xiao be interested in him?
At this time, the petite girlfriend of the young man in the blue suit said with a look of disdain. The young man in the blue suit gnashed his teeth and said, "This kid, I will definitely deal with him when I get the chance."
"How about calling Sister Xiao and telling her about this?"
the petite girl said seriously. The young man in the blue suit immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "No need, this guy is quite interesting, I will definitely meet him again later, let's play with him slowly." On Chen Yang's side, not long after he separated from the young man in the blue suit, he received a call from Xiao Qingyue.
Chen Yang knew that Xiao Qingyue would definitely tell him where to eat it tonight. Chen Yang answered the call, but before Xiao Qingyue could speak, Chen Yang asked first, "By the way, what's the name of the man in the blue suit I met in the Xinhua restaurant last time?"
As for Xiao Qingyue, when she heard what Chen Yang said, a strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes and she asked, "Call me Yi Jixin, what's wrong? I just met him and had a little argument with him. If you see him next time, you'd better remind him to be more well-behaved when he meets me next time," Chen Yang said with a smile.
"Quarrel?" Xiao Qingyue's brows suddenly frowned when she heard that.
"Okay, it's not a big deal. I just want you to remind him that he'd better stay out of the matter between you and me,"
Chen Yang sneered. "What kind of argument did you have?"
Xiao Qingyue asked with a frown. "I told him I liked you, but he said there was no possibility between us,"
Chen Yang said. "You?"
Xiao Qingyue's face suddenly turned red with anger.
Why does Chen Yang like to talk nonsense?
However, Xiao Qingyue felt a little helpless because she had done that with Chen Yang before. She felt that she could only be with Chen Yang in the future. Xiao Qingyue is still very conservative at heart.
Chapter 23. If you want to order, of course you should order something expensive. Then where are you now?
Xiao Qingyue asked with a slightly frown.
Xiao Qingyue felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, Chen Yang could also sense Xiao Qingyue's discomfort and asked, "Did I make you unhappy?" "A little bit,"
Xiao Qingyue said without comment.
"So will you treat me to dinner tonight?" Chen Yang asked with a faint smile. "I don't know."
Xiao Qingyue's voice was a little cold.
"Okay, that's the end of the matter. I will handle it. Don't be angry." Chen Yang laughed. Also try to comfort Xiao Qingyue. After all, women are all emotional animals.
As long as she lets her emotions out, everything will be fine.
Chen Yang was willing to coax Xiao Qingyue because he liked her. If this was a woman he wasn't interested in, would he coax her?
He didn't want to waste his saliva.
Xiao Qingyue thought about it and decided not to mention this to Chen Yang for the time being since she had already booked a hotel. However, think about it, it is indeed wrong for Yi Zhixin to ridicule Chen Yang. Let's talk about this later. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyue said seriously, don't do this next time. Okay. Chen Yang simply agreed. However, if Yi Zhixin is rude to him again next time, Chen Yang will hurt him very much. He is not such a good-tempered person. Of course, the reason why he agreed to Xiao Qingyue so readily was just to comfort her emotions. Well, seeing that your attitude is pretty good, I forgive you this time. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Chen Yang smiled slightly and thought to himself, as expected, women are all emotional animals. That's enough to appease her. The hotel we're having dinner tonight is the Pearl Hotel, on the 4th floor, West Wind Hall. Remember that. Xiao Qingyue said softly. Remember it, don't worry. Chen Yang said confidently. Yeah. Xiao Qingyue simply responded, then hung up Chen Yang's phone. Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Bite. Just as he was about to leave the mall, unexpectedly, the system voice rang in his mind again. Side quest, do something to make Xiao Qingyue happy? Reward, charm +9. Well. After listening to the system's task, Chen Yang was speechless. Why are the system's task rewards always so meager? Once the mission is completed, the reward is charm value +9. Shabby, too shabby. However, Chen Yang later thought that the reward for the system task was meager, but the task was not difficult either. Just do something to make Xiao Qingyue happy. Isn't it true that if I give Dubai to Xiao Qingyue, won't Xiao Qingyue be happy? She will definitely be happy. System, this task is simple. Chen Yang also communicated with the system using his mind. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Yang arrived at the West Wind Hall on the 4th floor of the Pearl Hotel. After asking the front desk about the seat reserved by Xiao Qingyue, Chen Yang sat down at seat 23 and waited for Xiao Qingyue to arrive. At this time, beautiful music was playing in the West Wind Hall, which was also a kind of enjoyment for Chen Yang. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Qingyue finally appeared in the restaurant. She still had her long hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing her work suit. Her beautiful feet were wrapped in black high heels, which made rhythmic sounds as they stepped on the clean floor. Xiao Qingyue's expression at this moment was very calm. When Chen Yang saw her, he immediately stood up from his chair and pushed Dubai towards Xiao Qingyue, saying, "Here, this is for you." Xiao Qingyue took Dubai from Chen Yang, but her expression remained calm and she asked, "Why did you buy this again? Are you unhappy?" Chen Yang asked. "It's okay." Xiao Qingyue said. "The system task is not completed?" Chen Yang muttered to himself afterwards. He originally thought that by giving Dubai to Xiao Qingyue, the system task would be easily completed, but he didn't expect that the task would not be completed. This is interesting. Chen Yang said to himself again. Xiao Qingyue also saw that Chen Yang seemed to be worried, so she asked, "Why are you daydreaming?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang smiled helplessly at Xiao Qingyue and said, "Nothing. I thought you would be very happy to receive my Dubai. Didn't I tell you that I have too many of these things at home?" Xiao Qingyue explained. Okay. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. In this regard, he was speechless. It turns out that sending Dubai to Xiao Qingyue will not complete the mission. After that, Chen Yang asked Xiao Qingyue directly, "Tell me, what should I do now to make you happy? Is there anything wrong with your brain?" Xiao Qingyue frowned and looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's behavior was so weird. Did you forget to take your medicine before going out? You're the one with a problem in your brain. Chen Yang retorted. I think you are really sick. Xiao Qingyue said with disgust. Oh, you mentioned illness. I actually forgot to take my medicine when I went out. Chen Yang joked. He also thought, I was just joking with Xiao Qingyue, as long as I made her laugh, it wouldn't be considered a mission accomplished. You're sick. Xiao Qingyue muttered. Do you have medicine? Chen Yang asked. What are you doing? Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang helplessly. Didn't you say I was sick? I just asked you if you have any medicine? Chen Yang said. Phew. Xiao Qingyue covered her mouth and laughed happily. She couldn't hold it back any longer and was really amused by Chen Yang. Chen Yang picked up the cup and took a sip of water, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. Don't tease me. Xiao Qingyue laughed for a while and said. Chen Yang didn't say anything either. Bite. And at this moment, the system voice that Chen Yang had been waiting for a long time finally sounded. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. It's finally done. Chen Yang said to himself. Afterwards, Xiao Qingyue showed a serious expression again, pushed the menu in front of Chen Yang and said, Order whatever you like. I have difficulty making choices. You order. You must have come here many times and you are familiar with the food. So you should order. Chen Yang said calmly. The reason why Chen Yang gave the order to Xiao Qingyue was that he really didn't care what to eat. As long as Xiao Qingyue enjoys the meal, that's enough. As for him, just having enough to eat is enough. You order, I'm treating you to a meal. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Seeing Xiao Qingyue's insistence, Chen Yang didn't argue with her. He lowered his head, picked up the menu, took a look, and pointed to the most expensive $29.99 set meal and said, This is it. You're really willing to spend so much. Xiao Qingyue said helplessly when she saw that Chen Yang ordered such an expensive set meal. Chapter 24 This is my woman. What's wrong? Are you a little reluctant to let go? Chen Yang smiled at Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue said calmly, It's nothing, as long as you are happy eating. Chen Yang touched the tip of his nose and said, I just ordered a little more expensive because you are the boss. It's nothing. He. Xiao Qingyue gave Chen Yang a fake smile. Although it was a perfunctory response to Chen Yang, it seemed very playful and cute. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said nothing more. At this time, Xiao Qingyue suddenly looked at Chen Yang and asked, You are a senior this year, right? You will graduate soon. What are your plans? Well. Chen Yang was a little caught off guard for a moment, and of course he didn't expect Xiao Qingyue to suddenly ask him this question. But speaking of the future. If everything develops according to the system's task, he will definitely marry Xiao Qingyue. Then, they worked together to manage a family fortune worth tens of billions and reach the peak of their lives. Chen Yang thought about it and laughed, My future is you. When Xiao Qingyue heard this, her face suddenly turned red. Then, she said a little angrily, Be serious. Serious? Was I being indecent just now? Chen Yang thought secretly in his heart. Okay then. Chen Yang looked a little helpless. Later, he also thought that since Xiao Qingyue wanted to have a serious chat with him, then let them have a serious chat. Chen Yang smiled and said, As for the future, it must be finding a job, getting married, and having kids, right? You should be able to find an internship company now, right? Xiao Qingyue asked seriously. Almost, but I'm not in a hurry to find a job for now. Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue indifferently. The reason why Chen Yang said this was that he was considering that the system might make some arrangements regarding his work. Anyway, let us talk about it later. It's best for you to have a plan for your future. Xiao Qingyue spoke to Chen Yang as if she were an experienced person. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang laughed and said, I understand. Don't worry. I still have control over my future. Hello, young lady. Xiao Qingyue continued chatting with Chen Yang, and just after they had chatted for about 10 minutes, suddenly a blonde and blue-eyed foreign man, holding an Apple's latest mobile phone, took a reverse selfie and said to Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue quickly looked at the foreign man and said with a calm smile, Hello. Beauty, I'm completing a task. Excuse me, can I take a close-up photo with you? I'm just completing a task for school. Don't be nervous, it will be done soon. The foreign man said sincerely. Xiao Qingyue was a little hesitant. After all, she didn't know this foreign man, and Xiao Qingyue felt a little reluctant to complete the task of taking close-up photos with him. It's like this. I'm now comparing the facial shapes of Chinese people with those of us Westerners, and then summarizing the comparative data. It will provide help to some companies that produce glasses, masks, and so on. Do you understand what I mean? The young foreign man explained in slightly awkward Chinese. Xiao Qingyue hesitated for a while, but decided to agree. After all, it was just a photo shoot and it was done quickly. Xiao Qingyue nodded, but at this moment, Chen Yang stood up and said, Aren't you going to analyze the difference between the Chinese and Western faces? Let me take a photo with you. Chen Yang is very stingy. He wanted his woman to take a close-up photo with this strange man. Shit. Unacceptable.
The foreign man said helplessly, I have finished taking photos with men, now the only photos left are photos with women.
Then go find someone else. I won't allow it.
Chen Yang said directly. The foreign man looked a little embarrassed. Chen Yang looked at the foreign man with a smile on his face. His eyes were firm, showing his inner determination.
Hey, man, is it just a photo?
The foreign man looked helpless.
Chen Yang shrugged, indicating that he did not agree yet.
But the foreign man seemed determined to take the photo today. He suddenly reached out to hug Xiao Qingyue and take the photo, trying to make a surprise attack.
It's just that this guy's hands are fast, but can he be faster than Chen Yan?
Just when this guy was about to hug Xiao Qingyue, Chen Yang suddenly made a quick move, grabbed the guy's wrist and said, Want to launch a surprise attack?
Let go, let go.
The foreign man said with a frown.
Tell me, what did you want to do just now?
Chen Yang said calmly, with confidence flashing in his eyes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The foreign man also admitted his mistake immediately. Chen Yang then said coldly to the foreign man, Look carefully, this is my girlfriend.
No one can touch her except me. Do you hear me?
The foreign man nodded repeatedly, I heard it, I heard it.
Roll.
Chen Yang released the foreign man's wrist and pushed him forward. The foreign man staggered back 5 steps and then ran away. Chen Yang watched the foreign man run away, turned around, looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, Let's continue eating. Chen Yang had an indifferent attitude towards what had just happened. However, Xiao Qingyue's face was red all the way to her neck.
What did Chen Yang just say, his girlfriend? He is really confident too. When did she become his girlfriend? You just talked nonsense again. Xiao Qingyue said to Chen Yang a little angrily as soon as she sat down. That's what I really think.
Chen Yang said softly, without any embarrassment at all.
Forget it, it's all over.
Xiao Qingyue said softly. Chen Yang nodded seriously and said, Just now, that person's behavior really made me very upset. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang deeply and said, Stop talking. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue didn't want to talk anymore, Chen Yang smiled and said, Okay, let's talk about something else. After that, Chen Yang started chatting with Xiao Qingyue about other things while eating. Of course, Xiao Qingyue had a deeper understanding of Chen Yang through this conversation with him. In fact, Xiao Qingyue didn't know why she wanted to get to know Chen Yang better. She had mixed feelings. An hour and a half later, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue had finished eating.
Chen Yang didn't eat much, and he wasn't very hungry.
Seeing that he had finished his meal and was tired of sitting, Chen Yang smiled at Xiao Qingyue and said, Are you full?
Let's go.
Please sit down for a while, I'll pay the bill. Xiao Qingyue said generously. After saying that, she stood up from the sofa and went to the front desk to pay the bill. After paying the bill, Xiao Qingyue returned to sit opposite Chen Yang and asked, Do you have anything else?
No.
Chen Yang shook his head slightly. However, it would be nice if we could go shopping or take a walk together later. Chen Yang said with a smile.
I may not have time.
Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Chen Yang also guessed that Xiao Qingyue would definitely refuse, so he was not surprised at all. After that, Chen Yang shrugged and said, Let's go.
I don't need you to see me off tonight. Xiao Qingyue stood up from the sofa and suddenly emphasized to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang was a little speechless after hearing this. After 5 seconds, he said again, You won't give me a chance to show off?
Chapter 25 Are you asking me to build a house?
This has nothing to do with performance or not, okay? Xiao Qingyue said to Chen Yang with a cold face.
Okay then.
Chen Yang nodded, and then said nothing more, and said to Xiao Qingyue, Then let's go down.
Xiao Qingyue nodded.
Afterwards, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue arrived at the hotel entrance together. Unexpectedly, a man in a black suit and a side-parted hair came out of Xiao Qingyue's Porsche Cayenne and respectfully walked up to Xiao Qingyue and said, Miss Xiao, have you finished eating? As soon as Chen Yang saw this man with a side-parted hair and wearing a suit, he immediately understood why Xiao Qingyue didn't want him to send her back. It turns out that she has a driver. Of course, Chen Yang doesn't care about this. Xiao Qingyue has a driver, so she has a driver. There was a driver to take her, so of course he didn't need to bother. Xiao Qingyue turned around, glanced at Chen Yang and said, I'm leaving.
Be careful on the road. Chen Yang warned. Yeah. Xiao Qingyue nodded slightly at Chen Yang.
At this moment, the driver with the side-parted hair turned sideways and said, Miss, this way, please.
See you tomorrow, Mr. Xiao.
Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue again. Xiao Qingyue looked back at Chen Yang and said nothing.
However, the driver looked at Chen Yang with a strange look, which obviously meant, "Who are you?"
Chen Yang also looked at the driver with calm eyes. The driver looked at Chen Yang for 2 seconds, then looked away, turned around, and helped Xiao Qingyue open the back door. Xiao Qingyue got into the car, and the driver also got into the cab. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue's car was about to drive away, Chen Yang also reached out and waved at Xiao Qingyue, and Wei smiled. The driver still looked at Chen Yang with strange eyes. After all, he had been in the Xiao family for quite some time, and had seen many wealthy young men pursuing Xiao Qingyue. But Xiao Qingyue agreed to none of them. Just now he saw that Chen Yang seemed to also have the intention of pursuing Xiao Qingyue, and this popular man couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You have to know what kind of status Miss Xiao has. She is the daughter of the richest man in Linhai City.
Look at Chen Yang again.
He looks like he hasn't even graduated from college, but he also wants to pursue Miss Xiao.
Is he really a toad wanting to eat swan meat?
After driving for a while, the driver was a little curious, so he asked Xiao Qingyue with a smile,
"Miss, is the man you just had dinner with your friend?"
"Right." Xiao Qingyue remained non-committal. "He seems to look quite young," the driver said cautiously. After all, he was gossiping about the young lady. If he said something wrong and offended Xiao Qingyue, it would be no small matter.
"He is just an ordinary friend of mine,"
Xiao Qingyue said softly.
"Oh." The driver nodded and didn't dare to ask any more questions.
Xiao Qingyue also turned her head to look at the scenery outside the car window, feeling very complicated. At this moment, she was also wondering what her relationship with Chen Yang was.
She couldn't explain it clearly. Achoo. Achoo.
As for Chen Yang, he was waiting for a taxi on the roadside when he suddenly sneezed twice.
Rubbing his nose, Chen Yang thought to himself, "Who is saying bad things about me behind my back? Could it be the driver who just drove Xiao Qingyue?"
Chen Yang was speechless for a while, and then he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, a taxi stopped right in front of him. Chen Yang stopped the taxi, got in the taxi, and headed towards the school. Chen Yang returned to the dormitory and saw that his 5 roommates were all there, working seriously on their graduation projects. Seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and said jokingly, "I didn't expect this today.
Everyone is working on their graduation project. I have to hurry up too." Upon hearing what Chen Yang said, Daihwan turned his head and said, "Yangzi, you're back?"
"Yeah, very tired," Chen Yang said with a smile.
"Yangzi, what are you doing outside? Why are you so tired?"
At this moment, Guofei suddenly turned his head and smiled at Chen Yang in a somewhat ambiguous manner.
Chen Yang knew that Guofei was driving.
He smiled helplessly and said, "Brother Fei, don't let your imagination run wild."
"Yangzi, you need to be restrained." Daihwan laughed. Chen Yang felt a headache. Afterwards I thought, well, I've admitted it, so what? Then he laughed and said, "You know."
Afterwards, Chen Yang sat down at his computer desk and continued to work on his graduation project, without having any more conversations with these hooligans in the dormitory.
Chen Yang worked on his graduation project until 11 o'clock in the evening before going to bed. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning.
Bite. As soon as Chen Yang opened his eyes, he was surprised to hear the system voice in his head. Chen Yang was very surprised when he heard that it was the system's voice.
He thought to himself, "Gosh, the system came so early today? What kind of task is it going to issue?"
Side quest: the host goes to the Junlan Community Sales Office to purchase a residential building.
Reward: a Haoyuan villa. What?
After listening to this small task from the system, Chen Yang was also very confused.
What does this mean? Ask him to buy a residential building in Junlan Community, and then reward him with a villa? Simple.
Then don't give it up, you now have 2 more houses. Chen Yang thought about it and felt that he needed to have his own house in Linhai. After all, he is about to graduate and will not be able to live in the school dormitory for long. It would be best if he could have his own house in Linhai. Chen Yang also immediately decided to finish his classes in the morning and then go to Junlan Community to buy a house. In the morning, after the first class, Daihwan came to Chen Yang again and said, "Yangzi, let's go play basketball."
"Stop fighting. We have important things to do later."
Chen Yang immediately smiled at Daihwan. Daihwan smiled bitterly, "You have been very busy lately."
Chen Yang shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. I have a mission to complete and I must be very busy. Do you have a new girlfriend? When can you introduce her to us guys?" Dai Huan said with a laugh.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. "I'll treat you when we get married."
Get married?
Dai Huan was also confused.
What does this have to do with anything? Chen Yang has already thought about getting married?
It seems that his new girlfriend is really good.
Come on. Dai Huan encouraged Chen Yang.
Chen Yang also smiled slightly and said nothing.
After all, he had experienced the fusion system incident, so how could Dai Huan know about it? Moreover, Chen Yang would not tell anyone about this. Xiao Qingyue couldn't say it either. Bite. Host, please pay attention to the time and complete the task immediately.
At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chen Yang's mind.
Chen Yang was helpless when he heard this, and replied with his mind, "Isn't my buddy going to complete the task? Why are you rushing me?" Chapter 26. I really don't care about a villa.
After Chen Yang finished speaking, he quickly left the campus, took a taxi to the central shopping mall, drove his golden sports car, and then rushed to the sales office of Junlan Community. The reason why Chen Yang wanted to drive his own golden sports car was, after all, he was going to buy a house, so of course he wanted to make himself more high profile. He didn't want to go to the sales office and be looked down upon again. At 11 o'clock in the morning, a golden sports car suddenly stopped in front of the sales office of Junlan Community. The sales office of Junlan Community is built like a bathing club, very grand.
This is normal.
After all, many sales offices are built in a grand manner, so that people can be fooled.
Chen Yang got out of the golden sports car and walked towards the entrance of the sales office. As soon as he entered the door, a young lady with a ponytail came up to him and said, "Sir, do you want to see the house?" "Yes."
Chen Yang nodded and answered very straightforwardly.
"Is this your first time here?" asked the sales lady.
Chen Yang took a look at the sales lady's name tag and realized that her name was Yi Zitting. However, when Yi Zitting asked him questions, her eyes were clearly filled with scrutiny, as she looked him from head to toe. When Chen Yang saw Yi Zitting looking at him, he thought to himself, "Is this going to be another time where I get looked down upon?" Seeing that Yi Zitting had finished looking at him, Chen Yang smiled and asked him, "Is there anything about me that is worth your attention?" Yi Zitting smiled and said, "No, come with me."
Chen Yang didn't say much.
He smiled and followed Yi Zitting into the sales hall. As soon as Chen Yang entered the hall, he saw the sand table, of course, and there were many people who were buying houses standing near the sand table looking at it. Yi Zitting stood beside the sand table, then looked at Chen Yang and asked, "Sir, please take a look. Our Building 3 and Building 6 are both on pre-sale. However, you have to hurry up. The supply of houses is limited and there are many buyers. If you are interested, it is best to sign the contract in advance. As long as you treat me better today, I will sign today, and in full." Chen Yang smiled faintly. Anyway, Chen Yang came to buy a house today just to complete the system task. As for the house type and location, Chen Yang felt that these could be put aside. The important thing is to buy a house. When Yi Zitting heard what Chen Yang said, she blushed a little and said, "You are kidding. I want a balcony facing south, worth about 1 million, and preferably one on a floor that is not too high." Chen Yang then said to Yi Zitting. Yi Zitting turned on the purple ultraviolet light, shone it towards the sand table and said, "Look, this one and this one, both are good. Both of these houses have balconies facing south. 9 floors, the meaning seems to be good."
Chen Yang laughed.
"Well, the 9th floor is great," Yi Zitting said with a smile.
"Then it's this one," Chen Yang said.
"Anyway, this floor is pretty good, and the layout is also pretty good, a small 3-bedroom, quite comfortable, and it only cost 1 million. It just so happened that Chen Yang had more than 1 million in his card.
"This is it?"
Yi Zitting widened her eyes, obviously not expecting Chen Yang to make a decision so quickly.
"Right," Chen Yang answered with certainty. "Will you pay in full?" Yi Zitting asked again. "Certainly." "Do you have your ID card with you?" "Certainly."
"Then you must prepare a bank card with enough cash. We will swipe the card after we sign the contract,"
Yi Zitting said seriously. "Come whatever you want,"
Chen Yang said easily.
Okay.
Yi Zitting nodded quickly. She then took Chen Yang to the sofa area next to them where they were going to sign the contract. As Yi Zitting walked, she smiled bitterly in her heart and thought to herself, "There are so many rich people in Linhai City. Chen Yang successfully signed a contract with Yi Ziding and swiped his card to pay 1 million yuan on the spot. Yi Ziding smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I can't believe you can afford to buy a house in full at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang also smiled slightly and said, "Hey, thank you." After all, what else could he say in response to Yi Ziding's praise? "I can only express my gratitude." He couldn't say anything else. Chen Yang finally completed the formalities with Yi Ziding. Chen Yang and Yi Ziding also added each other on WeChat. After all, it would be convenient for them to contact each other if there were any issues regarding the house in the future. After Chen Yang arrived, Yi Ziding sent him to the door of the sales office. Until she saw Chen Yang walking to the golden sports car, Yi Ziding widened her eyes again. She never expected that Chen Yang was driving a golden sports car. So rich. Yi Ziding said in a low voice, feeling a little envious. On Chen Yang's side, when he walked to the Lamborghini, he also saw two young men dressed very fashionably, surrounding his car and looking at it. It's no surprise that a golden Lamborghini would draw crowds of onlookers. However, when Chen Yang looked at the two young men, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with dyed red hair, they did not look like normal young people in society, so he did not want to communicate much with them. Chen Yang walked to the car door. At this time, the young man with dyed yellow hair immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Brother, do you want to rent this car?" "Not for rent," Chen Yang said calmly, and his answer was also very decisive. "You rented this car, too, right?" the red-haired young man asked with a sneer. Chen Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and asked, "What do you do?" The blonde young man said, "We are here to shoot vibrato videos." "I want to ask, where did you rent this car? How much is it per day? Or is it charged by the hour?" "Rent? This is not rented, it's mine," Chen Yang said. Snort. The red-haired young man smiled with disdain. That expression clearly says, "You're just bragging." Chen Yang didn't know them, and of course he didn't want to waste time talking to them. He opened the door and got in the car, saying, "Make way. Cars don't have eyes." "I've taken note of your license plate number," said the young man with yellow hair. "What? What else do you want to do to my car?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "This car is really nice," the young man with yellow hair praised. "The car is nice, but it's not rented," Chen Yang said calmly. After that, he didn't want to waste time talking to the young man anymore and drove away. Bite. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." As soon as the system voice fell, Chen Yang felt that there was something extra in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was 3 keys to the villa. I have a villa," Chen Yang thought to himself, but he was quite calm inside. It was just a villa. In the future, he would have a fortune of tens of billions. Would he still care about a villa? Chapter 27: The female president and her female bestie in the villa area. Chen Yang drove to Haoyuan Villa Community, which can be said to be the most high-end villa community in Linhai City. When Chen Yang went there, he also took a look at the room number on the key, which was engraved with the sign 31. Chen Yang had no idea what the 31 meant and thought to himself, maybe he should wait until he gets to the villa complex and ask. After a while, Chen Yang's golden sports car arrived at the gate of the villa community. Perhaps because of the golden sports car, the security guard at the entrance of the community let him pass without any obstruction. Chen Yang drove smoothly into the community, thinking to himself, "Is it so smooth?" Of course, Chen Yang was very happy in his heart. At least, everything was going smoothly so far. Chen Yang didn't understand what the 31 engraved on the key meant, so he thought of asking someone. At this moment, he suddenly saw a girl with a slender neck, a slim figure, wearing a high school uniform and a ponytail walking towards him. She looked pure, cute, and moving. Chen Yang also felt that this little girl was reliable, so he stopped the car, got out of the car, and asked the girl, "Excuse me." This high school girl seemed a little scared by Chen Yang. In his big dark eyes, he looked at Chen Yang with a hint of panic. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you, which villa does the number 31 on the key represent?" The girl took a look at Chen Yang's key and pointed to a villa not far away by the road and said, "That's it." "Oh, really? Thanks." Chen Yang smiled at the little girl. The little girl said shyly, "You're welcome." After saying that, she left again with her backpack on her back. Chen Yang glanced at the girl and thought to himself, this is indeed a residential area where wealthy people from the sea live.
The people who live there are indeed very extraordinary. However, Chen Yang was not envious of this.
After all, he is not an ordinary person.
Chen Yang walked happily towards the villa by the roadside.
Seeing that the villa was by the roadside and had great lighting, he was of course satisfied.
However, just as Chen Yang walked to the iron gate of the villa, Xiao Qingyue's unexpected voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yang?
Chen Yang heard that it was Xiao Qingyue calling him.
My heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself at the same time, Xiao Qingyue? It can't be such a coincidence, right?
Chen Yang turned around and saw that it was Xiao Qingyue, but behind her were Yi Jixin, his girlfriend, and two other very elegant women. It seems that this group of people are all from Xiao Qingyue's circle of friends. Seeing that Yi Jixin was the only man among Xiao Qingyue's group of people, Chen Yang couldn't help but think, this boy, hanging out with so many beauties, doesn't he feel like he has become a woman too?
Xiao Qingyue wore a high-end fur coat on the upper body and tight jeans on the lower body.
She had bright lips and had the temperament of a noble lady. She also frowned slightly, looked at Chen Yang curiously and asked, why are you here?
Looking at houses.
Chen Yang said easily. At this time, a girl with long hair, thick eyebrows, and an oval face standing next to Xiao Qingyue asked Xiao Qingyue, old Xiao, who is he?
A friend of mine.
Xiao Qingyue said softly. To be precise, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Chen Yang said with a faint smile.
Chen Yang also didn't want to hide anything in front of Xiao Qingyue's friends. What was there to hide? We are all adults.
However, Chen Yang saw Xiao Qingyue blushing, and he felt a little sorry for her, so he laughed and said, I was just joking.
Huh, you scared me. I really thought you had a boyfriend. The girl next to Xiao Qingyue laughed. Xiao Qingyue smiled peacefully.
After that, he obviously didn't want to talk to Chen Yang anymore, so he said to Chen Yang, I'm leaving.
This kid looks sneaky. I wonder why he comes to this high-end neighborhood.
At this moment, Yi Jixin suddenly said in a mischievous tone.
Yi Jixin was just playing with Chen Yang.
He felt that someone like Chen Yang was not worthy of being his opponent.
If he wants to play tricks on Chen Yang, he has many ways to do it.
After hearing what Yi Jixin said, Chen Yang thought Yi Jixin was a fool.
Chen Yang was not angry, but said calmly, how about we make a bet?
If I have a house here, you give me 1 million, and if I brag, I will give you 1 million. Of course Chen Yang is full of confidence now, it all depends on whether Yi Jixin has the guts.
I have nothing to do with you.
Yi Jixin said disdainfully. Chen Yang laughed and said, you are such a person, yet you still mock me.
You don't even dare to bet with me. Don't you feel embarrassed? As for me, I won't argue with you. If you really own a house, just bring the property certificate over for us to see.
Yi Jixin started to make trouble with Chen Yang.
Hearing this, Chen Yang also smiled lightly and said, if you don't think you are funny, why should I show it to you? It's funny.
After Chen Yang finished speaking, he turned around and took out the key from his pocket. He first opened the iron door outside, and then used the key to open the high-end anti-theft door at the entrance of the villa and said, Boss Xiao, except Yi Jixin, everyone else, come in and have a seat. When Xiao Qingyue saw that Chen Yang actually had a villa, she was also very surprised.
Although, with Xiao Qingyue's current financial strength, she would not even look down on a villa in a luxurious garden. However, what she couldn't understand was how Chen Yang had a villa in the mansion.
You know, a villa in Hao Yuan costs more than 5 million.
Chen Yang is just a student now. Moreover, Xiao Qingyue also investigated Chen Yang's family, which was an ordinary family.
There is a high probability that his parents will not give him money to buy him a villa. The two female companions around Xiao Qingyue saw that Chen Yang was targeting Yi Jixin and didn't give him any face at all, so they covered their mouths and laughed, thinking that Chen Yang was really interesting. However, Xiao Qingyue came to this villa community today to meet friends. She didn't want to waste too much time with Chen Yang, so she said to the person behind her, let's go. Yi Jixin was also feeling unhappy at this time.
However, he still smiled, not wanting to reveal his inner unhappiness to Chen Yang.
But Chen Yang's eyes are so sharp. He saw all of Yi Jixin's unhappiness. Chen Yang was also in a very good mood.
Who asked Yi Jixin to provoke him?
Chen Yang doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but of course, he is not afraid of trouble either.
Yi Jixin wanted to take advantage of him?
Chen Yang could only say that he was really crazy.
Seeing Xiao Qingyue and her group about to leave, Chen Yang continued to say enthusiastically, "Why don't you come in and sit down, Mr. Xiao? Are there any friends other than Yi Zhixin?" Chapter 28 Xiao Qingyue's Friends Mischief in the Bar. When Chen Yang said this, the two female companions beside Xiao Qingyue grinned. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with a strange look and said, "No." After saying that, Xiao Qingyue left with her friends. This, of course, also includes Yi Zhixin. After Xiao Qingyue took Yi Zhixin and the others for a walk, Yi Zhixin narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Old Xiao, why did you make friends with that little rascal?" "Don't say any more, it's all over." Xiao Qingyue suddenly turned around and said angrily to Yi Zhixin. In fact, Xiao Qingyue had already sent people to secretly investigate Chen Yang. Chen Yang has been an excellent student since childhood and is also a very kind person. He is not a scoundrel at all. The reason why Chen Yang treated Yi Zhixin like that just now was because Yi Zhixin was targeting Chen Yang. Anyway, Xiao Qingyue didn't want Yi Zhixin to mention this matter again. It gave her a headache. Yi Zhixin didn't say anything else, but he thought to himself, "Xiao Qingyue, you and that boy are really in love." As for Chen Yang, after Xiao Qingyue and the others left, he started to tour the villa. He toured from downstairs to upstairs, and then from upstairs to downstairs. He was generally satisfied with the decoration of the villa. After visiting the villa, Chen Yang thought of Yi Zhixin. He felt that he would have a conflict with Yi Zhixin sooner or later. Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but think to himself, "Yi Zhixin, you'd better be honest with me in the future. I hope you don't provoke me, otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Chen Yang muttered to himself, then clapped his hands and said, "Well, not bad, the villa is pretty good overall. If I hadn't seen Yi Zhixin today, today's visit would have been perfect. That guy." After Chen Yang finished muttering, he prepared to leave and go back to school. After all, this villa has just been acquired and Chen Yang doesn't want to live in it for the time being. He thought that whether to live in the villa or not should be decided after graduation. It's better to live in the dormitory now, it's so lively. Then, Chen Yang drove back to school. As soon as he returned to the school dormitory, he saw Dai Huan, Guofei, and another buddy in the dormitory playing games. Chen Yang also felt a little bored. Chen Yang casually threw the house purchase contract onto the computer desk and was about to put it away, but at this moment, it was discovered by another good friend in the dormitory, Lulu. Lulu was chubby. When he saw a house purchase contract on Chen Yang's desk, his eyes widened. Is it real or fake? Chen Yang was startled by Lulu's scream. Turning around, he joked, "It sounds like a ghost." Lulu widened his eyes and said, "Yangzi, is this house purchase contract real or fake?" "Whether it is true or false, you will know if you take it and take a look," Chen Yang said calmly. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he thought to himself, "It seems that I wanted to keep a low profile, but now I can't keep a low profile. But, who cares? My brother just bought a house. It's just high profile. What's wrong?" Lulu took the property deed and flipped through it, then exclaimed in surprise, "This is real." At this time, Dai Huan and Guofei stopped playing games and were attracted over together. Of course, they all saw Chen Yang's house purchase contract. Dai Huan immediately looked at Chen Yang and said, "Yangzi, are you buying a house?" "Yeah." Chen Yang nodded, but did not comment. "Anyway, since we have already decided to be high profile and reveal our cards, there is no need to hide anything." Grass. Dai Huan couldn't help but swear. Guofei was calm and said cheerfully, "Did your parents give you money?" "Yes." Chen Yang responded again. After all, Chen Yang had already thought about it. If the people in the dormitory asked him where the money came from, he would say that it was given by his parents. "That's amazing." Dai Huan continued to praise. Guofei asked, "Did your parents give you money to buy a house? For investment?" "Of course." Chen Yang said lightly. After saying that, Chen Yang didn't want to talk to them about buying a house anymore, so he took back the contract and said, Okay, this house is not mine, it belongs to my parents, there's nothing to discuss." When the roommates heard what Chen Yang said, they all smiled, and then they all returned to their seats. After this group of guys returned to their computer desks and sat down, Chen Yang hurriedly put away the house purchase contract. It's just an ordinary commercial house. If it wasn't a system requirement, he certainly wouldn't buy it. However, since it is for the purpose of completing the system task, just buy it. Maybe it will increase in value. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in Linhai City, at the Black Card Bar, the music was booming and the atmosphere was lively.
At this moment, in the rest and drinking area of the bar, Yi Jixin was drinking with a man with a side-parted hair and eyes as small as a slit. Although the man that Yi Jixin was hugging was ugly, he had a gold watch and a gold necklace and was very rich. Yi Jixin put his arm around the man's shoulders and, after drinking a little, he began to talk nonsense. Brother Ming, do you think Xiao Qingyue is stupid? Sun Ming immediately looked at Yi Jixin and said, don't you dare talk about my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? Did you get her? Your girlfriend?
Yi Jixin said with disdain. After Sun Ming drank a glass of wine, he said angrily, that woman is really difficult to deal with.
Old son, let me tell you, I have a boyfriend.
Yi Jixin said loudly. Sun Ming immediately looked at Yi Jixin again and said with a wicked smile, don't lie to me.
Does a woman like Xiao Qingyue also have a man she likes?
Still a student who hasn't even graduated from college. Yi Jixin said drunkenly. You must have drunk too much.
Sun Ming laughed. Don't believe it? Yi Jixin asked a little unhappily. I don't believe it.
Sun Ming sneered. Let's go now, I'll take you to see him.
Yi Jixin pulled Sun Ming's arm and said.
Sun Ming immediately grabbed Yi Jixin's hand and said, why are you leaving?
Drink. If you want to watch, you can watch it tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow, as you said, tomorrow.
Yi Jixin said.
Sun Ming also narrowed his eyes, thought about it, and said to himself, funny.
The next morning.
On Chen Yang's side, as soon as he opened his eyes, there was a sudden buzzing sound in his head. It was actually the system sound. Chen Yang was also a little helpless.
Why did this system always assign him tasks early in the morning?
Side quest, successfully teach Sun Ming and Yi Jixin a lesson, reward, super fighting skills.
What?
After listening to the system's task introduction, Chen Yang was also surprised.
What does the system want him to do? Teach Sun Ming and Yi Jixin a lesson?
Chen Yang could understand Yi Jixin easily, as he had conflicts with him.
But who is this Sun Ming? Could it be Yi Ji's new friend?
Also, why did the system ask him to teach them a lesson?
Could it be that these two people would come to pick a fight with him later?
Chapter 29, I don't do anything today, I just beat people. Of course Chen Yang was also full of confusion, but he thought about it carefully. Since the system has issued this task, Yi Jixin and the man named Sun Ming will definitely come today. Let's go eat first, and then wait for them at the school gate.
Chen Yang thought secretly.
Anyway, Chen Yang didn't feel any pressure at all about Sun Ming and Yi Jixin coming to cause trouble for him this time. He drank 2 bottles of strength-enhancing liquid. If it came to a fight, even if 10 Yi Jixin came together, they would not be able to defeat him.
That's interesting. Chen Yang then thought to himself.
After thinking about it, Chen Yang got out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. In order to deal with Yi Jixin and Sun Ming today, Chen Yang used to only eat 3 meat buns every morning, but this morning, he ate 5 big meat buns. After eating the meat buns, Chen Yang stood up, patted his belly and said, yeah, great. At this time, Dai Huan also came to the cafeteria to eat, and saw Chen Yang. He hurriedly walked up to Chen Yang and greeted him, Yangzi. Old Dai, what a coincidence.
Chen Yang laughed.
Dai Huan glanced at the plate in Chen Yang's hand and asked, have you finished eating?
I just finished eating.
Why didn't you come earlier?
I could have eaten with you if you had come earlier.
Chen Yang said.
Why didn't you just be nice to me when you left in the morning?
Dai Huan asked. I didn't know you were coming here to eat.
Chen Yang said lightly.
After saying that, Chen Yang patted Dai Huan on the shoulder and said, let's go.
Will there be any activities later?
Chen Yang had just taken a few steps when Dai Huan suddenly turned around and asked him. Dai Huan also didn't want to work on his graduation project, so he asked Chen Yang if there would be any activities later. If there are activities, he will also participate, so he won't be bored. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately turned around and smiled at Dai Huan. Yes, there is an event.
What activity?
Dai Huan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this.
Chen Yang laughed and said, K-people.
What?
Dai Huan was suddenly confused. This is an activity among brothers. We're going to beat someone up later.
No strangers allowed. Chen Yang said with a confident smile.
What?
Dai Huan spread his hands, also looking confused. Chen Yang smiled at him, didn't say much, and left with the plate. After Chen Yang took the plate and left,
Daihuan was still confused and scratched the back of his head. He really couldn't guess what Chen Yang was busy with all day. As for Chen Yang, after he left the cafeteria, he immediately walked towards the school gate. Chen Yang just told Daihuan that he was going to beat someone up, which of course was just a little joke to Daihuan. However, this person is real. After all, if Yi Jixin wanted to do something indecent to him, wouldn't he be killing the person? Chen Yang arrived at the school gate in a short while, and at this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan suddenly stopped beside him. Chen Yang looked towards the driver's seat of the car and vaguely saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. Who else could it be but Yi Jixin? What a coincidence! Chen Yang also thought to himself. At this moment, the doors of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and as expected, Yi Jixin, Sun Ming with narrow eyes, and two sturdy young men came out of the car together. As soon as Yi Jixin got out of the car, he stretched out his hand and greeted Chen Yang. "Hey! It's this guy." At this time, Sun Ming smiled faintly at Yi Jixin, and that smile seemed to be filled with contempt for Chen Yang. Yi Jixin nodded and said, "Yes, she doesn't look that good, but she's still pursuing Lao Xiao." What a mess! Sun Ming laughed coldly. After that, he hooked his index finger at Chen Yang and said, "Come here." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, walked up to Sun Ming, and said calmly, "What can I teach you?" Sun Ming suddenly grabbed Chen Yang's black coat, shook him and asked, "How old are you?" Clap, clap, clap. Chen Yang suddenly made a quick move, slapped Sun Ming's face 4 times, and said with a smile, "I am a senior now." "I slapped you 4 times just now to tell you that I am already a senior now." Chen Yang suddenly slapped Sun Ming 4 times, which not only stunned Sun Ming, but also Yi Jixin and the other 2 young men. Sun Ming was stunned for a moment, then his eyes flashed with ferocity and he rushed towards Chen Yang. At this time, Yi Jixin also gave a look to the 2 muscular young men, and the 3 of them surrounded Chen Yang. Bang! Chen Yang first punched Sun Ming in the stomach. The force of this punch was strong enough that Sun Ming immediately held his stomach and squatted on the ground, unable to stand up again. Afterwards, Chen Yang quickly threw out 2 more punches, knocking the 2 muscular young men to the ground, holding their stomachs with looks of pain on their faces. Chen Yang suddenly turned around and saw Yi Jixin raising his fist, ready to hit him. However, this guy might have been frightened by Chen Yang's previous fight. When Chen Yang turned around, Yi Jixin suddenly retracted his fist with a flattering smile on his face. Pa pa. However, Yi Jixin's flattery to him was useless. Chen Yang felt that the reason why he had been in trouble recently was all because of this troublemaker. So, he has to deal with him well. Bang! Chen Yang hit Yi Jixin's face left and right with force, and Yi Jixin's face turned red immediately. Yi Jixin took 2 steps back, then frowned and said, "Don't come over here, stop, stop." Chen Yang found Yi Jixin's painful expression very ridiculous. Yi Jixin told him not to move, but of course Chen Yang wouldn't listen to him. Who does he think he is? Chen Yang walked up to Yi Jixin and suddenly grabbed Yi Jixin by the collar and said, "Who the hell is this Sun Ming? He came here with you today because you are the one stirring up trouble." Yi Jixin's face was also very painful at this time, and he felt very uncomfortable. He said, let go first. Is your face a little numb now? If you keep talking nonsense, I will disfigure you. Chen Yang said angrily. Yi Jixin was also a little frightened and apologized. I'm sorry, I won't get involved in your affairs with Lao Xiao in the future. Go ahead and meddle in it. It's okay. I'm not afraid of you meddling in it. Chen Yang said disdainfully. I don't want to get involved. Please let me go. I beg you. Yi Jixin said painfully. You told me to let go, so I let go? Chen Yang said disdainfully. He also wanted to deal with Yi Jixin. After all, he could see that Sun Ming might also be somewhat interested in Xiao Qingyue. As for this Sun Ming, as soon as he saw him today, he spoke all kinds of cold words to him. It must be Yi Jixin who was behind this. Chen Yang hates people who talk behind his back the most. This Yi Jixin just happened to violate his taboo. Yi Jixin's face was full of pleading as he said, I won't dare to do it again next time. I won't dare to do it again. At this time, more and more students gathered around to watch the excitement. Chen Yang also felt that he had almost vented his anger. Oh, no, one more thing. Pa pa. Chen Yang slapped Yi Jixin in the face again, then he let go of Yi Jixin's collar and said, Get out now. Yi Jixin hurriedly got into the car and shouted to Sun Ming, Get in. In fact, Yi Jixin originally planned to lie down at the school gate and blackmail Chen Yang. But doing so would make him lose face.
Yi Zhixin accepted the beating this time, saying it was because he was not prepared enough and he could not blame anyone else. However, he will definitely take revenge. Sun Ming and the other two young men got into the car with sad faces, and then Yi Zhixin drove away in the black Mercedes-Benz. When Yi Zhixin drove away, the students who were watching the excitement gradually dispersed. Bite. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Yang's mind.
Chapter 30. Oh no, something is going to happen to the female boss.
Congratulations, host, the task has been completed and the reward has been issued. Please check it carefully.
It's done now.
Chen Yang thought to himself.
After that, he thought to himself, then I have God-level fighting skills, right? Okay. Chen Yang was very calm about the fact that he possessed God-level fighting skills.
After all, he would gradually become stronger with the system, so this was not surprising at all.
Is it over?
Chen Yang thought to himself. Then, he shook his head and secretly decided to go back to the dormitory to work on his graduation project.
Try to graduate successfully.
Chen Yang then returned to the dormitory and started working on his graduation project. However, he had just been working on his graduation project for about an hour when the cell phone next to his laptop suddenly rang.
Chen Yang quickly picked up the phone and took a look.
To his surprise, the call was from Xiao Qingyue.
She? Chen Yang frowned.
He was of course very surprised that Xiao Qingyue suddenly called him.
But, never mind, just answer the call first.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang quickly answered Xiao Qingyue's phone and said, "Hello.
You just beat up Yi Zhixin and Sun Ming, didn't you?" Xiao Qingyue questioned Chen Yang as soon as she opened her mouth. Chen Yang was a little stunned, and then he immediately laughed. How did you know? It's so fast. You're still laughing? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingyue looked anxious, wondering how Chen Yang could still laugh.
Smile and you will look 10 years younger.
Chen Yang said calmly. However, he immediately showed a serious expression and said, "But seriously, I'm curious, how did you know this?"
Sun Ming called me. He wanted you to pay compensation, but I suppressed the matter.
What I want to tell you is it right to hit people? It is wrong to hit people. Don't hit people next time.
Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
Chen Yan laughed again. Why do I feel like you are a teacher teaching a student? It's really interesting. I'm not kidding you. Xiao Qingyue's brows suddenly frowned. The smile on Chen Yang's face faded and he said, "Then do you know why I beat them? No matter what the reason is, hitting people is wrong."
Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
You are right.
Hitting people is wrong, but I have never been the one who took the initiative to cause trouble. It was Sun Ming and Yi Zhixin who took the initiative to cause trouble for me. Sun Ming also pulled me, with a bit of humiliation in his heart. That is to say, they were the ones who started this incident.
If you say beating people is wrong, then is what they did right?
Also, I know that what you said is for my own good, but I am an adult now, and no matter what I do, I will be responsible for my own actions.
Boss Xiao, thank you for your concern, but I don't regret beating people this time, because the people I beat were bad guys.
After listening carefully to what Chen Yang said, Xiao Qingyue was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Yang would suddenly say such a long speech to refute her. However, if you think about it carefully, Yi Zhixin and Sun Ming did do something wrong this time. But Xiao Qingyue said all this to Chen Yang. It must be for Chen Yang's own good. As long as Chen Yang knows this, it will be fine.
Anyway, try not to take action next time if you can.
Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
Chen Yang chuckled and said nothing more. How can the struggle between men be guided by women's thinking?
Xiao Qingyue had no idea what he was thinking when he beat Sun Ming. Therefore, Chen Yang didn't want to talk to her about this matter anymore.
Anyway, it's always the same few words when we chat. Okay. Chen Yang responded indifferently.
He just agreed to Xiao Qingyue temporarily. As for whether he would do it later, that was another matter. However, I also know that this matter is not entirely your fault.
Xiao Qingyue comforted again. Yeah, as long as you understand it. Chen Yang sighed.
After Chen Yang finished speaking, he didn't want to waste time on those two boring people, Yi Zhixin and Sun Ming, so he said, "Can we talk about something else?"
What else? Is there anything else I can talk to you about? Xiao Qingyue asked. Let's talk about love.
Chen Yang said with a smile.
You better be serious.
Xiao Qingyue said with a frown.
Am I not serious? I'm already very gentlemanly, okay? Chen Yang said.
Xiao Qingyue frowned again, and then she didn't want to chat with Chen Yang anymore, so she said, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first.
Oh.
Chen Yang said simply, then you go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah. Xiao Qingyue nodded, and then hung up Chen Yang's phone.
Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear, and then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. That Sun Ming is really interesting.
He actually called Xiao Qingyue to report the fight between them. What does he mean? That's really interesting.
After that, Chen Yang started working on his graduation project. Xiao Qingyue had something to do, so of course he had something to do too. Buzz. However, Chen Yang had not been working for half an hour when the phone on the table rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Lingling calling.
Chen Yang smiled.
I thought to myself that it feels really good to be cared about by others. He answered Su Lingling's phone, and heard Su Lingling say with a smile, Master, you are still missing a meal.
A meal? Chen Yang muttered.
He immediately remembered that, yes, he had indeed missed a meal with Su Lingling and Hanya.
That was last time, at the gymnasium's circular track.
After Chen Yang taught Su Lingling how to race, he didn't go out to eat with Su Lingling because he was tired. Afterwards, he said he arranged the mealtime. It's just that he was a bit busy these past 2 days and had a lot of things to do, so he forgot about it.
However, Chen Yang has always been a man of his words. If you say it, you must do it. Chen Yang thought about it and said, let's do it on Saturday at noon. I'll arrange the hotel and other things then. Saturday?
Okay, but I'll be in the hotel.
Su Lingling requested.
What Su Lingling meant, of course, was that she would be the one to treat everyone to a meal.
Chen Yang smiled when he heard this, you want to treat us, right? Su Lingling smiled and said, I originally wanted to eat this meal to thank you. Chen Yang understood what Su Lingling meant.
He is not a person who likes to be entangled. Besides, it's just a meal, it doesn't matter who treats it.
Anyway, with Su Lingling's financial resources, what's wrong with her treating him to a meal? It doesn't cost much.
Chen Yang thought about it and said with a smile, okay, the time is Saturday, but you can arrange the hotel and other things.
Su Lingling smiled with red cheeks, well, good, then it's settled.
I never go back on my word.
Chen Yang smiled faintly. Well, that's good. Su Lingling said happily. She is a person who loves to make friends and is generous.
For her, it is a very happy thing to invite a friend she likes to interact with to dinner.
This is Su Lingling.
After that, Chen Yang hung up the phone with Su Lingling and felt very happy.
He gets along pretty well with Su Lingling. It didn't make him too upset.
After that, Chen Yang started working on his graduation project. However, just as he was finishing at 5:30 in the afternoon and feeling a little hungry, and preparing to eat, a bell suddenly went off in his head.
The mission is coming again.
Side quest, please help Xiao Qingyue solve her troubles at Beiqiang Road at 9 p.m.
Reward, charm plus 10. What? Xiao Qingyue will be in trouble tonight? Chen Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes after listening to the system's task requirements. Chapter 31 Mr. Xiao, it's time to pay back the money.
Of course Chen Yang didn't expect that the system would assign him such a task. However, since the system said so, it must be correct.
Xiao Qingyue will definitely be in trouble tonight.
Then go and save him, you must save him. Chen Yang was a little grateful to the system. After all, if the system hadn't reminded him, he would definitely not know that something would happen to Xiao Qingyue tonight.
System, thank you.
Chen Yang said in his heart.
Afterwards, Chen Yang was considering whether or not to tell Xiao Qingyue about what would happen to her tonight.
Chen Yang thought about it and decided to forget it. First of all, the system only asked him to solve a problem, and it didn't say specifically what would happen to Xiao Qingyue tonight. Therefore, it is better not to call Xiao Qingyue for now, so as to avoid unclear explanation, causing misunderstanding and making things troublesome.
Chen Yang just wanted to solve the problem simply, he didn't want any trouble.
It was already 8:30 in the evening, and Xiao Qingyue was still busy as usual, not leaving get off work until this time. At this time, it was already dark downstairs in the Huading building, but Xiao Qingyue looked calm. After all, she had gone back at this time more than once. Xiao Qingyue got into her Porsche Cayenne, and then drove towards the Xiao family courtyard with a calm face. However, just when her car drove onto a relatively desolate Beiqiang road, a large rock suddenly appeared on the road ahead, right in the middle of the road.
Xiao Qingyue's car definitely couldn't pass, so she stopped the car on the side of the road. However, just when Xiao Qingyue had just stopped the car on the side of the road, suddenly, a middle-aged man in a flowered shirt quickly opened the passenger door and got in. He was holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and he pushed it against Xiao Qingyue's neck and said, "You bitch, we finally meet again." Xiao Qingyue looked at the man in the flowered shirt with slightly protruding cheekbones, and her beautiful eyes widened immediately. "Old Wei." The man named Lao Wei snorted and laughed. "It's me. Didn't I say that I would come to find you one day? Now I come to find you." Xiao Qingyue suppressed her panic and said, "Old Wei, we have worked together for 8 years. Do you really need to do this for more than 200,000 yuan? Besides, I fired you because you made a mistake. What did I do wrong? I have worked for the company for 8 years. How much money did I make for you? I just resold some of the company's building materials, and you fired me? You even deducted my salary of 230,000 yuan. That's not all. I only made 500,000 yuan from selling building materials, and you actually confiscated it all from me?" Xiao Qingyue said with a sad face, "So you treat me like this? Put down the knife first, let's talk, okay?" "Talk? What can I talk to you about?"
"I come to you today to ask for money, a total of 1 million.
Give it to me quickly, otherwise, we will fight to the death," Wei Kuan said with a cold face.
Xiao Qingyue frowned. She also planned to give the money.
After all, compared to 1 million, she certainly doesn't want anything to happen to herself.
At this time, Wei Kuan had an accomplice, his nephew, a round-faced, slightly plump young man.
After he pushed the rocks off the road, he opened the back door, got in, and said to Wei Kuan, "Uncle, did she give me money?" "I don't know, Mr. Xiao, will you give me money?" Wei Kuan asked coldly.
"Okay, I'll give it to you,"
Xiao Qingyue said calmly. Wei Kuan immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket.
There was a photo of his bank card on the phone. Wei Kuan said, "Please transfer the 1 million to this card.
From now on, I will follow you and you will go your way while I will go mine."
Xiao Qingyue calmly took out her phone from her black leather bag and said, "Old Wei, if I give you the money, you have to let me go."
Wei Kuan laughed coldly and said,
Old Wei, am quite kind to women." "Uncle, Mr. Xiao's car smells really good."
In the back seat of the car, Wei Kuan's nephew smiled a little obscenely. Wei Kuan smiled and didn't say anything.
Of course, Xiao Qingyue felt very uncomfortable with the other party's frivolity, but she didn't say anything and she still called the bank. Because she was a VIP customer of the bank, she quickly transferred 1 million yuan to Wei Kuan's card. When the money arrived in Wei Kuan's account, he received a text message on his phone.
Wei Kuan picked up the phone, glanced at the text message, and smiled. "Yes, it arrived."
Xiao Qingyue suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, "You can get off the car now."
At this time, Wei Kuan's nephew who was sitting in the back seat of the car seemed unable to bear it anymore.
He suddenly stood up and seemed to be about to hug Xiao Qingyue from behind.
Xiao Qingyue also felt the danger coming from behind, and hurriedly said to Wei Kuan, "Wei Kuan, you." Wei Kuan smiled cunningly, "Boss Xiao, you are so beautiful and have such a good figure, any man would like you, don't move."
Xiao Qingyue saw that Wei Kuan's nephew was about to do something bad to her, and she shouted, "Go away, go away."
Swish!
Just as Xiao Qingyue was waving her arms and screaming, the passenger door was suddenly opened again, and a dark shadow appeared in the darkness, dragging Wei Kunru out of the car like a dead dog.
Then, he kicked Wei Kuan hard on the forehead, and Wei Kuan fainted. Afterwards, the black shadow quickly got into the back seat of the car and quickly punched Wei Kuan's nephew twice in the face. With the first punch, Wei Kuan's nephew's nose was broken. The second punch caused 3 bloody teeth to spit out of his mouth.
Afterwards, the figure grabbed Wei Kuan's nephew, dragged him out of the car, and punched him twice in the chest. Xiao Qingyue was so shocked by this sudden scene that she stood still with her eyes wide open, like a wooden man. When she came to her senses and looked outside the car, she saw clearly that the person outside the car was Chen Yang.
"Chen Yang?"
Xiao Qingyue muttered secretly in her heart. She actually felt a warm current in her heart and a sense of security.
After all, if Chen Yang had not appeared in time, Wei Kuan's beastly nephew might have done something to her?
Xiao Qingyue's heart was filled with emotion. The plot of a hero saving a beauty, no matter which woman it happens to, will make that woman have a strong liking for that man. After Chen Yang finished teaching Wei Kuan and his nephew a lesson, he walked to the passenger door, looked at Xiao Qingyue, and asked, "Boss Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Qingyue's voice was gentle. "Why are you here?" "I happened to be passing by the roadside and saw your car parked on the side of the road, so I came over to take a look."
I didn't expect something like this would happen in your car, Chen Yang said lightly.
After all, Xiao Qingyue would definitely not tell him about the system.
So I just made up an excuse.
Xiao Qingyue was so touched that her voice became soft, thanks to you.
What's going on?
Chen Yang glanced at his nephew Wei Kuan, who was holding his stomach and crying in pain, then looked at Xiao Qingyue and asked. Xiao Qingyue frowned and said, "It's something that happened in my company in the past."
The older man lying on the ground is called Lao Wei.
2 months ago, he resold the company's building materials.
I found out and fired him. I also deducted his salary.
He didn't accept it, so he brought his nephew to ask me for money today.
Really?
He is committing a crime by reselling the company's building materials.
Why should he ask for money?
Chen Yang said helpfully.
Xiao Qingyue nodded and said, "Well, are you okay?" Me? What can happen to me? Just these two bastards?
Chen Yang also said with a contemptuous smile. After all, he now possesses god-level fighting skills.
What harm can these two bastards do to him?
On the contrary, it was Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang was worried that he had shown up too late, so he asked Xiao Qingyue with concern, "What about you?
Are you okay?" The author has something to say.
Thanks to LZY, my wife, for the tip.
Thank you. Chapter 32, Deepening Relationship with Female Boss. I'm fine,
Xiao Qingyue said softly. Afterwards, Chen Yang also saw that Xiao Qingyue still had a bit of fear on her face, so he boldly jumped into the car, patted Xiao Qingyue on the back and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, it's okay, it's okay." Xiao Qingyue lowered her head and said nothing, but she did not resist when Chen Yang patted her shoulder. It seems that she has gradually begun to accept Chen Yang's existence in her heart. Of course, Chen Yang was very pleased about this. He could feel that Xiao Qingyue was no longer as resistant to him as she was at the beginning.
Now I am even beginning to slowly accept him.
Their relationship was developing in a good direction, which also made Chen Yang feel that all his efforts on Xiao Qingyue these days were really not in vain.
Afterwards, Chen Yang couldn't help but look at Wei Kuan and his nephew lying on the ground, and said, "What are you going to do with these two bastards? Report them to the police?" "Yeah."
Xiao Qingyue nodded firmly.
"Okay."
Chen Yang agreed without hesitation. After all, what he originally thought was to hand these two people over to the police. However, Chen Yang didn't know whether Xiao Qingyue had vented her anger or not, so he smiled and asked Xiao Qingyue, "Do you want to kick them a few times to vent your anger?"
"No need for that,"
Xiao Qingyue said softly.
"She really can't do this kind of thing."
However, Chen Yang still had some anger in his heart, so he said, "If you don't want to vent it, then I will." Chen Yang jumped out of the car and kicked Wei Kuan twice in the chest. Then, he walked up to Wei Kuan's nephew and was about to kick him when he suddenly begged, "Don't hit me.
I'll give you the money. I'll give you the money."
When Chen Yang heard the word money, he asked, "What money?"
Could it be that Xiao Qingyue was blackmailed by them?
What shit?
Chen Yang immediately squatted down, grabbed Wei Kuan's nephew by the collar and asked, "What money?"
"It was Mr. Xiao who gave my uncle 1 million,"
said Wei Kuan's nephew. Pa.
Chen Yang suddenly slapped Wei Kuan's nephew twice in the face, causing him to see stars.
At the same time, Chen Yang shouted angrily, "How dare you blackmail my woman's money? This was all my uncle's idea," Wei Kuan's nephew said with a distressed look on his face.
"I don't care whose idea it was.
You dare to touch my woman? You're looking for death," Chen Yang said angrily. Wei Kuan's nephew pleaded in pain, "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." Bang!
Chen Yang slapped Wei Kuan's nephew twice in the face until blood came out of his nostrils.
Wei Kuan's nephew also pleaded with a distressed look on his face, "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Two scumbags," Chen Yang said angrily.
At this time, Xiao Qingyue also jumped out of the car and whispered to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, stop fighting.
I've already reported it to the police."
Chen Yang loosened the collar of Wei Kuan's nephew and threw him to the ground. He then walked up to Xiao Qingyue and said, "In the future, if they are lucky enough to get out of the police station and cause trouble for you again, just tell me." Xiao Qingyue also felt very safe at this moment. This sense of security is very strong. Even when she was with the bodyguard her father arranged for her, she didn't feel as safe as this. That is because Xiao Qingyue knew in her heart that Chen Yang was on her side. His heart was with hers.
"Yeah."
Xiao Qingyue nodded slightly. At this moment, she did not seem like a high-handed female president, but rather a happy little girl under the protection of Chen Yang.
Two scumbags. Chen Yang cursed again. Afterwards, Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue, "This old guy also blackmailed you for 1 million, right? I'll ask him to give you the money right now."
Xiao Qingyue thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "Okay." Chen Yang immediately asked his nephew Wei Kuan to return the 1 million to Xiao Qingyue.
Of course, nephew Wei Kuan did not dare to disobey Chen Yang, so he honestly returned the money to Xiao Qingyue's bank card. 10 minutes later, 2 patrol cars arrived, took a statement from Xiao Qingyue, and then took Wei Kuan and his nephew away. As soon as the 2 scumbags were taken away, Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "Shall I take you back?"
Xiao Qingyue was still frightened, so this time she did not refuse and nodded. Afterwards, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue got into the car. Just now, when the police were taking statements from Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue, they also mentioned the incident of Chen Yang beating someone. But Xiao Qingyue and Chen Yang both spoke with the same opinion that Chen Yang was acting in self-defense. The police discussed the matter later and decided not to pursue Chen Yang's responsibility. However, they said that if Chen Yang needed some compensation in the future, he would pay it. Chen Yang agreed readily. It was just some medical expenses, which he didn't care about. As long as he vents his anger, it will be fine. 40 minutes later, Chen Yang safely sent Xiao Qingyue to the gate of the Xiao family courtyard. Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue softly, "Go back and rest early. You were frightened tonight."
"Thank you," Xiao Qingyue said softly to Chen Yang. "It's okay, it's for you,"
Chen Yang said with a grin.
Xiao Qingyue smiled slightly.
For some reason, she felt particularly satisfied in her heart.
Chen Yang then got out of the car with Xiao Qingyue, said goodbye to Xiao Qingyue, and turned away. However, after Chen Yang left, Xiao Qingyue actually felt reluctant to let him go. Perhaps all women in this world are the same. Once they are really in love, they will be a little reluctant to let go of the man.
Of course, Chen Yang also noticed that Xiao Qingyue was slowly approaching him.
Of course, he was very happy. It will be his sooner or later anyway, he can't escape.
Chen Yang waited for a taxi on the roadside and headed towards the campus. After a while, a system voice sounded in his mind, reminding him that the task had been completed.
The charm value increases by another 10 points.
Chen Yang knew that if his charm value increased, his charm would gradually increase. This was of course a good thing, and Chen Yang thought it was not bad. As for Xiao Qingyue, when she saw Chen Yang leaving in the car, she walked slowly towards the Xiao family courtyard. However, just as she walked to the gate of the Xiao family courtyard, a long-faced young man with a slicked back hair and wearing a black suit suddenly called her, "Hey." Xiao Qingyue looked up suddenly and saw the young man.
She asked, "What are you doing here?"
The young man with the slicked back hair smiled mysteriously and said, "I saw everything just now."
"Who was that guy who sent you back?"
Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at the young man with the slicked back hair in an unhappy tone and said, "My friend, what's wrong?" The young man with the slicked back hair immediately laughed and said, "Olji told me that there is a college student pursuing you recently."
"It must be that guy just now. I won't talk to you anymore," Xiao Qingyue said a little angrily.
She felt that even if Chen Yang was pursuing her, it wouldn't be her cousin's business. Her cousin said he came to learn business from her father, but he spent 5 days a week hanging out in bars and picking up women. He didn't look ambitious at all. But he happened to be the only son of his second aunt, and his father didn't want to offend his second aunt, so he let him stay at home. However, Xiao Qingyue didn't like Xiaolong very much. "I always feel that he is a hypocritical and slick person, and I really don't like him." She still likes pragmatic people and doesn't like people like Xiaolong who are slick and smooth.
"Qingyue, you have fallen."
When Xiao Qingyue was about to leave, Xiaolong suddenly said seriously.
Chapter 33, Easily Deal with Xiaolong, Explode.
Xiao Qingyue glanced at Xiaolong indifferently, said nothing, and walked away. Tonight, she was very tired after what happened to Wei Kuan, and she really had no mood to chat with Xiaolong about those unimportant things. After Xiao Qingyue left, Xiaolong curled up a cold smile. He thought to himself, how good can that boy be? He even shocked my cousin. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. After Xiaolong finished thinking about it, he turned around and left the Xiao family courtyard. When he left, of course he didn't go anywhere else, he went to a bar. He had already contacted his friends. In fact, Xiaolong is a pleasure-seeking person at heart. He thinks that his family is rich enough for him to spend his whole life, so why should he work so hard? Chen Yang also returned to the dormitory. It was already very late, so he simply washed up and went to bed.
Until the next morning.
At 7:30 in the morning, the skinny Daihuan just sat up from the bed and said, wake up, it's time for class. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes.
Attend class?
If he remembered correctly, there was indeed a class this morning, a counselor's class. Chen Yang quickly sat up from the bed.
Hey, Yangzi, what time did you come back last night?
When Chen Yang sat up, Daihuan smiled at him in a naughty way. Chen Yang knew what Daihuan meant and said with a mysterious smile, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Have fun. Daihuan laughed. Of course Chen Yang understood what he meant.
Daihuan simply said that he was having a great time with his girlfriend in the hotel last night.
Although Chen Yang hadn't taken Xiao Qingyue down yet, in order to tease them, Chen Yang still smiled mysteriously and said, that's because I'm happy.
Yangzi, which department is your girlfriend from? At this time, Guofei, who was sleeping on the bed opposite Chen Yang, also sat up and asked with a smile on his face.
She's an outsider, a female president.
Chen Yang said with a faint smile.
Female CEO, huh? Nonsense. Daihuan looked unconvinced.
Guofei also smiled in disbelief and said, show it to us sometime. Chen Yang waved his hand and smiled, okay, no more nonsense, hurry up and get out of bed, wash up and go to class.
Is there a counselor class in the morning? Daihuan asked at this time.
Yes.
Guofei looked at Daihuan and answered.
Seeing that they had changed the subject, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. But actually, even if they continued talking about his girlfriend, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Let us just chat. We are all adults, who doesn't date women?
At 8 o'clock in the morning, after Chen Yang and several of his roommates had packed up, they headed towards the classroom together. However, just as Chen Yang and his group were passing by the basketball court, they unexpectedly ran into Guo Xiaojie and her rich second-generation boyfriend, who were also walking towards the classroom together. As soon as Daihuan saw Guo Xiaojie, he patted Chen Yang's shoulders twice as if to comfort him.
Of course Chen Yang also understood what Daihuan meant. This guy was comforting him. Chen Yang also found it funny.
He and Guo Xiaojie had already ended their relationship, hadn't they?
He had already stopped caring, hadn't he? Why did he need to comfort him?
Chen Yang immediately looked at Daihuan and said, brother, I have let it go a long time ago.
No need to comfort me. He.
Daihuan smiled at Chen Yang and said nothing. Chen Yang immediately raised his eyebrows and said, brother, I'm not that fragile.
Yangzi is awesome.
Guofei praised at this time.
Chen Yang smiled and said nothing.
However, he agreed with this statement. Chen Yang has always been optimistic, especially now that he has the female president Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang will certainly care even less about what happened with Guo Xiaojie. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the morning class is over. Chen Yang closed the book and prepared to leave. However, just as Chen Yang and a group of students were walking towards the door of the classroom, a thin young man with medium-length hair stood at the door and shouted, who is Chen Yang? When the students heard that the long-haired young man was called Chen Yang, they all looked at Chen Yang. And Chen Yang also looked at the young man with medium-length hair and said, I am. Come here. The long-haired young man hooked his index finger at Chen Yang. Chen Yang also found it a little funny. Why is it that ever since he started dating Xiao Qingyue, there are always strangers coming to see him? However, when Chen Yang looked at the young man this time, he guessed that this person must be related to Xiao Qingyue. So he thought to himself, just give Xiao Qingyue some face and meet him. Chen Yang walked towards the long-haired young man calmly without saying a word. The long-haired young man patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said unceremoniously, follow me. Who are you? Chen Yang suddenly asked, not giving this guy any face. This guy seemed to be available to him at will. Who was he?
You'll know soon.
The long-haired young man said lightly.
Really? Then tell me now.
Chen Yang said lightly.
There are a lot of students here.
Come over here and I'll talk to you over there, said the long-haired young man. Okay, Chen Yang said lazily. At the same time, I was thinking to myself, let's see what you are trying to do. Chen Yang followed the long-haired young man and soon came to Shaolong, who was smoking. That's right, this long-haired young man is Shaolong's subordinate. Xiaolong sent him to find Chen Yang, of course, in order to have a good meeting with Chen Yang. Seeing that Xiaolong had a slicked back hair, the same style as Yi Jixin and the others, Chen Yang guessed that this guy must be related to Xiao Qingyue. Xiaolong looked at Chen Yang from head to toe,
and then said sarcastically, "You dare to pursue my cousin?" Cousin? After hearing what Xiaolong said, Chen Yang immediately guessed Xiaolong's identity.
This guy is Xiao Qingyue's cousin.
Chen Yang was also unhappy. Damn it, I'm dating Xiao Qingyue, why are there so many blind people causing trouble for me? Chen Yang said calmly, "Yeah, what's the matter? Take a piss and look at yourself. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang?" Xiaolong said coldly. "No one gave me the courage, but I just like it. What's wrong with that?" Chen Yang's tone became bad when he heard Xiaolong's sarcasm. "Boy, you are quite confident,"
Xiaolong said with narrowed eyes.
"Are you done? If you are, I have something else to do." Chen Yang said lightly. "You haven't finished yet. I don't like you very much. You'd better stay away from my cousin in the future," Xiaolong said coldly.
Chen Yang smiled coldly upon hearing this and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't do it."
"I admire you, you have guts,"
Xiaolong said coldly.
Chen Yang still said calmly, "You don't have to admire me, and I don't like anyone's admiration.
However, I want to remind you that you'd better not interfere in the matter between Xiao Qingyue and me."
"Boy, you are so arrogant,"
the long-haired young man suddenly sneered.
Chen Yang grinned and said, "Is that a big tone?
Don't interfere in my affairs from now on.
I don't want you to regret it." Chen Yang was thinking in his heart, "I have people with systems, and you want to fight me? It's like going to the toilet with a lantern."
However, now they were on campus, and Chen Yang didn't want to argue with this older cousin, so he smiled at Xiaolong, turned around and left.
As soon as Chen Yang left, Xiaolong grinned and said, "Oh, quite interesting." Chapter 34 Reward Super Potion.
As for Chen Yang, after returning to the dormitory, he immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Xiao Qingyue.
Because in Chen Yang's opinion, even cousin Xiao Qingyue came to meddle in their affairs, which was simply ridiculous.
Chen Yang also wanted to share this matter with Xiao Qingyue to see what Xiao Qingyue's attitude and opinion was. Soon, Xiao Qingyue answered the phone, and Chen Yang did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Your cousin just came to see me." On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingyue, who was sitting in the office of Huading Group, frowned when she heard this and asked, "He's looking for you."
"Why? You're the same tune as Yi Zhixin, both of you telling me to stay away from you,"
Chen Yang said disdainfully. Xiao Qingyue's face immediately showed displeasure. After all, she had a bad impression of Xiaolong. Now Xiaolong is still meddling in her affairs.
"Isn't that a bit too much?"
Xiao Qingyue immediately said, "Okay, I know about this, I will tell him." Chen Yang, of course, also heard that Xiao Qingyue didn't seem to like Xiaolong too much, so he sneered and said, "Boss Xiao, if this guy comes to trouble me again next time, I will make him pay."
"You'd better not do that,"
Xiao Qingyue said with some complexity. She was indeed feeling a little complicated now.
"Then I won't bother you anymore, you solve it yourself,"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
Xiao Qingyue nodded, "Yeah."
Chen Yang smiled again, then hung up the phone with Xiao Qingyue. After Chen Yang finished his call with Xiao Qingyue, he also smiled with disdain. It seems that he has the same taste as Xiao Qingyue.
As expected, Xiao Qingyue also disliked the person he disliked.
That Xiaolong really made both him and Xiao Qingyue hate him.
That guy. At the same time, on Xiao Qingyue's side, after she finished talking to Chen Yang, she immediately called Xiaolong. After Xiaolong answered the phone, Xiao Qingyue frowned and said, "You went to see Chen Yang this morning, didn't you?"
Xiaolong laughed on the phone, "That guy is quite interesting. You should try not to provoke him in the future," Xiao Qingyue said in a strong tone.
Xiaolong asked a little unhappy, "Why? I'm your cousin, can't I help you check it?" "No," Xiao Qingyue answered firmly.
On the other end of the phone, Xiaolong was also feeling a little depressed. However, he thought about it and made a secret decision in his heart. Xiao Qingyue can say whatever she wants, but how to do it is still up to him, right? Thinking of this, Xiaolong smiled and said, "Okay, if you don't want me to care, I don't want to care either."
"You'd better not care,"
Xiao Qingyue said a little unhappily, and then hung up Xiaolong's phone.
Xiaolong also took the phone away from his ear and couldn't help but said angrily, "Fool, you fell in love with a poor college student? Humph, you are living in a fairy tale."
As for Chen Yang, of course he didn't know that Xiao Qingyue had called Xiaolong, as he was working on his graduation project.
Chen Yang really didn't bother to pay attention to Xiaolong.
Chen Yang will definitely marry Xiao Qingyue in the end and manage the hundreds of billions of assets together with Xiao Qingyue.
How can he stop it? I just feel full and have nothing to do.
This is Chen Yang's evaluation of Yi Zhixin, Xiaolong and others. Chen Yang finished his project at noon and felt a little hungry, so he prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat. But at this moment, unexpectedly, his classmate Xiao suddenly called him, asked him out, and said she had something to talk to him about. Xiao didn't tell him what the specific matter was on the phone, which of course made Chen Yang a little curious. However, Chen Yang still agreed to meet Xiao. After all, they had been classmates for 4 years, so he had to help her if she needed to.
Chen Yang met Xiao at the door of the boys' dormitory.
Next to Xiao was a girl with a bob haircut.
She was also a classmate of Chen Yang.
Her name was Tang Yimin and she was a bit sensitive and shy. When Chen Yang saw Xiao, he didn't hesitate at all and asked directly, "What's the matter?" Xiao blushed a little and said, "Chen Yang, if you want to borrow your sports car now, can you still borrow it?" When Chen Yang heard this, he was of course a little surprised.
Sports car?
Of course, he didn't expect that Xiao and Tang Yimin came to him specifically for his sports car.
It's okay to borrow it, but what do you want to do? Chen Yang asked with a raised eyebrow.
After all, he can use his sports car anytime he wants. But if he gave it to Xiao and Tang Yimin, he would definitely want to know what they wanted to do.
Ha ha.
Xiao and Tang Yimin looked at each other and laughed. "Minmin and I want to borrow your sports car to take graduation photos." Chen Yang was speechless for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered Xiao and Tang Yimin's train of thought.
Take his sports car and take graduation photos? Is there any point? Chen Yang immediately asked, "What do you think?" "We just want to take some different graduation photos," Xiao said.
"Oh."
Chen Yang nodded and immediately decided, "When will you use it?"
Chen Yang also felt that Xiao's idea was nothing.
They just want to take some different graduation photos, there's nothing wrong with that. This car is borrowed.
Xiao and Tang Yimin's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Xiao said, "Chen Yang, you agreed."
"No big deal,"
Chen Yang said readily.
"Thank you so much. I'll treat you to lunch today,"
Xiao said with a smile.
"Then I won't be polite,"
Chen Yang said without any politeness.
"After all, we are all classmates, so why be polite?"
In the afternoon, Chen Yang went to the central shopping mall and drove his golden sports car to the school football field, asking Xiao and Tang Yimin to take pictures. When Xiao and Tang Yimin took photos with the golden sports car as the background, they also attracted a lot of students' attention. The two girls kept taking pictures for 2 hours, during which time Chen Yang occasionally took out his camera to take some pictures for them. Chen Yang felt a little helpless when taking pictures.
It's just a golden sports car. What is good about using it as a background for graduation art photos?
Chen Yang didn't quite understand what Xiao and Tang Yimin were thinking, but who cares, as long as they were happy. After the photos were taken, Xiao and Tang Yimin also took the camera and looked at them carefully together. Seeing that he had finished his work, Chen Yang smiled and said to Xiao, "I'll drive the car away."
"It's too eye-catching."
"I'll treat you to dinner tonight," Xiao requested. "Goodbye, no need to thank me specifically, they are just small things,"
Chen Yang said lightly.
The reason why Chen Yang didn't want to have dinner with the two girls was that he felt the meal was not tasty. Besides, they had already invited him at noon.
It's not necessary at night. Help them save some money too.
Chen Yang was driving the car to the central shopping mall, but at this moment, there was a sudden ding in his head. It was the system voice, and it seemed that the mission had arrived. Side quest: please ask the host to do something unforgettable to Xiao Qingyue at night. Reward: 2 bottles of super potion. Note: super potion, it can cure any disease quickly, painlessly, and harmlessly. After Chen Yang listened carefully to the system's words, he also thought helplessly, do something that Xiao Qingyue will never forget?
That. Chapter 35. This is a great idea.
Chen Yang gradually came up with an idea in his mind.
There are many ways to make Xiao Qingyue unforgettable.
Chen Yang also felt a little helpless.
In fact, if it wasn't for completing the system task, why would he spend so much time and effort on Xiao Qingyue? But then again, Xiao Qingyue is the kind of woman Chen Yang likes.
Therefore, Chen Yang was willing to spend time and effort on her. Chen Yang already had a plan in mind for completing this system's mission. Immediately, he thought of another thing, which was naturally the system's reward, the super potion. According to the system's introduction, the super potion can cure all diseases. Chen Yang was a little skeptical about this.
After all, the system said that the potion could cure all diseases, so what about cancer? Could it be cured as well? If the super potion could even cure cancer, it would shock the world. However, even if it can be cured, Chen Yang will not use the medicine to treat cancer. He does not want to attract such attention. Buzz.
Chen Yang was daydreaming when, unexpectedly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Chen Yang quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that it was Xiao calling. He was a little surprised.
However, Chen Yang still answered the phone and said with a smile, "What's the matter?"
"Chen Yang, please give me a favor and come for dinner tonight." Xiao invited him strongly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang showed a faint smile on his face. He thought to himself, if there wasn't a system task, I might still consider it, but now that there is a system task, I definitely can't have dinner with you tonight. Thinking of this, Chen Yang joked, "You really want to treat me to a meal?"
"Yes." Xiao did not hide it and joked with Chen Yang. "Okay, I'll owe you this meal for now. When I want to eat, I'll ask you for it." Chen Yang laughed.
Xiao also wanted to treat this dinner as soon as possible. After all, she was not a person who liked to owe favors to others. It was so tiring to owe favors to others.
Xiao said, "The deadline is only 3 days. I won't wait for you after the deadline."
"It's only 3 days, sisterly, do you have to do this?"
Chen Yang laughed. "Can't you do it tonight?"
Xiao asked anxiously.
She also wanted to treat him to dinner tonight, wouldn't that put her mind at ease? Xiao really couldn't understand why it wasn't possible tonight. Why not tonight? "Sisterly, it's okay. I'll owe you this meal for now. I have something to do tonight. I really have something to do,"
Chen Yang said with a laugh.
"Then tomorrow at noon?"
Xiao asked tentatively. Chen Yang felt helpless when he heard this. He wondered why Xiao wanted to treat him to a meal so badly.
"Okay then, let us eat. Isn't it a good thing when someone treats you to a meal?"
Chen Yang thought about it and laughed, "Great, someone is treating me to a meal.
I'm so happy." "Well, it's a deal then."
Xiao raised her eyebrows. Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, okay, if someone invites me to dinner, I will be very happy."
"You?"
Xiao said a little helplessly. After that, she said goodbye to Chen Yang and hung up the phone. Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear, thought about it, and then laughed. In fact, Chen Yang could guess what Xiao was thinking as she was so eager to invite him to dinner. The reason why Xiao did this was simply because she wanted to repay his favor as soon as possible.
In fact, Chen Yang didn't think it was necessary. However, everyone has their own ideas.
Since Xiao is so eager to repay his favor, then let her do it.
This way everyone can be more comfortable. Chen Yang didn't care about Xiao inviting him to dinner.
What he cares about now is completing the system task. He had already decided that the first step tonight was to at least ask Xiao Qingyue out. It just so happened that he also wanted to see her and had many things he wanted to discuss with her in person.
So, after driving the car into the underground garage of the central mall, Chen Yang sat in the car and called Xiao Qingyue, "Hello, are you still busy?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Qingyue was staying in the president's office of Huading Group as usual.
However, she happened to have nothing to do at the moment, so she could concentrate on talking to Chen Yang.
She said, "Well, I'm not busy now. In the evening, I want to ask you out to chat. I also want to see you,"
Chen Yang said without hiding his true thoughts at all.
But Xiao Qingyue bit her right index fingernail and said indifferently, "What's there to talk about? So many things have happened recently? Isn't it worth talking about? Also, I miss you, okay?"
Chen Yang said excitedly.
"You're talking nonsense. Did you forget to take your medicine before you went out?" Xiao Qingyue scolded.
In fact, she still wanted to meet Chen Yang tonight. But, girls? When she says she doesn't want to, she often means she does. You have to listen to her words the other way around.
Chen Yang also had to see Xiao Qingyue tonight, so he asked, "What time do you get off work tonight?"
7 o'clock.
"Okay, I'll pick you up at your company then,"
Chen Yang said seriously.
"Okay, come if you want to,"
Xiao Qingyue said softly.
She also didn't want to beat around the bush.
Since Chen Yang wanted to see her tonight and she also wanted to see Chen Yang, then let's meet him.
"Okay." Chen Yang smiled happily.
He felt that Xiao Qingyue was not a very difficult woman to get along with. Although she had some feminine temper, overall, it was still very comfortable to get along with her.
Since the first step of the plan was successful. Next is the second step of the plan.
Shen Yang's second step was also simple, which was to go to the mall and buy a diamond ring. Although, a woman of Xiao Qingyue's level would definitely not be interested in a diamond ring.
However, who should deliver it?
Shen Yang believed that if he proposed to Xiao Qingyue with a diamond ring tonight, regardless of whether it would be successful or not, it would definitely be unforgettable. Shen Yang felt that it was nothing. After all, she was the girl he liked.
No matter what, Shen Yang was willing to do anything for her. Moreover, Shen Yang also realized that Xiao Qingyue was a kind and grateful woman, and his kindness to her would not be in vain. She will definitely keep it in mind. Shen Yang didn't plan to think so much anymore. Just do it when you think of it. Why consider so much?
Shen Yang bent down, got out of the car, and went to the mall to buy a diamond ring.
Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening.
Shen Yang also successfully met Xiao Qingyue at the gate of Huading Company. As soon as Xiao Qingyue saw Shen Yang, she said softly, "Let's take a walk along the roadside and chat."
Okay. Shen Yang agreed readily.
After all, the air was fresh tonight and it would be nice to take a walk with Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue nodded, and then walked forward along the clean road with Shen Yang. When Shen Yang was walking with Xiao Qingyue, he certainly knew what he was going to do next, but he was not in a hurry.
There is no rush for this matter.
As Shen Yang and Xiao Qingyue chatted, they unconsciously talked about her cousin.
Shen Yang said wisely, "Your cousin is really a talented person. He is from my second aunt's family.
He is staying at my house now, learning how to do business from my father." Xiao Qingyue said lightly.
He is very interesting.
Shen Yang said with a smile. In fact, what he was thinking was that he was quite nosy. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Shen Yang and said nothing. After that, Shen Yang decided not to bother with Xiao Qingyue anymore and said with a smile, "Boss Xiao, please stop for a moment." Xiao Qingyue suddenly looked at Shen Yang in confusion. Shen Yang took out the diamond ring from his pocket, took Xiao Qingyue's hand and said, "I like you."
I like you.
These 4 words, although short, are certainly very impactful.
Shen Yang also believed that what he said would definitely make Xiao Qingyue unforgettable.
Xiao Qingyue's face turned cold and she said, "Did you forget to take your medicine before you went out?"
I'm not sick. Shen Yang joked, "You will remember this day forever. Take the diamond ring." Are you sick? Xiao Qingyue asked coldly again.
Oh, you think I'm sick, but anyway, you take the diamond ring and give it back to me.
I don't want it. Otherwise, just throw it away.
Shen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue is not a wasteful person, so how could she bear to throw away the diamond ring? She took off the diamond ring and put it in her shirt pocket, which was considered as her acceptance. Seeing this, Shen Yang smiled and said, "I hope I didn't scare you just now."
How much did you spend on this diamond ring?
Xiao Qingyue looked at Shen Yang seriously.
Shen Yang immediately laughed and said, "It's not expensive, why talk about money? Don't talk about money. Bite."
Just as Shen Yang finished speaking, the system voice rang in his head.
Shen Yang was also very calm. It seemed that the mission was completed again? It should be finished.
After Shen Yang received the reward, he felt something in his pocket. He quickly reached into his pocket and touched 2 cool little bottles.
He thought to himself, is this the universal potion? Chapter 36. Who is so blind that wants to die again? Shen Yang felt the same way about this universal potion. After all, no one around him is seriously ill now. If someone is seriously ill, this panacea can still be used. However, Shen Yang didn't know whether anyone in Xiao Qingyue's family was seriously ill. If so, wouldn't it be nice to use a universal potion to treat it?
When Shen Yang thought about it, he suddenly looked at Xiao Qingyue and asked, "By the way, first of all, I ask this question for no other reason.
Is there anyone important in your family who is seriously ill or hospitalized?"
When Xiao Qingyue heard this, a strange expression appeared on her face and she asked, "Why are you asking this?"
I'm just asking, nothing else. Shen Yang said calmly. No.
Xiao Qingyue said softly, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this topic.
Shen Yang smiled and said nothing more.
However, what he was thinking in his heart was, "Qingyue, do you know that no matter who around you is seriously ill, I may be able to cure them with a bottle of medicine? However, there is no best, and no one wants to have patients in the hospital." Shen Yang continued to walk and chat with Xiao Qingyue, but after a while, not far behind them, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan suddenly stopped slowly on the side of the road. The person sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz is a young man with a slicked back hair. This person is none other than Xiao Qingyue's cousin Xiaolong. Next to Xiaolong, there was a slightly plump young man with a round face sitting. This man was Xiaolong's friend. When Xiaolong stopped the car, he naturally saw Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue walking like a couple not far ahead. Xiaolong immediately cursed, "Fuck." The round-faced young man next to Xiaolong laughed and said, "Brother Long, what the fuck?" Xiaolong pointed at Xiao Qingyue's back not far away and said, "Did you see that beauty?" The round-faced young man nodded. TSK, what do you mean?" Xiaolong said, "That's my cousin, Xiao Qingyue, the president of this Huading company. The one next to her is her boyfriend, a poor college student." "Do you know what I'm talking about?" "Impossible." The round-faced young man smiled with his eyes narrowed. After all, a female CEO falls in love with a poor college student? This wouldn't happen in real life, right? Do you think I'm kidding you?" Xiaolong said to the round-faced young man with a sneer. The round-faced young man immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Thank you, cousin. I've met this kid before, and he's a bit arrogant," Xiaolong said with cold eyes. "Find someone to do something to him," the round-faced young man immediately suggested. After all, he knew that Xiaolong knew a lot of gangsters in Linhai City, so it would be easy for him to find someone to teach Chenyang a lesson. If you have such an idea, get off the car first," Xiaolong said with a smile. After that, he opened the car door, bent down and got out of the car, and shouted to Xiao Qingyue, "Qingyue." As for Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue, as soon as they heard Xiaolong's call, they both looked towards Xiaolong. When Chen Yang saw Xiaolong, a cold smile quickly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, "This kid is really haunting." Xiao Qingyue also didn't want Chen Yang to have too much contact with Xiaolong, so she said softly to Chen Yang, "That's great, you go back first." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately smiled and said, "Don't you want me to go meet him?" "Need not." Xiao Qingyue frowned and answered very straightforwardly. "Okay then, I'm leaving. If this kid says anything bad about me, just tell me," Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Xiao Qingyue frowned helplessly and said, "You think too much. I hope I'm overthinking it. You go first," Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue. The reason why Chen Yang said this was that he didn't want to continue arguing with Xiao Qingyue. There was no point in arguing anyway. Xiao Qingyue nodded slightly at Chen Yang, and then she quickly walked towards Xiaolong. Chen Yang was standing on the roadside, waiting for a taxi, and Xiaolong didn't even look at him. Xiao Qingyue walked up to Xiaolong, and Xiaolong laughed and said, "What about a date, Qingyue?" Xiao Qingyue was of course aware that Xiaolong's words were somewhat sarcastic, but she ignored them and said calmly, "What's wrong? I have a friend who wants to work under you. Can you help him take the position?" Xiaolong said directly. Xiao Qingyue felt extremely unhappy when she heard this. What does Xiaolong think of the company? Charity hall? Whoever you want to arrange to come in can come in? No. Xiao Qingyue refused decisively. Why? Xiaolong frowned and said with an unhappy look on his face. I once told everyone at the company meeting that the company rejects nepotism, and I cannot make an exception. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. He is a capable person and he is an undergraduate student. You can just say hello to him secretly. Is that not okay? Xiaolong said unhappily. No. Xiao Qingyue said firmly again. You. Xiaolong gritted his teeth, feeling unhappy. However, he is just an outsider after all, and whether the company can accept him is of course up to Xiao Qingyue. So, if Xiao Qingyue says no, then it's not possible. Xiaolong was also angry, but he had no place to vent, so he asked, by the way, the guy you were with just now, was he the college student? Is it your business? Xiao Qingyue said coldly. After that, she said calmly, do you have anything else? Qingyue, I'm not satisfied with your attitude today. Xiaolong said with an unhappy look on his face, without hiding his true thoughts. Xiao Qingyue exhaled and said, I'm a little tired and not in good condition. I'm going to go back and rest first. Xiaolong raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. He said nothing, but his unhappy look showed that he was very unhappy at the moment. After Xiao Qingyue finished speaking, she walked towards the Huading Company building. As soon as Xiao Qingyue left, Xiaolong's round-faced young man friend walked up to Xiaolong and said with a smile, what a personality. Let's go back.
Xiaolong said coldly. At this moment, he was in no mood to joke with this round-faced young man. On Chen Yang's side, not long after he took a taxi back to the campus dormitory, he suddenly heard a ding in his head and the system voice rang out. Chen Yang was a little surprised, and thought to himself, the system has given me another task? But at this moment, he heard the system say, because the host completed the task and performed well, an extra reward is given, nightmare energy. Note, nightmare energy can be used on anyone. The host can design the nightmare content by himself. It can be designed at will. What? After listening to the introduction of the system, Chen Yang couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Nightmare energy? This is really interesting. That is to say, I can design a nightmare and then make someone have this nightmare at random? So who should this good thing be used for? Yi Jixin, Shaolong Duching. Chen Yang felt that both of them could be candidates. However, there is no need to rush for now. He will keep these treasures for now. He will probably need them one day anyway. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. The next morning, Chen Yang was sitting in his dormitory working on his graduation project as usual. But when it was almost noon, Guofei suddenly walked into the dormitory in a hurry and said to Chen Yang anxiously, "Yangzi, did you offend anyone outside?" When Chen Yang heard this, he looked at Guofei curiously and asked, "What do you mean?" "When I came up just now, a big brother asked me to call you. I think that guy is not easy to deal with," Guofei said. "Oh, how do they know that you and I are together?" Chen Yang asked curiously. Guofei smiled bitterly and said, "How should I know, Yangzi, are you going down?" "Go down? Of course I'll go down. Why wouldn't I go down when you're looking for me?" Chen Yang said with a sneer. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, it seems that some blind person wants to die and comes to cause trouble for him again. Chapter 37 Fighting the Enemy Together with the Female President. Guofei patted Chen Yang's shoulders twice, said nothing, and went back to sit down at his computer desk. Chen Yang looked at Guofei and said with a smile, "Brother Fei, what do you mean? Are you worried about me?" Guofei said seriously, "Yangzi, why don't you report it to the police?" "Brother Fei, I think you really underestimated me, huh?" Chen Yang laughed and left the dormitory without saying much. When Chen Yang was leaving the dormitory and going downstairs, he was wondering in his heart, who was this blind person who was causing trouble for him again? Do him. When Chen Yang walked out of the dormitory building, he saw a man with sunglasses and a bald head from afar. He had an unusual temperament and it seemed that he was the person looking for him. Chen Yang looked at the man in sunglasses, and the man in sunglasses also looked at him. This made Chen Yang even more certain that the big brother that Guofei was very afraid of just now was this person. Chen Yang strode towards the man wearing sunglasses, and when he got in front of him, he said, "You're the only one looking for me?" The man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses, his eyes revealed a hint of majesty as a superior, and he said, "Stay away from my lady in the future." "Miss?" When Chen Yang heard this, he immediately realized that this person was a servant of the Xiao family. Chen Yang also thought, what does it have to do with you if Xiao Qingyue and I are together? Xiao Qingyue is the woman I like, and I want to be with her, what's wrong with that? Chen Yang said, "You're meddling too much, aren't you? Who asked you to come here?" "There are a lot of students here, come with me." The bald man said coldly, then turned around and got into the black business car. Seeing this, Chen Yang also jumped into the car with a calm face. The bald man closed the car door and said, "With my lady's status, there is a long queue of people pursuing her. Many people have pursued my lady before, including doctors, flight attendants, and business owners, but they were all rejected by my lady. What advantages do you think you have that would make the lady favor you? So, I advise you not to waste your time on something that will never produce any results. At this stage, you should study hard." The bald man's long speech really made Chen Yang laugh uncontrollably. He really didn't want to talk too much about him and Xiao Qingyue with outsiders. Anyway, their relationship is gradually developing and is very good, so why would it be interrupted because of others? "What you said makes sense, but I won't listen," Chen Yang said directly. The bald man looked fierce, and suddenly grabbed Chen Yang's collar and said, "I don't want to do it, don't force me." Chen Yang suddenly grabbed the bald man's wrist and squeezed it hard, causing the bald man's brows to twist. Chen Yang is so strong. How can this bald man compare to him? Chen Yang looked at the bald man and didn't want to waste any more time talking to him about his relationship with Xiao Qingyue, so he said calmly, "If we talk about fighting, you are no match for me. I really don't want to touch you. Go away. Court death." The bald man still refused to admit defeat. But at this time, Chen Yang increased his grip again, and the bald man suddenly cried out in pain. The bald man was also ruthless and didn't talk much. He swung his fist at Chen Yang. Bang! But before his fist touched Chen Yang suddenly made a move and tightly wrapped his fist. The bald man gritted his teeth and tried to pull his fist back. But at this moment, Chen Yang suddenly squeezed hard, and the bald man felt that his bones were about to break. The bald man was shocked. After all, the strength in Chen Yang's hands was too great. It was the first time he met her. The bald man frowned and said nothing. But at this moment, Chen Yang suddenly thought of a question, frowned and asked, "By the way, I suddenly thought of a question." The bald man still had his brows furrowed and remained silent. "Who sent you here?" Chen Yang asked. After all, this servant of the Xiao family would not come to trouble him for no reason, right? Someone must have sent him. But this person is definitely not Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue would never send this bald guy here. It is impossible for this bald guy to come here on his own, so there must be someone behind him. The bald man gritted his teeth and said nothing. He is a tough guy, how could he give in? Chen Yang increased his grip a little more, and this time, the bald man felt that his fist bones were really going to break. He is the bodyguard of the Xiao family. The most important thing for a bodyguard is of course his fighting ability. If his hand was disabled, he would lose his job and would not be able to continue working as a security guard in the Xiao family. It's Master Shaolong. The bald man finally couldn't bear it anymore and revealed the person behind the scenes. It turned out that after Shaolong returned home last night, he called Baldy over and arranged for Baldy to do this. Of course, Shaolong also thought that this bald man was the Xiao family's bodyguard, and he must be very powerful. It is not an easy task for him to teach Chen Yang a lesson. Shaolong? A chill appeared in Chen Yang's eyes. It's this bastard again. Why did he ask you to come here specifically? Chen Yang asked. The bald man said, "Ask me to teach you a lesson and tell you to stay away from Miss Xiao in the future." What else? There is none left. Really? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. The bald man immediately said, "It's gone, it's really gone. I say what I mean and never lie." Of course, Chen Yang also realized that this bald bodyguard was a very upright person. He is many times stronger than Shaolong. Chen Yang thought to himself, I really don't know how Xiao Qingyue could have such a cousin. As expected, there will always be a few playboys in any big family. Chen Yang loosened the bald man's fist and said, "If I had used more force just now, you would have been crippled." Thank you very much. The bald man is also a down-to-earth person, and he knows that Chen Yang just showed mercy to him. Go back and don't tell Shaolong that you failed for now. Chen Yang said seriously. Of course he has his reasons for doing so. Because he wanted to give Shaolong a big gift. The bald man nodded and said nothing. However, he thought about it and suddenly looked at Chen Yang seriously and said, "Listen to my advice, my lady is not that easy to pursue." I'm not pursuing her. Chen Yang said lightly. Of course he was not pursuing Xiao Qingyue, because, since that night, Xiao Qingyue had already been his woman? He is just getting along with Xiao Qingyue now. When the time is right, we will get married. After all, with the system behind the scenes fanning the flames, he and Xiao Qingyue will definitely be together. The bald man shook his head and said immediately, "Get out of the car. Don't be Xiaolong's accomplice in the future. It's really easy for me to destroy you." Chen Yang kindly reminded the bald man. After saying that, he jumped out of the car. After Chen Yang left, the bald man drove back immediately. As for Chen Yang, he returned to the dormitory and originally wanted to call Xiao Qingyue to tell her something. But after thinking about it, I decided to just forget it. There's nothing much to say about this. Chen Yang focused his attention on Shaolong. He was just worried about where to use this nightmare energy, and now someone has chosen him. Chen Yang also thought to himself, Shaolong, you are really courting death. Chen Yang prepared to use nightmare energy on Shaolong. However, before using it, he thought he should call Shaolong first to let him have an idea. Chen Yang picked up the phone, but just as he was about to dial Shaolong's number, Xiao Qingyue called first. When Chen Yang saw that the call was from Xiao Qingyue, he felt strange. He thought to himself, could it be that she already knew about what happened between him and the bald man just now? Chen Yang answered the phone and heard Xiao Qingyue ask seriously, "Did Li Yuan come to see you just now?" Li Yuan? Chen Yang thought, this Li Yuan should be the bald guy who came to find him just now? Are you talking about the bald guy? Chen Yang asked. As for Xiao Qingyue, she thought about it and said, yes. Yeah. Chen Yang replied without comment. Are you okay? Xiao Qingyue asked seriously. I'm fine, but something's going to happen to your cousin. Chen Yang smiled directly. What do you want to do? Xiao Qingyue suddenly asked with a serious face. Of course I have to talk to him. Chen Yang said calmly. What do you want to say to him? Xiao Qingyue asked again immediately. Chen Yang thought for a moment and asked, what do you mean?
I don't know either, but leave this matter to me. Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
Chen Yang thought about it and said with a smile, okay, you handle it and I will handle it too, but don't worry, I won't beat him or do anything illegal. I just want him to pay something. Chapter 38, he was treated so badly. What are you going to do?
Xiao Qingyue asked with a frown. She was also a little confused by what Chen Yang said.
It's nothing, just talk to him reasonably.
Chen Yang smiled faintly. Of course he wouldn't tell Xiao Qingyue about the nightmare energy, so he would just find a random excuse to get away with it. I will also tell him, don't do anything impulsive. Xiao Qingyue warned, also afraid that Chen Yang would find someone to beat Shaolong again, which would be troublesome.
No, do you think I'm such an impulsive person?
Chen Yang smiled helplessly.
Anyway, I will tell him about this. Xiao Qingyue said again.
Chen Yang nodded with a relaxed look on his face, and then said, okay, you should tell me your story.
Do you have anything else to say? Xiao Qingyue asked again. No more. Okay, then I'll hang up.
Good. Chen Yang smiled slightly and immediately hung up Xiao Qingyue's phone. After Chen Yang finished talking to Xiao Qingyue, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he thought to himself, Shaolong, I had no intention of touching you, but you insisted on making things difficult for me.
Okay, since you want to play with me, then I will play with you.
Chen Yang also had a plan in his mind. This plan, of course, was nothing else but to use nightmare energy against Shaolong. He believed that this reward from the system would definitely torture Shaolong severely. However, before using nightmare energy against Shaolong, Chen Yang also wanted to call Shaolong to hear what his current attitude was. When Chen Yang thought about it, he immediately picked up his phone and called Shaolong, saying, hello. On the other end of the phone, Shaolong was sitting in the back seat of a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. He had something to do later. Shaolong also knew that the bald man had failed to teach Chen Yang a lesson. However, Shaolong didn't take it to heart at all. Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future to play slowly with Chen Yang.
Shaolong frowned and asked, what?
He thought Chen Yang would definitely question him why he sent the bald man to teach him a lesson. Anyway, he had made up his mind that if Chen Yang asked about this, he would not admit it.
What could Chen Yang do to him? Brother Long, what are you doing? Chen Yang asked sarcastically. Would you like to tell me what's going on? Shaolong asked with a suddenly unhappy look.
After all, he and Chen Yang were not friends, and he was not in the mood to be polite with Chen Yang.
Brother Long, why did you send someone from the Xiao family to cause trouble for me? Chen Yang asked with a relaxed look.
Shaolong thought to himself, I knew it, as soon as this guy took off his pants, I knew what he was going to do.
Shaolong said, I don't know. Oh, you don't want to admit it?
Chen Yang asked, and he didn't take it to heart at all.
What do you mean I don't want to admit it? What should I admit?
Shaolong said with disdain.
It's okay. Chen Yang said easily, starting from tonight, I will do something to you, so be prepared. Hey, are you threatening me?
Shaolong said with a sneer.
Is it a threat? Not really a threat.
Chen Yang said easily. Shaolong's smile faded, his face suddenly darkened, and he said, do you have anything else to say? Phone bills are quite expensive recently.
If you have nothing more to say, I'll hang up. Hang up.
Chen Yang answered decisively. Shaolong hung up the phone, muttering to himself, humph, idiot. Chen Yang also took the phone from his ear, and then he communicated with the system with his mind, System, I want to use nightmare energy. The system's mechanical voice replied, Host, please make your choice and click to confirm. When the system voice stopped, a white screen suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang's eyes. There are 3 options on the screen: first, nightmare scene, second, nightmare level, and third, user. Chen Yang chose the haunted house for his nightmare scene. Nightmare level, selected disaster level. Finally, the person who used it was, of course, none other than Shaolong. Chen Yang clicked the confirmation button, and the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Prompt: the host has selected the catastrophic nightmare level, which may cause a strong mental blow to the user.
Do you want to continue to select it? Choose.
Chen Yang said with his mind.
Byte.
The host has confirmed that the energy is being sent.
Sent successfully, this use ends.
After hearing what the system said, Chen Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a catastrophic nightmare. Chen Yang was thinking in his heart, Xiaolong, you brought this upon yourselves.
Soon, it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Xiaolong had just come back from hanging out with a group of friends at the bar. He returned to the room of his small villa in the Xiao family courtyard. After lying down, he fell into a deep sleep without even washing his face and feet. Xiaolong had just slept for an hour when he had a horrible nightmare. Xiaolong was so frightened in the nightmare that his whole body was shaking, his brows were furrowed, and he was making groaning sounds, but he just couldn't wake up. This nightmare about being frightened in a haunted house lasted for 5 hours. When he opened his eyes, he woke up suddenly and rolled off the bed to the floor. His jeans were wet.
Xiaolong was gasping for breath.
The nightmare just now was so real. He found Chen Yang's body buried in the basement of his room. Then, Chen Yang's soul came to him in the middle of the night to seek revenge and strangled him.
He couldn't breathe.
This dream was so terrifying, and at the same time so real that Xiaolong suddenly felt that his room was gloomy.
Meow.
At this moment, outside the room, the cry of a wild cat was heard for no apparent reason, which frightened Xiaolong even more.
Someone hurt me.
Xiaolong was frightened for a while, then he got up from the floor. His pants were actually wet. It must be because he was scared last night, which made him very unhappy. Xiaolong felt that someone might have cast a curse on him behind his back. However, he didn't really believe in things like witchcraft, and always felt that they were all fictional. Xiaolong went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water.
He didn't dare to sleep anymore.
He had to ask the servants to wash the sheets quickly, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. 2 days passed in a row, and Xiaolong thought that the nightmare about the haunted house was just a coincidence, but he didn't expect that during these 2 days, whenever he closed his eyes, he would have the nightmare about the haunted house. Every time, he would be frightened awake and sweat all over.
Pain. It's so painful.
Horrible. It's so scary. Xiaolong had never suffered from insomnia before, but after 2 days of torture, he suffered from insomnia. It could be said that he dared not sleep anymore.
Because once I fall asleep, I will have a nightmare.
Who would dare to sleep? This feeling is, of course, painful and no one can stand it.
Xiaolong knew that this matter must be related to Chen Yang.
He was greatly stimulated mentally, so even though it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaolong still drove to the school to find Chen Yang by himself.
Because it's night again and time to go to bed.
Xiaolong is in pain. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't dare to sleep. So, he wanted Chen Yang to help him forgive him. Xiaolong drove the car to the door of the boys' dormitory, then called Chen Yang, and Chen Yang also met him. Chen Yang got into the black commercial vehicle driven by Xiaolong. Xiaolong immediately knelt down before him and begged in pain, "Please spare me, please spare me." Chen Yang sat upright in the chair, looked at Xiaolong and asked, "Why should I spare you?" Chen Yang knew that the nightmare energy would continue unless he paused the system. It will cause great pain to the people being used. Chen Yang had guessed before that Xiaolong might not be able to bear it after 2 days, and sure enough, he couldn't bear it anymore. Xiaolong said, "As soon as I close my eyes and fall asleep, I will have nightmares.
It's so painful. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. I know you must have a way to help me.
Brother, I beg you, I will never care about you and my cousin again, I will never care, brother." As Xiaolong spoke, he began to wipe away his tears, which showed how much pain he was feeling inside. Seeing Xiaolong like this, Chen Yang had no intention of letting him go immediately. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know anything. Brother, don't play tricks on me. Although I don't know how you did it, you won and I lost. I just want to go back to the past. I haven't had a good sleep for 2 days." Xiaolong pleaded with a sad face.
Chapter 39. Master Chen, you are so awesome. Then why should I believe you? You won't do it next time?
Chen Yang asked coldly. Xiaolong shook his head and said, "No, brother.
Go back and wait for news."
Chen Yang said coldly, and then he jumped out of the car. When Chen Yang said this, of course he was willing to let Xiaolong go. After all, he could also see that Xiaolong had indeed suffered a lot of torture and should have learned his lesson.
he must have learned his lesson. Chen Yang jumped out of the car and returned to the dormitory. Then, he communicated with the system with his mind. System, stop the nightmare energy. The system asked, host, are you sure to stop? Confirm. Byte. Nightmare energy has been shut down, and this use is over. As for Xiaolong, he took a long time to drive back after Chen Yang left. He had been suffering from nightmares for 2 days in a row and was afraid to sleep. Of course, he was seriously traumatized. Xiaolong never dared to provoke Chen Yang again. As he was driving back, he was thinking to himself, if I mess with him again, I'm going to be a fool. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yang had just returned from class with a group of friends in the dormitory when his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Chen Yang quickly took out his cell phone and took a look. To his surprise, the call was from Xiao Qingyue. When Chen Yang saw that the call was from Xiao Qingyue, he naturally felt a little strange, but he still answered the phone and smiled. What's the matter? Are you free tomorrow at noon? Xiao Qingyue, who was sitting in the office of Huading Company, asked softly on the other end of the phone. Tomorrow at noon? What? Treat me to a meal? Chen Yang said with a smile. A lot of things have happened recently, especially about my cousin. Even if I apologize to you, I will treat you to a meal. Xiao Qingyue said with a blush. The reason why Xiao Qingyue blushed was that she rarely took the initiative to invite a boy to dinner. It seems that this is the first time I've invited a boy to dinner as far as I can remember. Of course, Chen Yang also understood Xiao Qingyue's thoughts, but tomorrow noon was exactly the time he had agreed to have lunch with Su Lingling. Chen Yang is not a person who likes to break promises. Since he has already agreed with Su Lingling to have lunch on Saturday, then they will have lunch on Saturday. You can't break your promise. Chen Yang thought about it and said helplessly, the day after tomorrow? Xiao Qingyue looked suspicious. Tomorrow at noon, do you have anything else to do? Yeah, isn't there something going on? I also have a dinner party. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Chen Yang didn't want to tell others that he was going to have dinner with Su Lingling, so as to avoid any further misunderstanding. The day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow will be fine too. Xiao Qingyue said softly. Okay then, it's agreed to be the day after tomorrow. Chen Yang said. Okay, I'll arrange the hotel, and you just come over when the time comes. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Isn't it enough for me to just take the person over and open his mouth? Chen Yang laughed. Xiao Qingyue grinned, said goodbye to Chen Yang, and then hung up the phone. Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear. At this moment, the thin Dai Huan suddenly appeared behind him and said with a smile, Yangzi, your new partner called you. Yeah. Chen Yang said. That's awesome. Dai Huan said admiringly. Has it always been like this? Chen Yang also curled his lips and joked. It's just a joke, so just go for it. He. Dai Huan smiled excitedly. He also knew that Chen Yang was joking with him, which was quite interesting. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Lingling called Chen Yang as expected and talked about lunch tomorrow. Chen Yang knew that Su Lingling called him because of this matter. Chen Yang agreed readily. After all, he had agreed with Su Lingling and of course he couldn't go back on his word. At 11 o'clock the next day, Chen Yang arrived on time at the entrance of Xiaoishan Hotel, where Su Lingling had agreed to meet him. This Xiaoishan restaurant is a mid-range hotel, and the food they serve is pretty good and delicious. Su Lingling invited him to eat here, which was quite down to earth. When Chen Yang got out of the taxi, he saw Su Lingling and Hanya standing at the entrance of the hotel. He stretched out his hand and greeted them, hey, two beauties. Su Lingling also smiled and greeted Chen Yang, Master. Chen Yang walked up to Su Lingling and Hanya joked, Master Chen, it's really not easy to have this meal with you. Are you saying that I'm hard to hire? Chen Yang smiled at Hanya. Well, a little bit. Hanya said with a smile. Chen Yang explained seriously, I have something to do too. I understand. Master Chen, don't listen to her nonsense. Chen Lingling rolled her eyes at Hanya and said, then she smiled and said to Chen Yang, come in. Good. Chen Yang agreed readily, and then walked into the hotel with Chen Lingling and Hanya. After a while, Chen Yang entered the private room with the two girls. There was no one else in the room. It was not big, but the decoration was quite nice. After Chen Lingling and Hanya both sat down, Chen Lingling said politely, I didn't invite anyone else. It's just the three of us, and the meal is delicious. I like simple things, so I don't want to think too complicated. Chen Yang smiled at Chen Lingling and Hanya. Master Chen, who did you learn racing from?
At this time, Hanya suddenly looked at Chen Yang with a serious look and asked.
Who did I learn racing from?
When Chen Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. It's hard to say who he learned racing from.
However, it is hard to say. Chen Yang smiled and said, self-taught. Self-taught? Hanya's eyes widened slightly.
Then, she looked at Chen Lingling and said with a smile, Master Chen is very talented.
Of course. Without talent, how could Master Chen be so powerful? Chen Lingling also said to Hanya.
Chen Yang just smiled and said nothing in response to the two girls' praises.
Just praise him if you want, it won't hurt him. At this moment, a waiter suddenly came in and asked, Can we serve the food, Miss Su? Go ahead, go ahead.
Su Lingling said hurriedly.
Okay.
The waiter smiled slightly, then closed the door of the private room and walked out.
Chen Yang smiled afterwards. He had always been curious about Su Lingling, which was why she liked learning to drive a racing car so much.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang asked Su Lingling, Miss Su, why do you like to learn how to drive a racing car?
I think it's quite fun. Su Lingling said with a smile. Okay.
Chen Yang nodded, and then started chatting with Su Lingling and Hanya about other things.
In this way, they ate and chatted happily.
2 hours later, they finished eating and chatting, and Su Lingling asked Chen Yang to teach her how to race. Chen Yang thought it was okay, since it was the weekend and he had nothing to do in the afternoon. Chen Yang, Su Lingling, and Hanya walked out of the private room together, but as luck would have it, Su Guang and a group of people who were playing racing cars also walked out of the private room next door. Su Guang was the racing driver who was completely defeated by Chen Yang on the mountain driving lane that night. He was surrounded by a group of young people who were about his age. I think they should be the ones who usually play with him and are in the same circle. Chen Yang saw Su Guang, and Su Guang of course saw him too. Su Guang looked a little embarrassed, but Chen Yang was very calm. Su Lingling naturally recognized Su Guang. She felt quite embarrassed. She looked at Su Guang, then at Chen Yang, and acted according to the circumstances.
Come and have dinner too.
Su Guang suddenly took the initiative to greet us.
This surprised Chen Yang a little. However, Chen Yang was generous and smiled faintly. Yes, what a coincidence. What a coincidence.
Su Guang smiled coldly.
Hey, brother Guang.
At this time, Su Lingling also greeted Su Guang. After all, she knew Su Guang earlier than she knew Chen Yang. Su Guang's square face was filled with calmness as he said, Hey.
We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Su Lingling also felt embarrassed and wanted to leave immediately. Afterwards, Su Lingling pulled Chen Yang's arm, wanting to ask Chen Yang to leave together. Chen Yang turned around and followed Su Lingling.
After all, he and Su Guang had nothing to say. But just as he took 2 steps, a young man suddenly called out from behind him in an unfriendly voice, Hey! Chen Yang, Su Lingling, and Hanya all stopped. Chen Yang turned around and saw a man with a big head and a 2-centimeter long scar on his right cheek.
He smiled and said, I heard you are good at racing? Chapter 40 Who gave you the courage? Of course, Chen Yang also saw the other party's ill intentions, and said lightly, Yes, there is a little bit. Let's have a race.
The big-headed boy still said with a smile on his face. It can be seen from his smile that he seems to be quite confident in his racing skills.
What a mysterious confidence. Chen Yang was also thinking about it.
He doesn't have the time to race with this guy. After all, no matter who the opponent is, the result of racing with him is the same, that is, losing.
Chen Yang didn't want to do such a meaningless thing.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang sneered and said, No time.
I'm afraid you don't dare.
The big-headed boy suddenly said sarcastically.
Are you provoking me?
Chen Yang also raised his eyebrows. He knew exactly what tricks this guy used.
Why are you pretending?
The big-headed boy threw his arms in front of him and cursed, Idiot.
Idiot? Are you talking about yourself? Chen Yang retorted calmly.
He was too lazy to get angry at the big-headed boy for scolding him, because it was a sign of weakness, and only weak people would scold others.
I think you just don't dare.
The big-headed boy continued to provoke. When Chen Yang heard this, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He shrugged and said, Okay, you have successfully inspired me.
Since you are willing to die, I am willing to bury you. Let's go to the racetrack. Oh, but before I compete with you, let me make it clear that I never compete blindly. I have one condition, which is that I want to bring some gamble. 500,000, come if you dare, shut up if you don't. The big-headed boy looked a little nervous, but he pretended to be relaxed and smiled at the people around him. Someone wants to give me money. Seeing the self-righteous look on the big-headed boy's face, Chen Yang mourned for him in his heart. This kind of person is really asking for trouble. After thinking about it, Chen Yang looked at the big-headed boy again and said, "Then you agree, 500,000. If you want to give me money, I definitely have no objection." "Are you sure?" Chen Yang smiled coldly, and then reminded again, "Remember, see you at the racetrack later, don't give in at the last minute." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he looked at Chen Lingling and Hanya and said, "Let's go." Chen Lingling walked beside Chen Yang and whispered, "Master Chen, I know that big guy. He is very good at racing and is known as the Linhai Racing King. The king of cars is great. If it weren't for the king of cars, I wouldn't be interested in challenging you." Chen Yang said lightly. "Well, come on." Chen Lingling whispered again, and then said nothing more. As for Hanya, she kept looking at Chen Yang with strange eyes, and she didn't say anything. However, she secretly felt in her heart that Chen Yang was too confident and he might not win this competition. Chen Yang then got on Su Lingling's racing car, and Su Lingling drove the car towards the professional racing track in the north of the city. Not long after Su Lingling's car drove onto the professional track of the racetrack, Su Guang and his group also arrived in 5 racing cars. A red racing car just stopped beside Chen Yang, and the driver's window rolled down. Big-headed Nie Jiangwen smiled and said, "Shall we start?" "Who gave you the courage?" "Fish Liang?" Chen Yang said helplessly to Nie Jiangwen. After saying that, Chen Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold and he said, "You can compete, but I'm afraid that you guys will cheat again and not pay me." "Do you have money?" Nie Jiangwen suddenly asked. "I have one, right?" Chen Yang said calmly, "I have a house. If I lose, I can sell it to make up for the loss. That's all." Nie Jiangwen said with a smile, as if he was determined to win the final victory. Seeing this, Chen Yang also smiled coldly and said, "What about you, do you have money? You race first, then we'll talk." "That won't do. I told you, I race under certain conditions. I don't race casually." Chen Yang sneered. "If I lose, I'll ask these brothers to collect 500,000 yuan for you, how about that?" Nie Jiangwen said easily. Chen Yang shook his head, "You said you have no money, what are you competing with me for? But it doesn't matter, as long as you pay." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he opened the door of Su Lingling's white racing car, got in, and drove the car to the starting line with Nie Jiangwen. The game was about to begin. At this time, Su Guang looked at Su Lingling curiously and asked, "Why are you hanging out with him?" "I'm learning racing," Su Lingling said directly. She said whatever she thought without hiding anything. "Is it charged?" Su Guang suddenly looked at Su Lingling with a smile in his eyes. Su Lingling smiled and said, "It's free. What can I learn from him?" Su Guang said disdainfully. "Master Chen at least beat you," Su Lingling said bluntly. "It hurts." Su Guang frowned and said nothing more, but he felt very unhappy. He was only thinking that his master Nie Jiangwen would be able to defeat Chen Yang. It turns out that Nie Jiangwen became famous early because he started racing early. People like Su Guang and this group of young people were all brought up by Nie Jiangwen. That's why Su Guangcai called Nie Jiangwen his master. His eyes turned to Chen Yang. As Nie Jiangwen counted to 3, Chen Yang and his car rushed out from the starting line together. Chen Yang held the steering wheel with one hand, looking very relaxed. Because he knew that Nie Jiangwen would never be his opponent. Even if he used all his skills, he would not be his opponent. At the beginning, Nie Jiangwen was ahead of Chen Yang, but Chen Yang took advantage of 2 bends and overtook Nie Jiangwen's car. After that, he was far ahead of the others, leading the way all the way, and finally crossed the finish line smoothly. Nie Jiangwen, who won, really had no temper at all. When both cars stopped, Chen Yang immediately opened the door, walked to Nie Jiangwen's car, and stretched out his hand, saying, "Give me money." Nie Jiangwen also looked at Chen Yang with a somewhat lonely expression. I was very confused. How could Chen Yang's racing skills be so good? Even if he tried his best, he couldn't catch up with Chen Yang. Chen Yang is just a student. Could he be gifted? But he lost anyway. I lost 500,000 in one go. Of course Nie Jiangwen had money in his bank card, But he didn't want to pay for it himself. So he opened the car door, got out of the car, and asked Su Guang and his group, "How many people are there in total?" 1, 2, 3. There are 11 of us in total. You guys raise 300,000 yuan, and I'll pay the remaining 200,000 yuan. Pay the money back. Nie Jiangwen was also in a very bad mood. Su Guang and the others all had frowns on their faces. 11 people pooled 300,000, which meant that each person had to pay more than 20,000. Of course, they didn't want to pay this amount of money. But this was what Brother Wen asked them for, and they had to give it, so everyone felt very uncomfortable. Nie Jiangwen strode up to Su Guang and his group, saying something angrily. Shen Yang guessed that he was probably trying to collect money. Shen Yang didn't care how Nie Jiangwen raised the money. As long as the money ended up in his hands, it was fine. At this time, Su Lingling crossed her arms in front of her, walked up to Chen Yang, and said in surprise, "Master Chen, how come you are so powerful?" "Didn't I say it? Anyone who asks me to race again is really stupid," Chen Yang said lightly. Chen Lingling and Hanya both grinned when they heard this. At this time, Hanya said with a curious smile, "Master Chen, is there anyone in your family who is engaged in racing? Why do you say that?" Chen Yan looked at Hanya. "You are so good, I suspect you have been practicing since you were a child," Hanya said. Chen Yang immediately laughed and said, "As for me, no one ever taught me. I learned by myself. I learned by myself." Chen Yang was chatting with Hanya and Su Lingling when Nie Jiangwen came over with his phone and said, "I'll transfer the money to you through Zhibao." "Brother, you are so particular." Chen Yang smiled at Nie Jiangwen. Nie Jiangwen frowned but said nothing. He was obviously in a bad mood and there was nothing much to say. Chen Yang didn't say anything else and took out his cell phone from his pocket. After some operations, Nie Jiangwen transferred the money to Chen Yang's mobile phone and turned away. Chen Yang took a look at the balance in his Zhibao account and jokingly said to Su Lingling and Hanya, "It's really easy to make money." Su Lingling smiled bitterly and said, "Master Chen, you are still the best." The author has something to say. Comment, Cui Zhen, collect, and reward, please. Chapter 41, Unexpected Encounter with a Female Boss in the Mall. Okay, let's start teaching. Chen Yang then said with a smile. He also felt that it was getting late and there was no point in praising each other anymore. Well, Chen Lingling agreed readily. Since Chen Yang is so good at racing, she will of course have more confidence if she learns from Chen Yang. Hanya crossed her arms in front of her, with a faint smile on her lips. When they got into the racing car together, Hanya smiled and said to Chen Yang, "Master Chen, you are such a good racer, why don't you become a professional racing driver? If you are successful, you can earn several million a year." "I don't have that time." Chen Yang turned around and smiled faintly at Hanya. "I think you can," Hanya said with great confidence. If I want to make money, there are many ways to do it, and it doesn't have to be through racing," Chen Yang said confidently. After all, he has the system, so it shouldn't be easy for him to make money, right? Hanya smiled and said, "Master Chen, you are truly invincible." "That's it," Chen Yang said modestly. Hanya then showed a thoughtful expression on her face. She was thinking that she was currently working on the short video business, and since Chen Yang was such a good racer, they might have the possibility of cooperating in the future. This treasure must be firmly grasped in your hands. After that, Chen Yang focused on teaching Su Lingling. Su Lingling is also a smart girl. She understood many things as soon as Chen Yang taught her. However, of course, he would get confused occasionally, and Chen Yang would have to emphasize it again and again. After teaching for almost half an hour, Su Lingling didn't know what was going on anymore. She suddenly opened the car door and said to Chen Yang, "Master Chen, stop for a moment." After saying that, Su Lingling hurriedly got out of the car, bent over, and took deep breaths, as if she was in pain. Chen Yang and Hanya, of course, looked at Su Lingling with confusion. Although Chen Yang is not a doctor, he can certainly see that Su Lingling does not seem to be feeling well. Hanya got out of the car at this time, walked quickly behind Su Lingling, and said softly, "Lingling." Su Lingling bent over and shook her head, I'm fine, I just feel a little nauseous all of a sudden, it will be fine after a while." Hanya has been gently stroking Su Lingling's back, and it can be seen that Hanya cares about Su Lingling. At this time, Chen Yang also got out of the car and asked, "Did you catch a cold?" It's okay, it will be fine in a while," Su Lingling said very firmly, not wanting to make people around her worry about her. Afterwards, Su Lingling bent over and dry heaved twice, but she couldn't vomit.
Seeing this, Hanya felt that she couldn't delay any longer, so she turned to Chen Yang and said, "Master Chen, let's take Lingling to the hospital."
Okay. Chen Yang nodded.
However, when Chen Yang said this, what he was thinking in his heart was that perhaps a little bit of the universal potion could cure Su Lingling's illness. But the universal potion is so powerful after all that Chen Yang thinks it is better to use it on serious illnesses. It would be a waste to use it on minor illnesses.
Lingling, let's go to the hospital. At this time, Hanya took Su Lingling's arm and said, "I feel uncomfortable and my head hurts."
Chen Lingling said softly.
Hanya's face turned dark with anxiety. "It's okay, dear, it's okay."
Chen Yang also saw Chen Lingling like this. It seemed that she couldn't even walk.
Plus, she said her head hurts. Could there be something wrong with her brain? After all, if there is something wrong in the brain, it will make people want to vomit.
Chen Yang felt that in this situation, a universal potion could be used.
So, he took out a brown glass bottle from his trouser pocket, walked to Su Lingling and said, "Drink it? Just drink half of it, and you will be cured."
Su Lingling looked at Chen Yang with a bit of pain, without asking anything, took the small brown bottle from Chen Yang, gulped down half of the bottle, and then returned the bottle to Chen Yang. After Chen Yang took the small bottle from Su Lingling, he also felt a little complicated. He thought Su Lingling was really amazing. He gave her the potion and she drank it without even asking.
"Aren't you afraid it's poison?" Hanya kept looking at Su Lingling anxiously, fearing that something might happen to her again.
However, just after Su Lingling drank the potion, 3 seconds passed, she stood up and said slowly, "It seems to be better." Hanya also widened her eyes when she heard this.
"Is that it? Just drink the little bit of medicine given by Chen Yang and the illness will be cured?" "Silly girl, is this true?" Hanya asked seriously. Su Lingling looked at Hanya and nodded seriously. "Your head doesn't hurt anymore?" Hanya asked in confusion. "Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore," Su Lingling said confidently. Then, she immediately looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile, "Master Chen, what did you just give me to drink?" "Exclusive secret recipe, potion," Chen Yang replied simply.
After all, he certainly wouldn't say too much about this universal potion.
Su Lingling was full of curiosity. "Is this something passed down from your family?" I guess so."
Chen Yang smiled faintly. At the same time, I was thinking that the train of thought of these two girls was really bizarre.
If it can be mass-produced, it will definitely make money. Su Lingling suddenly looked at Hanya and said. Hanya certainly understood what Su Lingling meant, and said with a smile, "Don't you have a relative who is the head of a pharmaceutical company?
You can be the middleman and contact Master Chen to cooperate with him."
"You silly girl, what supplements have you taken recently? Why is your brain so active?" Su Lingling teased. Hanya pinched Su Lingling's waist.
Su Lingling immediately said, "Be more serious in front of Master Chen."
Hanya covered her mouth and laughed.
Chen Yang watched the scene and thought to himself, "What a pair of little devils."
At this time, Su Lingling looked at Chen Yang and said seriously, "Master Chen, what do you think of Xiao's suggestion to mass-produce your ancestral medicine?" "Mass production?
I have never had this idea, and I don't have the formula.
Anyway, this is simply impossible,"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
"This is a really good business opportunity," Su Lingling said excitedly. "Let's talk about this later and continue teaching,"
Chen Yang said with a smile. After all, he also noticed that after drinking the universal potion rewarded by the system, Su Lingling not only recovered, but also became healthier than before. So, she can now continue her studies.
Su Lingling smiled and replied, "Yes." Hanya was worried and asked, "Can you still learn?" "It's okay. Master Chen's potion is really powerful. I feel fine now," Su Lingling said confidently. "Oh." Hanya nodded in relief and said nothing more. Hanya and Su Lingling got in the car again. Chen Yang continued to teach Su Lingling how to race.
Hanya sat in the back, looking thoughtful, thinking to herself, "I must find an opportunity to cooperate with Master Chen later." In this way, Chen Yang taught Su Lingling wholeheartedly for another 2 hours. After 2 hours of teaching, Chen Yang was a little tired, and Su Lingling and Hanya were of course a little tired too.
Chen Yang didn't want to teach anymore, so he said, "Let's stop here today." "Master Chen, you must be a little tired," Su Lingling asked with a smile while massaging Chen Yang's shoulders. You know what, Su Lingling's massage was quite comfortable. However, Chen Yang didn't want Chen Lingling to spend too much effort, so he said, no need to press it, it's done, it's done. Su Lingling took back her hand and said, then I'll drive you back? It's just in time for me to use the things you just taught me. Good. Chen Yang thought Su Lingling's suggestion was good, so he simply agreed. Afterwards, Su Lingling drove Chen Yang to the school gate. Chen Yang got out of the car, and Su Lingling said goodbye to him and left. Of course, before Su Lingling left, she also mentioned having dinner together. Chen Yang replied, let us talk about it later, and then Su Lingling drove away. Chen Yang then returned to the dormitory. Feeling a little tired, he lay down on the bed to rest. He rested until about 5 in the evening, and suddenly opened his eyes, thinking, isn't he going to have lunch with Xiao Qingyue tomorrow? He decided to go to the mall and bring her a small gift. Chen Yang did what he thought and took a taxi to the central shopping mall where he often went. The reason why Chen Yang brought a gift for Xiao Qingyue was because he wanted to do so. If you want to do it, then just do it. Chen Yang was strolling leisurely on the first floor of the mall. After about 10 minutes, he unexpectedly came face to face with a gorgeous woman. After taking a closer look, Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Qingyue? Chapter 42 Kill me? You come. That's right, who else could be standing opposite Chen Yang if not Xiao Qingyue? When Xiao Qingyue saw Chen Yang, she looked surprised and asked, why are you here too? I was just about to ask you. Is it such a coincidence? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Chen Yang then walked up to Xiao Qingyue, and seeing her carrying a lot of bags, he smiled and asked, are you buying so many things? Well, what are you doing here? Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. I'm here to buy you a gift. Chen Yang said with a smile. He was also frank about the purpose of his visit to the mall. After all, he felt that he came to the mall just to buy a gift for Xiao Qingyue, so there was nothing to hide, right? You are so thoughtful. Xiao Qingyue said lightly. What's the big deal? What are you doing here? You have so many bags with you. Are you buying me a gift too? Chen Yang joked. I'll just buy something. Xiao Qingyue said softly. Oh, then together? Chen Yang asked. I have finished buying everything and want to go back. Xiao Qingyue said helplessly. I'll take you there. Chen Yang said firmly. After all, it was not easy to meet Xiao Qingyue, and we parted after just a few words. Wouldn't that be a bit awkward? No, I'll go back by myself. Xiao Qingyue refused. Don't be stubborn. It's fate that we finally meet. Besides, we finally meet, but we just chat for a few words and then part ways. Do you think that's good? Chen Yang said. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang helplessly. It just so happened that she also had something to talk to Chen Yang about, so she said, okay then. Come on, where are your car keys? Chen Yang asked. Xiao Qingyue said as they walked, wait until we get to the car, and I'll give it to you. Good. Chen Yang shrugged, then put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the underground garage with Xiao Qingyue. Along the way, Chen Yang could smell the very fragrant scent emanating from Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang tried to hug Xiao Qingyue's waist, but was rejected by Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang did not force himself to try again. After all, there was no rush. He could take his time. Finally arriving at the underground garage, Xiao Qingyue took out the car keys from the black leather bag on her shoulder, handed them to Chen Yang and said, here you go. Chen Yang got in the car, and Xiao Qingyue sat in the passenger seat. Chen Yang smelled it and said, what kind of perfume did you spray in your car? It smells so good. Does it smell good? Xiao Qingyue asked back. Isn't it fragrant? Is there anything wrong with your nose? Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said nothing. Chen Yang glanced at Xiao Qingyue and thought to himself that such a beautiful woman is really worth protecting for a lifetime. Chen Yang drove the car out of the underground garage and laughed at Xiao Qingyue. The conflict between your cousin and I has been resolved. I heard him say that you used some method to make him have nightmares all night long. He said he was afraid of you. Is that true? Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. He had nightmares simply because he did too many bad things. What does it have to do with me? Chen Yang said with a faint smile. After all, he certainly wouldn't tell the truth about Shaolong's nightmare. Not even Xiao Qingyue. It must be you. Xiao Qingyue said with certainty. Chen Yang smiled helplessly. If you think it's me, then it's me. You're really good at it.
Xiao Qingyue said with a bit of complexity.
Chen Yang immediately looked at Xiao Qingyue and said with a smile, yeah, I'm awesome, right?
Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes at Chen Yang again and said nothing more. At this moment, Chen Yang suddenly discovered that a black Audi S6 that he had just overtaken was actually blocking his car in front. Chen Yang also narrowed his eyes and felt a little funny. Just now when he was chatting with Xiao Qingyue, Chen Yang overtook the Audi S6 because it was driving too slowly.
This is just normal overtaking on the road. But the driver of the Audi S6, I don't know who he is?
Maybe he has road rage and now he has blocked his car.
Xiao Qingyue also noticed this, and said calmly, I'm saying goodbye to you now. Don't miss me? Do you think he can miss me?
Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue and smiled. Chen Yang slowed down because the Audi S6 in front was driving not far in front of his car, very slowly, and it was clearly trying to avoid him. Chen Yang sneered, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel sharply, drove the car to the side of the Audi S6, lowered the window, whistled, and said, hey. The window of the Audi S6 was also rolled down, and he saw a fat man with a round face, slightly curly hair, and gold-rimmed glasses, looking at him unkindly. When Chen Yang saw the round-faced fat man, he also smiled and said, if you have the guts, come back to my car later. The round-faced fat man closed the car window, drove the car in front of Chen Yang's car, and slowed down.
Looking for death,
Chen Yang said with a look of disdain, and then he used his god-level racing skills to easily overtake various vehicles on the city roads,
leaving everyone in the dust.
After Chen Yang drove away, he smiled at Xiao Qingyue and said, guess what that fat guy was thinking just now? Just drive your car carefully. Xiao Qingyue said softly.
Obviously, she didn't want to talk too much about this matter. Chen Yang also said helplessly, don't you think what happened just now is very interesting?
No matter how good your driving skills are, don't be too proud. Xiao Qingyue said seriously.
Oh, don't worry, nothing will happen.
Chen Yang said with a faint smile, thinking in his heart, you are really thinking too much. Half an hour later, Chen Yang sent Xiao Qingyue to the door of her home again. A man in a suit immediately walked to the car and said with his head down, Miss, you're back. Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue got out of the car together. Chen Yang took another look at Xiao Qingyue's big house and thought to himself, is this the property that Xiao Qingyue and I are going to manage together in the future?
Really good.
Bite. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, to his surprise, the system voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Another mission is coming, Chen Yang thought.
Sure enough, soon, Chen Yang heard the system in his mind, side mission, please complete a 5 million investment mission, reward, investment income.
5 million investment task? Chen Yang frowned.
He did not expect that the system would give him such a task.
However, he doesn't know much about investment. I was thinking, don't I have to have dinner with Xiao Qingyue tomorrow?
I should wait until tomorrow to consult Xiao Qingyue while we have dinner.
You go back. Xiao Qingyue then said to Chen Yang.
Good.
Chen Yang answered decisively. Miss, let me help you carry your things.
At this time, the man in a suit standing next to her said very respectfully.
Yeah. Xiao Qingyue nodded.
The man in the suit helped Xiao Qingyue carry all the bags on the back seat of the car. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang again and said, go slowly on the road.
Don't worry. Chen Yang smiled again.
Xiao Qingyue waved to Chen Yang, and then led the man in the suit towards the gate of the Xiao family compound.
Chen Yang also turned and left. I am still quite satisfied.
After all, he could feel that Xiao Qingyue was slowly caring about him and accepting him.
It seems that completing the task is just around the corner.
However, when Chen Yang thought about the investment task required by the system, he felt a little troubled.
However, Chen Yang thought that Xiao Qingyue must be very knowledgeable about investment, so why not consult him tomorrow?
Chen Yang came to the side of the road and waited for a taxi, but after a while, a familiar Audi A6 suddenly drove slowly towards him and stopped in front of him. The window of the Audi rolled down, and the round-faced fat man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at him coldly without saying a word. Chen Yang stroked his forehead, his face full of helplessness. He really didn't expect that this guy would follow him here.
Chen Yang also looked at the round-faced fat man and said, why? Seeing that I don't have a car, you want to take me back?
The round-faced fat man opened the car door, got out of the car, tilted his neck, and pushed Chen Yang on the shoulder without saying a word.
Chen Yang didn't move at all, but his eyes showed a cold expression as he asked, do you want to die? I'm going to kill you today, believe it or not. the round-faced man said angrily with a frown. Chen Yang hooked his index finger. Come. Chapter 43. A group of people had stomach problems. The round-faced man must have learned martial arts. When Chen Yang finished speaking, he suddenly swung his fist at Chen Yang. His fist was fast, accurate and fierce. However, he has fighting skills, and Chen Yang certainly has them even better. He punches fast, and Chen Yang punches even faster, and suddenly he reaches out and wraps around his fist. Chen Yang gently tightened his grip, and the round-faced man frowned slightly and cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch. Does it hurt?" Chen Yang looked at the round-faced man with a sneer on his face. He wanted to fight him? Forget it. Looking at the painful expression on the round-faced man's face, Chen Yang said calmly, "Just say sorry and I will forgive you." "Sorry, sorry." The man gave in immediately. Chen Yang also smiled coldly and said, "You said you can't drive as fast as me, and you can't fight as fast as me. Who gave you the courage to fight me?" I'm sorry. The round-faced man's fist hurt so much that he begged for mercy from Chen Yang anxiously. Chen Yang kicked the man's right thigh, knocking him to the ground, and then shouted, "Get lost." The man quickly got up from the ground, opened the car door, got in, and drove away. As soon as this person drove away, Chen Yang's mouth curled up into a faint smile and said, "Boring waste." After saying that, he continued to stand on the roadside, waiting for a taxi. After a while, a taxi stopped in front of him. Chen Yang opened the door without saying a word, got in, and went back to school with the taxi. Half an hour later, Chen Yang returned to the dormitory again, but was surprised to find that the dormitory was empty. Chen Yang walked to the computer desk, opened his laptop, and glanced at the time displayed on the computer screen. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yang guessed that the guys in the dormitory must have gone out to play again. Chen Yang was working on his graduation project in front of the computer. After a while, he felt a little bored, so he picked up his phone and called Guofei to ask what they were doing. The phone rang twice, and Guofei answered the call. Then Guofei's weak voice came from Chen Yang's phone, "Yangzi. Why aren't you all in the dormitory? What are you doing?" Chen Yang asked curiously. "Huanzi, Lizi and I are all on intravenous drip." Guofei continued in a weak voice. "Hanging in 4? What's wrong?" Chen Yang was also a little surprised. Why did 3 of them go to hang in 4 together? "We had food poisoning. Lu was kind enough to buy us a chilled watermelon, but after eating it, we all had diarrhea," Guofei said a little embarrassedly. After hearing this, Chen Yang also laughed helplessly, "You guys are too unlucky." After that, Chen Yang asked again with concern, "Which clinic are you in now?" "I'll go see you." "Gao Di Jin Clinic," Guofei said. "Gao Di Jin, I know, go out from the north gate of the school and turn right, right?" Chen Yang asked. Guofei responded, "Yes." "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "I'll bring something for you." Chen Yang also meant well. "I'm still eating, but I have diarrhea." Guofei smiled a little awkwardly. "Okay then, I'll go now." "It's just diarrhea, it's okay, just give me some 4 drip," Chen Yang said optimistically. "But you guys are really unlucky." At the end, Chen Yang did not forget to tease. Guofei also looked embarrassed. He said goodbye to Chen Yang and hung up the phone. Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear, a helpless smile on his face. These 3 guys. I am really speechless about them. Chen Yang was also thinking, given their situation, should he use the universal potion to heal them? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. The universal potion is too precious and must be used where it is needed most. They just have diarrhea and can be cured by hanging a few bottles of water. It took Chen Yang 10 minutes to get to the small clinic, where he found 3 people sitting on chairs receiving intravenous drips. Seeing them like this, Chen Yang couldn't help but say, "You 3 really form a beautiful landscape. Yangzi, you are rubbing salt into my wounds," Dai Huan said rather depressedly at this time. "Is this a joke?" Chen Yang said with a faint smile. After saying that, Chen Yang looked at Guofei again and asked, "How is it?" After hanging a few bottles of water. "It's okay," Guofei said with a smile. Chen Yang sat down on the empty chair next to Guofei, crossed his legs and said, "Why are you guys so greedy for that iced watermelon? If I had known that eating watermelon would give me diarrhea, would I have eaten it?" Dai Huan said with his eyes closed, looking tired. Chen Yang immediately looked at Dai Huan and said with a smile, "That's what you said." "You're here?"
Chun Yang was joking with Dai Huan when suddenly, a girl's clear and pleasant voice came from beside him. Chen Yang turned his head and saw a pretty young nurse with fair skin and a white coat, smiling at him. Because Chen Yang had been to the Gaodijin clinic to get in 4 drip before, he knew the young nurse. Before, Chen Yang liked to joke with this young nurse, so the two of them became familiar with each other.
Here you are. I haven't seen you for many days,
Chen Yang said with a smile.
It's better not to come here too often, the young nurse Su Wenjing said to Chen Yang with a smile.
When you settle the bill with me later, give me a discount,
Chen Yang said. Su Wenjing said, we charge standard fees here. Look, if we continue chatting like this, how can we continue chatting?
Chen Yang spread out his hands.
Su Wenjing smiled and said, is there no way to continue the conversation?
Yes, a little bit, Chen Yang said bluntly. Should you give us a discount and find some time to ask Yangzi to take you for a ride in a Lamborghini?
Guofei said calmly at this time. When Su Wenjing heard this, surprise was immediately written on her pretty face. Lamborghini?
Yangzi has a Lamborghini worth more than 30 million yuan. Dai Huan also said at this time.
Su Wenjing's face was full of disbelief. You guys, team up to deceive me. I didn't lie to you.
What they said is true,
Chen Yang said. You bought a Lamborghini worth more than 30 million? Su Wenjing continued to ask with a look of disbelief. What? Don't they look alike? Forget it. There's no point in talking about it now. Hearing is not as good as seeing. When I have time, I'll drive you out for a ride, Chen Yang joked. Humph, you guys teamed up to deceive me. Men's words are lies, Su Wenjing sneered. It's true.
At this time, Lulu, who had been very honest and silent, suddenly spoke.
After Lulu confirmed it, Su Wenjing began to believe that Chun Yang really bought a Lamborghini. Su Wenjing blushed a little, then laughed and said, you got rich? That's fine.
However, if you can give my friends a discount this time, I can really drive you around,
Chun Yang said half jokingly and half seriously.
Okay, fight. Su Wenjing suddenly said cheerfully.
That's great. Chen Yang also smiled happily. After that, Su Wenjing went back to her business.
Chen Yang chatted with Guofei, Dai Huan, and the others for a while, and felt a little bored. He wanted to go back, so he stood up from his chair and said, you guys stay here, I'll go back first.
Guofei smiled slightly, go ahead.
Dai Huan still closed his eyes and said, Yangzi, drive the Lamborghini here and take me back later. Stop talking nonsense, let's see how the situation develops,
Chen Yang said.
After that, Chen Yang walked to the door of the pharmacy again and said to Su Wenjing, who was playing with his phone, I'm leaving now.
Remember to give my friends a discount tonight. Then I'll wait for you to take me for a ride in your Lamborghini? Su Wenjing joked. Okay, that's no problem. Isn't it necessary?
Chen Yang said readily.
After all, isn't it just taking Su Wenjing for a ride in a Lamborghini? This is a simple matter for him. Buzz. Coincidentally, at this moment, Su Wenjing's cell phone rang in her pocket. Seeing that she was busy, Chen Yang waved to her, said goodbye, and turned away.
Chen Yang left the small clinic and was walking slowly towards the school. At this moment, unexpectedly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Chen Yang quickly took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiao Li calling.
He couldn't help but wonder why she called. Chapter 44. Are you sick? Chen Yang answered the call anyway, and heard Xiao Li helplessly ask on the phone, Chen Yang, are you free tonight?
When Chen Yang heard this, he naturally understood that Xiao Li still wanted to treat him to a meal. Chen Yang thought he was worried about what to eat when he got home later, and since someone invited him to dinner, of course he had to go. Chen Yang thought about it and laughed, okay, since you've invited me so kindly, I'll respectfully obey your order.
That's right. Where are you now? Xiao Li asked. Outside, Chen Yang replied.
Then you go to the 4th floor of the big restaurant?
Xiao Li said a little unconfidently. You said you would invite me to dinner at the big restaurant on the 4th floor? Chen Yang asked. Xiao Li said a little unconfidently, then why don't I invite you outside?
Chen Yang knew in his heart that the reason why Xiao Li seemed to lack confidence was because the school cafeteria was on the 4th floor and they only served some home-cooked dishes of not very high standard. However, Chen Yang really likes the home-cooked dishes cooked on the 4th floor of the cafeteria, which are also very delicious.
Moreover, he didn't have high requirements for food, so he said calmly, no need to run outside. What time is it now? No need to be so troublesome. Then don't complain that it's not high-end enough. Xia Li said. You think too much. Chen Yang said helplessly. Well, then you can go to the 4th floor now. I'll be there soon. Xia Li said. Okay. Chen Yang responded readily, and then hung up Xia Li's phone. After Chen Yang finished talking to Xia Li, he leisurely headed to the 4th floor of the school cafeteria. Chen Yang arrived at the restaurant on the 4th floor and was looking for Xia Li when he suddenly heard Xia Li's voice not far away. Chen Yang. Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his eyes and saw Xia Li sitting at the square table. He walked towards her with a smile on his face. Chen Yang sat down opposite Xia Li, looked around, and found that there was no one else he knew. He was a little surprised and asked, just the two of us? Yeah. Xia Li smiled a little awkwardly. Where is Tang Yimin? Chen Yang asked curiously. She went out for something. Xia Li said with a smile. Okay, it's just the two of us, so we can eat more delicious food. Chen Yang said jokingly. Xia Li also smiled. After that, she pushed the menu in front of Chen Yang and said, take a look, order whatever you like. That's great. Chen Yang also had a smile on his face. At noon, Su Lingling invited him to dinner, and in the evening, Xia Li invited him again. This little life was really comfortable. Chen Yang lowered his head to look at the menu. However, just as he was ordering, a boy's laughter suddenly came from beside Chen Yang. Is this the mistress? Xia Li stood up from the stool abruptly and said anxiously, Huang Hai, you? Chen Yang also turned his head at this time and saw a tall and thin boy with a black backpack, looking at Xia Li with anger on his face. Xia Li hurriedly walked to the boy's side, pulled his arm and said, go talk over there, don't disturb others while they are eating. The boy shook off Xia Li's hand unhappily and said, that's not necessary. Xia Li frowned and said, why are you making such a fuss? You want to break up, right? Chen Yang looked at Xia Li, then at Huang Hai, with a confused look on his face. How could he have thought that choosing to have dinner with Xia Li tonight would lead to something like this? Isn't it a bit embarrassing? I'm inviting friends to dinner tonight, so please leave. You want to break up? Okay, I agree. Please leave. Xia Li said with a sad face. Seeing that Xia Li was about to break up with her boyfriend because of this dinner, Chen Yang stood up with a confused look on his face and said, Xia Li, isn't this dinner tonight a bit inappropriate? Chen Yang, this has nothing to do with you. Please sit down. It's my fault for not handling my own private affairs well. Xia Li said with a sad face. Chen Yang also wanted to help Xia Li at this time, so he said to Huang Hai, hey, buddy, Xia Li and I are friends. No one has stipulated that boys and girls cannot treat each other to a meal. Why are you pretending? I'm going to be cuckolded anyway. Huang Hai said angrily. Green hat? Decided to wear it? Chen Yang was speechless. What the hell was going on? Dare to do it but not to admit it? Huang Hai suddenly questioned Chen Yang. Chen Yang said with an unhappy look on his face, what am I admitting? I cheated on you? You don't trust your girlfriend that much. Huang Hai, you are humiliating me. Tears welled up in Xia Li's eyes. Huang Hai said indifferently, keep pretending. The sadness on Xia Li's face naturally became even more intense. Chen Yang couldn't stand it anymore and asked Xia Li, although I don't like to meddle in other people's private affairs, I can't stand it this time. You broke up with him, right? Shirley nodded. Since we've broken up, it's easy to deal with. Chen Yang walked to Xia Li, looked at Huang Hai and said, hey, don't disturb me and my friends when we're having dinner. Isn't that embarrassing? You male mistress, I'm going to discredit you and both of you. Huang Hai said viciously. Want to discredit both of us? Go ahead and spread rumors. If you have the guts, just spread one and I will take legal action. Chen Yang said sternly. I have evidence. Huang Hai said with narrowed eyes. If you have evidence, then make it public. Anyway, I am above board. How could I be afraid of you? Go away, and don't disturb our dinner. Chen Yang said disdainfully. Huang Hai was also a sinister person. He suddenly grabbed a beer bottle on the ground and smashed it on Chen Yang's head. Xia Li covered her mouth in fear.
But Chen Yang suddenly raised his leg and kicked the beer bottle in Huang Hai's hand beautifully, breaking it into pieces. Then, Chen Yang suddenly grabbed Huang Hai by the collar and hit Huang Hai hard on the forehead with his forehead. Huang Hai suddenly felt a severe headache. At this time, Chen Yang still grabbed Huang Hai's collar and said coldly, "Don't challenge my bottom line again, understand?" Chen Yang threw Huang Hai out. Huang Hai got up from the ground and walked away dejectedly. As Huang Hai left, the students who were watching the excitement gradually dispersed. Chen Yang sat down on the stool again and smiled at Xiao, "Sit down and eat." Xiao looked at Chen Yang with red eyes and said, "Chen Yang, can you still eat?" "Why can't I eat? What does Huang Hai have to do with me? I don't even want to eat for a lunatic, am I stupid?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao also sat down on the stool again and said, "He is the vice president of the school student union." "Oh, so what?" Chen Yang said. Xiao lowered her head and said, "In fact, I wanted to break up with him a long time ago because I found out that he was having an ambiguous relationship with another girl, but he kept pestering me. It's also my own fault that I couldn't bear to do it. In fact, he had an argument with me the last time I used your car to take a photo. Well, it's just right for me to break up with him. Can we stop talking about that person's troubles?" Chen Yang said helplessly. "He is the vice president of the school student union. He is quite capable. I'm afraid he will bully you, and then I will be guilty." Xiao said excitedly. "Oh, why don't you ask him to make one and try it?" Chen Yang said disdainfully. After that, he continued, "I'm not worried, so why are you worried, right? Are you going to eat?" "I'm starving." "Chen Yang, I really feel like you seem to have changed a lot in an instant," Xiao suddenly said. Chen Yang was thinking in his heart, "Now that I have the system, the money, and the luxury car, how can I not change?" However, Chen Yang felt that he had not changed at all. He is still the same person. "Okay, time to eat. You really want to starve me to death?" Chen Yang joked. Xiao smiled bitterly, "Well, eat." Chen Yang then started ordering food, 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, which were not expensive and cost just over 100 yuan. After a while, the dishes were brought up one by the restaurant waiters. Chen Yang and Xiao were eating and chatting, not taking what happened in Huang Hai seriously at all. After eating for more than an hour, Chen Yang was full, but Xiao didn't eat much. Chen Yang said to Xiao helplessly, "You don't seem to eat much." Xiao said bitterly, "I'm not hungry, are you full? Are you still worried about that man?" Chen Yang asked with a raised eyebrow. Xiao's face suddenly turned ugly. Chen Yang smiled bitterly, "Although, I am not an emotional mentor, but as a friend, I want to say that, in fact, when you found out that Huang Hai was flirting with another girl, you should have broken up decisively. Why couldn't you be so cruel? Believe me, breaking up with him is a good thing for you." Chapter 45: The Female Boss's Apology. Xiao nodded bitterly. Chen Yang also noticed that Xiao seemed unable to make up her mind, and shook his head helplessly. Xiao saw Chen Yang shaking his head, and she became a little anxious and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" Chen Yang also said bluntly, "Because I can see that you can't be cruel at all." No. Xiao kept shaking her head, her face full of determination. Chen Yang saw that Xiao had really made up her mind, so he smiled and said, "Then go back. I'll give you the money." "What are you talking about?" Xiao said to Chen Yang a little unhappily. After saying that, she hurried to the front desk and settled the bill. After Xiao paid the bill and came back, she said to Chen Yang a little angrily, "We agreed that I treated you tonight, and you still have to pay." Chen Yang hesitated and didn't say anything more. After all, he had good intentions just now and wanted to save some money for Xiao. However, since the money had been paid and the matter was over, Chen Yang didn't want to mention it again. Chen Yang and Xiao walked out of the cafeteria together. Chen Yang was about to say goodbye to Xiao, but at this moment, Huang Hai's voice suddenly came from the side of Xiao. Xiao was so frightened that her body trembled slightly, and Chen Yang was also a little surprised. Chen Yang and Xiao looked to the side together and saw that Huang Hai did not leave. Instead, he walked towards Xiao with an apologetic look on his face. Huang Hai walked up to Xiao slowly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry." Xiao quickly took 2 steps back and said, "I have broken up with you, stay away from me." "Baby, I know I was wrong, really. I just thought about it carefully, and I thought too much. I am a fucking idiot."
Huang Hai said with a look of self-blame. Chen Yang just stood aside and watched silently. After all, this was a matter between Xiao and her boyfriend, so it was not appropriate for him to interfere. However, Chen Yang was thinking in his heart that this time it all depended on whether Xiao could really make up her mind. If Xiao chooses to forgive Huang Hai this time, Chen Yang will be in trouble. I'm sorry. Xiao said firmly. After saying that, she looked at Chen Yang for help and said, protect me back to the dormitory, okay? This, of course. Chen Yang agreed readily. After all, was it just escorting Xiao back to the dormitory? This was such a simple matter for Chen Yang. Xiao took Chen Yang's arm and hurried forward. Of course, Xiao holding Chen Yang's arm doesn't mean that they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's just because Xiao and Chen Yang have been classmates for 4 years and get along like brothers and sisters, so there's nothing wrong with just holding each other's arms. Chen Yang successfully sent Xiao to the door of the girls' dormitory and said with a smile, go back. Xiao waved to Chen Yang, turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory building. Chen Yang also waved to Xiao. He felt that the meal tonight was okay and not too bad. He enjoyed the meal quite a bit. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. At noon, it was naturally time for Chen Yang to have lunch with Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang also planned to go to the mall to buy some gifts for Xiao Qingyue. For Chen Yang, giving gifts is a polite act. After all, I'm going to have dinner with Xiao Qingyue, so I can't bring nothing with me. Moreover, Chen Yang was also willing to buy some gifts for Xiao Qingyue. If you want, just do it. Chen Yang got up, washed up briefly, and then asked Dai Huan, who was still lying in bed, how is your stomach? Much better. I'll have another injection in the afternoon, said Dai Huan. Oh, hang it up, you must hang it up, until it's done. Chen Yang said. What are you going to do? Dai Huan asked curiously. Something. Chen Yang said calmly. He was too lazy to tell Dai Huan what he was going to do later. Bite. Chen Yang walked out of the dormitory door. To his surprise, at this moment, the system voice suddenly rang in his mind. The host has not completed the task for 17 hours. Please complete it as soon as possible. Task? Chen Yang muttered to himself, is it the investment task? It must be completed today. After all, investing? Just invest money? What's so difficult about that? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yang entered the mall and began to carefully choose a gift for Xiao Qingyue. When he was shopping until 10:30 in the morning, unexpectedly, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Xiao Qingyue calling, just as he expected. Chen Yang quickly answered the phone, and then heard Xiao Qingyue say, come to eat at noon, don't forget. How could I forget? I'm such a foodie. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Well, it's still the Mingzhu Hotel, the Western restaurant on the second floor. Xiao Qingyue said. Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Don't be too late. Xiao Qingyue said again. I know, don't worry. Chen Yang said helplessly. Okay. Xiao Qingyue nodded, then hung up Chen Yang's phone. Chen Yang also happened to buy a blue hairpin that he thought was pretty nice, and said to himself, the gift is bought, let's go. Chen Yang immediately returned to the underground garage and drove his golden Lamborghini towards the Pearl Hotel. Half an hour later, Chen Yang parked the sports car in the parking space and got out of the car. He looked towards the entrance of the hotel and unexpectedly saw Xiao Qingyue and Shaolong together, chatting face to face. That guy. As soon as Chen Yang saw Shaolong, he couldn't help laughing. Because this guy was really treated badly by him some time ago. Chen Yang walked towards Xiao Qingyue and Shaolong with a smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet them, hey. Shaolong turned his head to look at Chen Yang, and saw a look of fear in his eyes. When Chen Yang saw that Shaolong was afraid of him, he felt very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants. What he wanted was for Shaolong to be afraid of him and terrified of him. When Chen Yang walked up to Shaolong, he reached out and patted Shaolong's shoulder heavily and said, hey, Brother Long is here too. Shaolong said with a dark face, you are the elder brother. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue again and asked, is Brother Long going to join us today? No, he also comes here to eat. He has his friends. Xiao Qingyue explained hurriedly. Chen Yang nodded, then looked at Shaolong and said, are we done talking? We're done talking. Shaolong said with a dark face. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, then I'll go up. Go ahead. Xiao Qingyue nodded.
Xiaolong nodded to Chen Yang again, and then walked towards the hotel entrance. Chen Yang glanced at Xiaolong's back, then looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "He has behaved a lot better now."
"He has indeed changed a bit," Xiao Qingyue said. "Well, not bad. It seems that what I did last time was effective," Chen Yang said.
Xiao Qingyue smiled at Chen Yang with a smile in her eyes, and then said, "Go in."
"Okay." Chen Yang nodded.
Afterwards, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue went up to the second floor and sat down at the table by the window in the restaurant. Chen Yang took out a blue hairpin from his pocket and said, "Look, this is a gift for you.
It's not very expensive, but I hope you like it." Xiao Qingyue took the hairpin from Chen Yang and said, "I'll accept your gift this time, but don't buy it next time." Well, it just so happens that choosing gifts gives me a headache sometimes,"
Chen Yang joked to himself. Xiao Qingyue then pushed the menu in front of Chen Yang and said, "You order."
"I'm really casual about it. You can order whatever you want. I'll eat it all,"
Chen Yang said helplessly.
Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang.
She had eaten a lot with Chen Yang, so she certainly understood Chen Yang's temper. She took back the menu and said, "Their crab fried rice is delicious."
"Do you like it? Then order it,"
Chen Yang said easily. After all, he is really not picky about eating, as long as he is full. Then, Xiao Qingyue took a pencil and started drawing on the menu. After she finished, she called the waiter, gave him the menu, and then looked at Chen Yang and said, "I have ordered the food.
It should taste good. As long as you like it." Chen Yang continued with a smile. "A lot of things have happened recently,"
Xiao Qingyue suddenly said with emotion.
"Yeah." Chen Yang sighed.
Speaking of the recent period, a lot of things have indeed happened to him.
"I'm sorry about what happened to my cousin,"
Xiao Qingyue suddenly apologized. Hearing this, Chen Yang hurriedly said, "No, please don't. I don't intend for you to apologize to me for this." Chapter 46 Uncle, why are you here?
"You really don't care?"
Xiao Qingyue also looked at Chen Yang seriously. Chen Yang said firmly, "I don't care. After all, as long as I have you in my eyes, why should I care about those people?"
"Right?" Xiao Qingyue's face flushed slightly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It's fine if you don't care." Chen Yang smiled helplessly, "I am just narrow-minded towards you, but others? They can't interfere with my inner thoughts." Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with a bit of reproach again.
Judging from her expression, she seemed to be blaming Chen Yang for speaking without restraint.
Chen Yang smiled and said nothing more.
Anyway, what he just said to Xiao Qingyue were all his true words.
He didn't tell a single lie. After a while, rice and dishes were served one by one.
Chen Yang picked up his knife and fork and prepared to start eating. However, not long after he started eating, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "Oh, there is something I need to consult you about."
Xiao Qingyue hurriedly took a white napkin and wiped her mouth, then asked in confusion, "What's the matter?"
"I have some money and want to make some investments, but I have never been involved in this area before and I don't understand it.
I would like to ask you for some advice,"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
"You invest? How much money do you have?"
Xiao Qingyue suddenly asked calmly. Looking at her calm and composed appearance, it is obvious that she knows a lot about investment.
Chen Yang was also satisfied.
It seemed that he had found the right person.
"I have 5 million," Chen Yang said. 5 million? Your money?
Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang curiously.
"Oh, it's my relative's money,"
Chen Yang explained hurriedly. The reason why he suddenly wanted to explain was, of course, that he saw suspicion towards him in Xiao Qingyue's eyes. Yes, he is just a college student now, how can he have 5 million all of a sudden? Not to mention Xiao Qingyue, anyone who heard about this would definitely be curious, where did Chen Yang get the money from? Fortunately, Chen Yang had already thought of a reason for this.
"Do your relatives trust you so much?"
Xiao Qingyue said with a look of doubt on her face.
"Yeah, they think I have a higher level of education, so they trust me,"
Chen Yang said casually. Anyway, he certainly wouldn't reveal the matter about the system to Xiao Qingyue.
"If you really want to invest, you can come to my company,"
Xiao Qingyue suddenly said.
"Go to your company? Is that okay?"
Chen Yang said with a smile. In fact, when Xiao Qingyue said this, Chen Yang immediately agreed in his heart.
Isn't it the best idea to invest 5 million in the company of my future daughter-in-law? It is also the best investment. Chen Yang immediately said, if this is feasible, then of course there is no problem. I will give you the money tomorrow and you can help me run it. Do you trust me so much?
Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang curiously.
If you and I don't believe me, who else can I believe? You are a kind and upright girl. I know you won't harm me. Chen Yang laughed.
Xiao Qingyue didn't say anything, but picked up the coffee cup, took a sip of coffee, glanced out the window with a happy expression on her face. Although she didn't say a word, Chen Yang could still tell from her expression that she was very happy. It seems that the praise he just gave was effective and touched her heart.
Then I will give you the money tomorrow,
Chen Yang said with a serious smile.
I will send someone to contact you tomorrow, Xiao Qingyue said. Okay, let's shake hands.
Chen Yang stretched out his hand. Xiao Qingyue stared at Chen Yang for 2 seconds, then she stretched out her hand and gently shook Chen Yang's hand. After that, Chen Yang continued to chat with Xiao Qingyue while eating.
They ate together for an hour. Suddenly, Shaolong came towards them with a glass of red wine and said with a smile, Hey, are you still eating?
Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue turned their heads together, and of course they saw Shaolong walking towards them with a smile on his face.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. Shaolong walked up to Chen Yang and asked, What did you drink? Coffee? Where's the wine? Wasn't there any wine? Seeing Shaolong's enthusiasm, Chen Yang smiled and said, I still have to drive later, so I didn't drink. Then you can have coffee and wine, I'll toast you a glass.
Shaolong picked up the coffee cup and handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang also saw that this guy was quite capable, so he gave him face and stood up and said, I drink coffee and you drink wine, aren't you at a disadvantage? Suffering a loss is a blessing, suffering a loss is a blessing, Shaolong said with a smile. After saying that, he drank the red wine in the glass. Chen Yang also drank some coffee, and then Shaolong suddenly hugged Chen Yang and said, Brother, we have finished our drinks, I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Last time, you hurt me terribly. Chen Yang smiled and said, I usually don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but if someone comes to cause trouble for me, I'm not afraid of it. Yes, this shows how awesome you are, how powerful you are, and how smart you are. Shaolong flattered him. Chen Yang smiled without saying anything. As the saying goes, if someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Chen Yang never takes these flattering words to heart. Brother, now that we've come to this, tell me the truth. How did you manage to do that last time? Shaolong asked seriously. In fact, this is the real purpose of Shaolong's visit. He just wanted to figure out how Chen Yang had made him fall into this nightmare. Shaolong suspected that he had been poisoned. However, he was not very confident. After all, he himself did not really believe in the idea of witchcraft. He thought it was all made up in movies and would never happen in real life. But Chen Yang smiled coldly. I thought to myself, how could I tell you these things? It seems you are overthinking. Chen Yang said, that's because you did something wrong. Brother, please don't. If you don't let me die knowing clearly, I will suffer from insomnia again. Shaolong joked to himself. Chen Yang laughed again and said, I really didn't do anything. Shaolong smiled bitterly, Brother, how could you not have done anything? You don't want to say it? It's not that I don't want to say it, it's that I really didn't do anything, Chen Yang said firmly. Also, there was no way he could tell anyone about the nightmare energy. Qingyue, please plead for me. I really want to know the truth. Shaolong looked at Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue said calmly, what's the point of you begging me? He doesn't want to say it, so he will say it when I ask him? Shaolong pulled his arm back from Chen Yang's shoulder and sighed, Go back and stop thinking about it. From now on, as long as you stop interfering with the affairs between me and President Xiao, you will be fine, Chen Yang said to Shaolong indifferently. Shaolong looked disappointed. He clasped his hands together, nodded at Chen Yang, and turned away. As soon as Shaolong left, Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at Chen Yang and said, You won't tell me either, right? Right. Chen Yang answered decisively. After all, he wouldn't tell it anyway, and he didn't want to lie to Xiao Qingyue. I don't want to know either, Xiao Qingyue said softly. Then let's talk about something else. Chen Yang grinned. What are we talking about now? Xiao Qingyue asked seriously. Let's talk about personal feelings and romance.
Chen Yang joked. You are not serious again. Xiao Qingyue said angrily. No, do I have it?
Chen Yang said helplessly. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes and said nothing more. Afterwards, Chen Yang had a brief chat with Xiao Qingyue, and seeing that it was almost time, they left the restaurant together, went downstairs, and walked towards the hotel entrance.
Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue walked to the entrance of the hotel.
Chen Yang was about to ask Xiao Qingyue if she wanted him to take her home when a strong voice suddenly came from the side, Qingyue. Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue looked to the side together. There was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a slicked back hair. He had his hands behind his back and was wearing a black training suit. His eyes were full of the majesty of a superior. When Xiao Qingyue saw the man, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her pretty face. She asked, "Second uncle? Why, are you here?" Chapter 47 Reward Super Exploration, nice. Second uncle. When Chen Yang heard Xiao Qingyue actually called the other party second uncle, he was of course very surprised. He just saw that this middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and must be a rich and powerful person. Unexpectedly, he was Xiao Qingyue's second uncle. I came to take a look.
Xiao Wanyan said indifferently, but his eyes looked at Chen Yang without any concealment.
It was obvious that he came just for Chen Yang. Of course Chen Yang also saw this, and couldn't help wondering, could it be that Xiao Qingyue's second uncle suddenly appeared at the door of the hotel? Was it Shaolong behind this again? Chen Yang thought this was very likely. Otherwise, why would Xiao Qingyue's uncle come here so late at night? He must not be bored, right? Of course, Xiao Qingyue also saw Xiao Wanyan's eyes, which had been sizing up Chen Yang, so she quickly smiled and said, "Oh, let me introduce you.
This is my friend, Chen Yang, who is now a senior student at Linhai University.
Chen Yang, this is my second uncle, my elder." After listening to Xiao Qingyue's introduction, Chen Yang, as a junior, certainly couldn't remain silent, so he stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello, second uncle. Well, I heard that you and Qingyue are dating?" Xiao Wanyan said lightly, not hiding his confusion at all. "Yes." Chen Yang answered simply. After all, he didn't know Xiao Wanyan, and of course he didn't want to talk too much with him. "You are quite courageous, young man," Xiao Wanyan said meaningfully. Although he did not clearly say what he meant, Chen Yang could certainly hear it. "Is this what you call courage?" Chen Yang said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Not everyone can enter the Xiao family if they want to." Xiao Wanyan narrowed his eyes and said, "I know." Chen Yang said lightly, he didn't say much. At this moment, Xiao Wanyan suddenly stretched out his hand calmly and said, "I hope we can understand each other better in the future." "Okay." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Seeing Xiao Wanyan extending his hand, he naturally couldn't pretend not to see it, so he also extended his hand and gently shook Xiao Wanyan's hand. However, what surprised Chen Yang was that just when his hand and Xiao Wanyan's hand were shaking, Xiao Wanyan suddenly exerted force and held his hand tightly. Xiao Wanyan's meaning seemed to be clear enough. He wanted to use this little trick to give Chen Yang a warning. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that he was being tricked. However, Xiao Wanchang wanted to pinch his hand to intimidate him, but he was really overthinking it. In terms of strength, Chen Yang is much stronger than everyone else. Chen Yang also began to use force with his hands and started to shake hands with Xiao Wanyan. Xiao Qingyue, who was standing by, saw that the two were actually competing with each other, and her pretty face was full of anxiety. Xiao Wanyan squinted his eyes and looked relaxed at first, but after 10 seconds, his expression changed slightly. Of course Chen Yang saw the change in Xiao Wanyan's expression, and he also said with a smile, "Second uncle just wanted to compete with me in arm strength, which was not a wise choice." Xiao Wanyan didn't say anything and pulled his hand back with all his strength. Chen Yang also knew when to stop and loosened his hand, allowing Xiao Wanyan to withdraw his hand smoothly. Xiao Qingyue was also very confused at this time, so she hurriedly said to Chen Yang, "You go back first." Chen Yang glanced at Xiao Qingyue. It just so happened that he also wanted to go back, so he smiled and said, "Okay." After saying that, Chen Yang looked at Xiao Wanyan again and said, "Second uncle, if we really want to compare hand strength, you really can't beat me." "Chen Yang, go back," Xiao Qingyue suddenly said in a more serious tone. It seems that she also doesn't want Chen Yang to say harsh words in front of her second uncle again. Chen Yang smiled slightly. He didn't care about it anyway. He waved at Xiao Qingyue, then drove away in his golden Lamborghini. As soon as Chen Yang left, Xiao Qingyue looked at Xiao Wanyan and asked, "Second uncle, why are you here?"
Xiao Wanyan said, I heard from Xiaolong that you were dating someone, so I came to see you. Xiao Qingyue blushed and said, he's talking nonsense. Okay, Xiaolong also means well, don't blame him. Xiao Wanyan advised.
After saying that, Xiao Wanyan frowned and said, but, Qingyue, when it comes to love, you have to be well matched. If there is no chance of it working out, don't waste other people's time.
Of course Xiao Qingyue understood what Xiao Wanyan meant by this. But, she had already given it to Chen Yang, so did she have any choice? Xiao Qingyue was also thinking at this time, what should I do? Achoo.
As for Chen Yang, he had sneezed 7 or 8 times just 10 minutes after he drove out.
Chen Yang knew that Xiao Qingyue and her second uncle Xiao Wanyan would definitely talk about him behind his back. It must be that Xiao Wanyan is saying something bad about him behind his back? Of course Chen Yang could also see that Xiao Wanyan did not agree with him. But it doesn't matter.
Chen Yang felt that as long as the system was there, the relationship between him and Xiao Qingyue could not be disrupted by anyone.
It took Chen Yang more than an hour to return to the dormitory.
Because he was a little tired, he simply washed up and went to bed to rest. When Chen Yang was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, he suddenly thought of what Xiao Qingyue's second uncle had talked about with Xiao Qingyue when he left tonight. Chen Yang guessed that what they talked about must not have anything good to say about him, but Chen Yang was still curious about the specific content of their conversation. Chen Yang has always been decisive in doing things. When he wanted to know something, he didn't think too much about it. He immediately picked up his phone and called Xiao Qingyue. When Xiao Qingyue answered Chen Yang's call, she had just returned to the villa and was sitting on the high-end brown leather sofa to rest. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue had answered the phone, Chen Yang immediately asked with a smile, what did you talk about with your uncle tonight after I left?
Nothing? Just a simple chat.
Xiao Qingyue said softly. With her kind character, she certainly didn't want to tell Chen Yang what her second uncle had said to her tonight.
However, Chen Yang didn't think too much about it. He laughed and said, are they all negative comments? A little bit. Xiao Qingyue said bluntly. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's normal to have negative comments.
Chen Yang said easily.
You are a very optimistic person.
Xiao Qingyue said with narrowed eyes.
Of course, I have always been a sensible person. I can certainly understand that your second uncle has a negative opinion of me now.
Chen Yang said easily. You have to work hard. Xiao Qingyue said what was in her heart without realizing it.
I work hard? That is to say, only if I work hard can I marry you, right?
Chen Yang said immediately.
Xiao Qingyue blushed and said, it's up to you to understand it however you want. I understand. I understand what you mean. Don't worry.
Chen Yang said with a firm face.
Xiao Qingyue sighed awkwardly, and then asked, do you have anything else to do?
That's all.
You take a rest.
Chen Yang said decisively. Xiao Qingyue nodded, then hung up the phone. Chen Yang also took the phone away from his ear, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a ringing sound suddenly occurred in his head. It's the system sound. Chen Yang was also a little surprised.
Why did the system speak at this time?
Then, he heard the system say, congratulations host, the task has been completed, the reward has been issued, please check it carefully.
What completed the mission? Is it the investment task? I have completed it? I haven't invested yet? Chen Yang was also very confused. However, since the system said he has completed the task, then let's complete it. Better to finish than not finish. That is to say, he has also invested in Xiao Qingyue's company now, right?
It seems that they will work together as husband and wife in the future.
Nice.
While Chen Yang was daydreaming, Dai Huan, Guofei and Lula came back from outside the dormitory together. When Chen Yang turned around and saw the three of them, he immediately asked with concern, are you guys getting 4 drips again?
No, just going out for a walk. Guofei replied with a smile. How are your 3 stomachs? Chen Yang asked. No more. Guofei joked.
Dai Huan then said to Chen Yang, Yangzi, I just want to go for a ride in your Lamborghini.
When can I have time? Get lost. My Lamborghini only accepts girls sitting on the passenger seat.
I won't accept guys who pick their toes. Chen Yang said with a smile.
Damn. Dai Huan said a little unhappily. Guofei and Lula smiled honestly and said nothing.
Shen Yang then said, "You should take care of your stomach first and stop thinking about these useless things."
Yangzi, there is still a chance, right? Dai Huan looked at him and asked. A chance to go for a ride in a Lamborghini?
Of course, of course. Chen Yang said with a smile. After that, Guofei, Dai Huan and others got busy with other things. Shen Yang had been lying on the bed playing with his phone until his eyes could no longer be opened, so he closed his eyes and took a rest. It was not until the next morning that Chen Yang opened his eyes and suddenly a bell went off in his head. It's the system's sound.
Something's going to happen again.
Really? After a while, Shen Yang heard the system in his mind say, "Side mission, please complete the investment profit as soon as possible. In 10 days, complete the profit task.
Reward, 1 chance to check with Tianyan. Note, the sky I can check anything the host wants to check, but the chance is only once. Once it is used up, the ability will be lost."
After listening to the system task, Chen Yang was speechless. It seems that the system's recent rewards are getting weirder and weirder.
Take Tianyanka for example, what the hell is this? Can he find out everything he wants to find out? Could it be that he can find out many things that Xiao Qingyue experienced in the past? If that's the case, that's nice.
Chapter 48, Entertainment Mission, Take a Beautiful Girl for a Drive.
Chen Yang then snapped his fingers.
No matter what, the reward from the system was still good. Because Chen Yang had a big class to attend this morning, so after a quick wash, he rushed to the classroom with several roommates in the dormitory. However, early in the morning, just as Chen Yang and Guofei walked out of the dormitory building, a boy suddenly shouted unkindly, "Hey!" The boy's voice was full of hostility and anger, which scared Chen Yang a little. Chen Yang also thought to himself, "It's so early in the morning, I hope I won't run into a psychopath." He turned his head and saw a tall and thin boy with a black backpack not far away. He was looking at him with gloomy eyes and hooking his index finger at him. Chen Yang also felt a little helpless.
Isn't this guy Huang Hai? What did he mean by this? Could it be that Xia Li was determined to break up with him, and he was blaming him for it?
Of course, Guofei and Dai Huan also saw Huang Hai's unfriendly expression.
Dai Huan asked, "Yangzi, what's going on?"
Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, "Nothing serious, you guys go to the classroom first, I'll take care of this." At this time, Guofei also kindly asked, "Do you need help?"
"Need not."
Chen Yang immediately turned around and smiled at Guofei. After all, it was just dealing with Huang Hai, which was too small a thing for Chen Yang.
"Come on."
Dai Huan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said.
Chen Yang also smiled and joked, "Hurry up and go to the classroom, or you may bleed."
Guofei and Dai Huan both smiled, and then they went to the classroom together. After they left, Chen Yang walked towards Huang Hai with a calm face. He believed that Huang Hai came here because of Xia Li. Chen Yang was also very calm in his heart. He just did it for Xia Li.
He didn't care anyway.
When Chen Yang came to Huang Hai grabbed Chen Yang's collar without saying anything and said, "Why do you want to get involved in what's going on between me and Xia Li?" Chen Yang glanced at Huang Hai's hand that was grabbing his collar, and said calmly, "Let go of your hand first. You should make your words clear today. I told you to let go of your hands first. Speak clearly."
Bang!
Chen Yang suddenly slapped Huang Hai's hand, forcing Huang Hai to quickly retract his hand. Afterwards, Chen Yang grabbed Huang Hai's collar again and said coldly, "You dare to threaten me? I'll kill you, believe it or not."
Huang Hai shouted.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Come on, why don't you kill me and see?" Huang Hai suddenly said with a painful look on his face, "Why do you want to get involved in Xia Li's affairs?"
"Why? You shouldn't ask me about this. You should ask yourself. Also, I've never been a nosy person.
I don't care about the relationship between you and Xia Li.
Don't bother me anymore. I'm very busy every day and don't have time to deal with you."
Of course, you can choose not to listen and continue to cause trouble for me, then I will definitely make you regret it.
Roll.
Chen Yang pushed Huang Hai away, then walked towards the classroom with a cold face. After Chen Yang left, Huang Hai stood there with his fists clenched and an extremely angry look on his face. Chen Yang had just arrived in the classroom when Xia Li suddenly sat down next to him, holding a book.
A fresh fragrance wafted into Chen Yang's nose.
Xia Li's smell was also very pleasant. After Xia Li sat down next to Chen Yang, she frowned and asked, "Did Huang Hai look for you?" Chen Yang glanced at Xia Li and nodded without commenting.
Chen I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Xiao said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately smiled and said, "It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. I'll go find him after class." Xiao said angrily. Chen looked at Xiao again, and seeing that she looked angry, he knew who she was looking for after class. It must be Huang Hai. However, Chen was also afraid that Huang Hai would do something extreme to Xiao again, so he said softly, "I think it would be better for you to call him." Xiao looked at Chen fiercely and asked, "Are you worried that Huang Hai will hit me?" "There is one thing. Actually, I can go with you, but this is your private matter." Chen said. "It's okay. I can ask Xiaomin to go with me after class." Xiao said. Chen also thought this was a good idea, so he nodded and said, "I think this will work." "Yeah." Xiao nodded, and then she didn't say anything else. However, at this moment, her face was full of displeasure, showing that she was extremely unhappy. 2 hours later, the get out of class was finally over. Xiao packed up the books on the table and said to Chen "I'm leaving." "Oh, be careful and firm." Chen also said meaningfully. Xiao nodded firmly at Chen then ran away. As soon as Xiao left, Chen shook his head gently. In fact, he could help Xiao go to meet Huang Hai. But he really didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, he was not related to Xiao, so why should she go with him to see Huang Hai? Chen also thought kindly in his heart that he hoped Xiao could resolve the issue between her and Huang Hai well. Just as Chen finished his thought, the cell phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. Chen was also a little surprised. He took out his cell phone and saw that the call was from Su Wenjing, a nurse in the small clinic. Chen face was also full of surprise. Su Wenjing? He really didn't expect that this girl would call him? Could it be that she really took the idea of taking a ride in his Lamborghini seriously? Bite. When Chen was daydreaming, the system voice suddenly rang in his mind. Entertainment mission, take Su Wenjing for a drive. There is no reward for this mission, but please host, be sure to complete it. Well. All right. Chen pondered for a while and decided to agree. After all, even if the system hadn't given him this entertainment task, he would have planned to take Su Wenjing out for a ride. He had promised Su Wenjing about this, and Chen has always been a man of his word and would never go back on his word. Chen answered Su Wenjing's call and heard Su Wenjing chuckle, "You said you'd take me for a ride? Humph, you're just bragging." "I never brag, it's true." Chen said. "Is it true?" Su Wenjing chuckled. "How could this be false? You are in the clinic, right? Don't go anywhere. Just wait for me in the clinic. I'll be there soon." Chen said seriously. "Hey, are you really driving here in a golden sports car?" Su Wenjing smiled doubtfully. "I'm going to drive over in a junkie car. Do you want to go for a ride with me?" Chen joked. Su Wenjing immediately said, "Okay, then drive over and take a look." "What's the matter? You still don't believe what I said, right?" Chen said. "I don't believe it." Su Wenjing smiled cleverly. She said this just to tease Chen. "Drive past it and you'll believe it." Chen said with a smile. After that, Chen said, "Then you stay in the clinic and don't go anywhere." "Okay." Su Wenjing responded readily. It just so happened that someone would be taking over her job soon, and she also wanted to take a good look at what Chen golden sports car looked like. Chen hung up the phone with Su Wenjing, and then thought to himself, "I still have to take the beautiful girl out for a ride, system, you were so nice to me." Chen smiled bitterly, then left the classroom and took a taxi to the central shopping mall. Half an hour later, Chen drove the golden sports car to the entrance of Gaudi Jin Clinic, rolled down the window, and said to Su Wenjing, who was standing at the entrance of the clinic, "Get in the car." Su Wenjing had taken off her white coat and put on a white t-shirt and tight jeans. Her long straight black hair hung over her shoulders and her legs were long and straight. Seeing Chen sitting in the seat of the golden sports car, Su Wenjing blushed and said, "Is this really yours?" Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Do you want me to show you the car purchase contract?" "This? I didn't expect that you are a rich man," Su Wenjing said with a blush. On the one hand, Chen wanted to complete the task, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take Su Wenjing for a ride as soon as possible, so he said, "Beauty, get in the car quickly." Su Wenjing hurriedly got into the passenger seat of the car. A burst of fragrance wafted into Chen Yang's nose.
Su Wenjing clenched her fist slightly. It was her first time to ride in such a luxury car. She looked a little nervous. Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and was about to drive away when suddenly an old doctor in a white coat and thick glasses came out of the clinic and asked, "Wenjing, is this your boyfriend?"
Where are you going? No.
Su Wenjing explained hurriedly, "He is just an ordinary friend of mine, Dr. Gao, please don't talk nonsense."
Have fun. Gao Dijin said kindly. Yeah.
Su Wenjing nodded with a smile on her face.
Chen Yang also saw that Su Wenjing had finished chatting with Gao Dijin, so he smiled and said, "Can we set off now?" Su Wenjing nodded again, "Let's go."
Chen Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the golden Lamborghini immediately sped forward. Su Wenjing was a little excited sitting in such a luxury car. Besides, she didn't have a boyfriend yet, and she had always had a good impression of Chen Yang.
Su Wenjing wanted to get to know Chen Yang better, so she asked with a smile, "Chen Yang, what do your parents do? Your family is so rich? Take me with you. My parents are just ordinary people.
I borrowed money from relatives to buy the car.
I was lucky and made some money."
Chen Yang made up a story. Anyway, he would definitely not tell Su Wenjing the true origin of the car. So, just make up something.
What do you do? How do you make so much money all of a sudden? Su Wenjing asked curiously. Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and grinned, "Want to know? I really can't tell you. Keep it a secret."
You? Su Wenjing looked anxious. After a moment of silence, she complained, "You."
Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't be angry.
There are some things I can let you know, but there are some things I can't tell you, right?" Su Wenjing sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she winked at Chen Yang, flirting with him while saying, "Please take care of me. Take care of me. I can be your secretary."
Chen Yang was also a little trembling because of Su Wen's static electricity.
He smiled bitterly and said, "Well, let's talk about this later."
Chapter 49, Heroes Don't Ask for Their Names. Stingy.
Su Wenjing looked at Chen Yang with a bit of contempt, then turned his head and looked forward.
Mean?
Chen Yang muttered to himself.
Am I stingy? I've never been a stingy person, okay?
Chen Yang also smiled helplessly and said, "Then if I teach you how to make money, I won't be stingy anymore."
Yes.
Su Wenjing immediately looked at Chen Yang again. Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and grinned, "Then just think of me as stingy."
Are you kidding me? Su Wenjing angrily hit Chen Yang on the arm.
Chen Yang also smiled and said to her, "I'm driving, stop making trouble." In fact, Chen Yang has no way to make money from investing. The reason I say this is just to explain how this sports car was purchased. Of course, he would not be provoked just because Su Wenjing said he was stingy. I was just playing a little joke on Su Wenjing just now. He thought that joking with girls was quite interesting.
Chen Yang drove his Lamborghini all the way eastward.
He remembered that there was a famous bridge to the east of Linhai City. Standing on the bridge, you can see the beautiful view of the river around the city.
Many internet celebrities like to shoot short videos on that bridge.
This time Chen Yang took Su Wenjing out for a ride, and he thought, since it was an entertainment task from the system, he might as well have some fun.
There is nothing to be hesitant about.
Chen Yang was driving and chatting with Su Wenjing all the way, and it felt pretty good. The two of them shared a lot of things about themselves with each other, and Chen Yang naturally got to know Su Wenjing better.
It turned out that Su Wenjing's parents were both doctors, and she had a younger brother who was studying medicine at a university in Kyoto. Because of her poor academic performance, she only took the entrance exam for a specialized medical school after graduating from high school. After graduation, she has been working as a nurse in a small clinic. Chen Yang knew a lot about Su Wenjing, and Su Wenjing of course also knew a lot about Chen Yang.
Sharing is joyful, so Su Wenjing always has a smile on her face and looks very happy. However, just when Chen Yang's car was about to reach the famous bridge, Su Wenjing's brows suddenly twisted, and then she quickly closed the car window and covered her stomach. Of course, Chen Yang also noticed that Su Wenjing was a little abnormal, so he parked the car in the emergency lane on the side of the road, then looked at Su Wenjing and said, "What's wrong with you?"
My stomach feels a little uncomfortable.
Su Wenjing said a little embarrassedly. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that Su Wenjing had just closed the car window, so he asked, "Did you freeze because the window was not closed just now?"
Don't ask anymore. Su Wenjing said a little anxiously.
When Chen Yang saw Su Wenjing's face gradually turn red, he immediately understood.
It seems that relatives are coming. Although Chen Yang is only a senior. But everyone understands. This is all common sense, okay?
Chen Yang thought about it and decided that if it really didn't work, he would use the universal potion to treat Su Wenjing.
But Chen Yang didn't he know what her current situation was? When Chen Yang thought of this, he looked at Su Wenjing and asked, "Can we continue playing?"
Su Wenjing continued to hold her belly and lowered her head and said, "Go back, take me back to the clinic." Chen Yang's face was slightly surprised when he heard this.
I didn't expect Su Wenjing's stomach would hurt so badly. Chen Yang thought about it and continued to ask with concern, "Are you in severe pain?" Su Wenjing nodded slightly.
At this time, she was lying down, not saying a word, and looked to be in a very bad condition. Chen Yang couldn't bear to see Su Wenjing in such pain.
If he didn't have a panacea, it would be fine.
But now he has the ability to help Su Wenjing, so Chen Yang can't just stand by and watch and not use the good stuff. After all, we are all friends, so every effort should be made to help.
Besides, he had 2 bottles of universal potions on him.
If they were not used, they were just 2 bottles of potions.
Only when they were used could they exert their effects.
Thinking of this, Chen Yang took out a half-empty brown bottle from his pocket and said, "Su Wenjing, Su Wenjing." Su Wenjing also heard Chen Yang's cry and slowly raised her head.
"Drink this and you'll be fine."
Chen Yang handed the small brown bottle to Su Wenjing.
Su Wenjing frowned, looking curious. "What is this?"
"This potion can cure all diseases."
"Drink it, trust me,"
Chen Yang said with a faint smile.
"Is it true?"
Although Su Wenjing was in great pain now, she couldn't change her habit of doubting him.
Chen Yang smiled confidently and said, "Do you think I am someone who likes to hurt others? Don't poison me." Su Wenjing said doubtfully, but she still took the small bottle from Chen Yang. "Drink it. You see, there is only half of the medicine left, right?
Because the other half has cured another girl's illness,"
Chen Yang explained. Su Wenjing didn't think any more about it.
She put her nose to the mouth of the bottle and sniffed it, then said, "There is no smell." After that, she tilted her head back and drank the medicine in the bottle in one gulp.
After Su Wenjing finished drinking, a confident smile appeared on Chen Yang's face.
After all, he certainly believed that the rewards from the system would not be bad. Since this universal potion has been systematically explained as being able to cure all diseases, it must be able to cure all diseases. After a while, Chen Yang heard Su Wenjing say with some surprise, "It seems to be really effective." "I'll tell you," Chen Yang said easily. Afterwards, Chen Yang also knew that since Su Wenjing had drunk the universal potion, she must be fine. So Chen Yang asked again, "Do you want to continue?"
"It seems okay," Su Wenjing said.
"Then continue," Chen Yang said decisively.
Su Wenjing suddenly looked at him and asked, "What was that potion?" "Keep it secret,"
Chen Yang said softly.
He knew that if he said these 2 words, Su Wenjing would definitely be unhappy. However, he really couldn't tell the origin of the panacea.
So, of course it has to be kept secret.
"You have to keep it a secret, keep it a secret."
"Why do you keep everything a secret?" Su Wenjing said with an unhappy look on her face.
"Some things can be said, but some things really can't be said." Chen Yang laughed. "You can keep it secret if you want. Shall we continue our ride then?" "Let's go," Su Wenjing said to Chen Yang with an unhappy look on his face. Chen Yang smiled, then drove Su Wenjing towards the internet celebrity bridge.
Here, he and Su Wenjing had just arrived at the internet-famous bridge to enjoy the breeze and the scenery when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang unexpectedly. Chen Yang quickly took out his cell phone and saw that it was his roommate Guo Fei calling. Chen Yang was also a little curious, so he leaned on the railing beside the bridge and called Guo Fei, "What's the matter?"
"Yangzi, where are you?" Guo Fei asked curiously on the phone.
"I'm taking Su Wenjing out for a ride."
Chen Yang didn't hide anything. "Where are you going?" Guo Fei asked with a smile. "Why are you asking so many questions? Is there something wrong?"
Chen Yang said helplessly. After all, he had already told Guo Fei that he was out for a ride with Su Wenjing.
Talk too much? He really didn't want to talk anymore.
"I originally wanted to ask you to come over and play ball, but now it's not necessary, no need, continue to go for a ride with the beauty," Guo Fei said kindly.
"Okay." Chen Yang nodded without saying anything more. Well, go ahead and play. Good. Chen Yang nodded and then hung up the phone with Guofei. Chen Yang took the phone away from his ear. At this moment, Su Wenjing had just finished taking pictures. She walked towards him with a smile on her face and said, "Come, let me take a few pictures for you." "No, I look ugly on camera, you should take the photo." Chen Yang waved his hands quickly. He didn't like taking pictures. It has always been like this. Just take a picture? Stand still, I promise to take a better looking picture for you. Su Wenjing said confidently. Well, don't. Chen Yang immediately walked away from Su Wenjing's camera and said, "Don't force me to do something I don't like. Why are you so boring?" Su Wenjing said with an unhappy look on his face. Chen Yang shrugged and said, "I really don't want to take pictures. How about I take a few pictures for you? I really admire you." Su Wenjing said helplessly. After that, she did not let Chen Yang take pictures. She took out her mobile phone and started taking various selfies. Su Wenjing leaned against the railing, made a scissors sign, and took a few photos. Suddenly, someone on the bridge shouted, "Someone has fallen into the water. Look, someone has fallen into the river." Chapter 50, Betting 100,000 with the Female Boss. When Chen Yang and Su Wenjing heard this, they naturally looked into the river together. Sure enough, there was a white-haired old man in the river. He fell into the water for some unknown reason and was now struggling in the water. A lot of people gathered on the bridge to watch the fun, but because the river below was too deep, no one dared to go down to save the old man. Su Wenjing's pretty face was also full of anxiety at this time. In fact, apart from the fact that she sometimes speaks harshly, she is still a very kind girl at heart. "I'll go down and take a look." Just when Su Wenjing was extremely anxious, Chen Yang left the sentence and then rushed towards the riverbank. Chen Yang had no fear at all at this moment. After all, he had good swimming skills and he had drunk 2 bottles of strength-enhancing liquid, so he was very strong. Therefore, it is an easy task for him to rescue people no matter how deep the river is. "Chen Yang, be careful." Su Wenjing shouted anxiously to Chen Yang while standing on the bridge. After all, the river under the bridge was deep and there were a lot of aquatic plants. Su Wenjing was really afraid that Chen Yang would encounter danger again. Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and said nothing. After all, he felt there was nothing much to say. To save people, the important thing is to hurry. I don't have time to waste talking to Su Wenjing. Chen Yang reached the river bank, jumped into the water, and swam quickly towards the old man. Just as Chen Yang jumped into the river, someone on the bridge shouted, "Someone is going down. Come on, young man. Uncle, come on." Everyone on the bridge couldn't help but cheer for Chen Yang, and Chen Yang was quite moved. Chen Yang finally swam to the old man, held him with one arm, and said to him calmly, "Uncle, don't be afraid, don't struggle, I will take you to shore now, take you to shore." The old man was gasping for breath, his face was pale and he looked a little sad. Chen Yang didn't care about that. He pulled the old man onto the shore, wiped the water off his face, arranged for the old man to sit down on the shore, and said with a smile, "Uncle, are you okay?" Okay. The old man nodded hurriedly at Chen Yang. His eyes were a little flustered, and he obviously had not yet recovered from the shock of falling into the water. "How did you fall into the river?" Chen Yang asked the old man with a relaxed look. "Oh," the old man said with a look of disappointment, "my son is useless. I got up at 5 in the morning to go fishing in a boat. I was so tired that I accidentally fell into the water. I am old and my legs cramped while swimming. Oh. I am old. Young man." When the old man said this, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chen Yang, suddenly knelt down and said to Chen Yang, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Thank you. When Chen Yang saw the old man kneeling down to him, he felt very bad. Saving lives is a good thing. But he wouldn't ask the old man to kneel down and thank him. Chen Yang hurriedly said, "Uncle, please don't, get up, if you don't get up, I will leave. Good things will be rewarded to good people, young man, and God will bless you." The old man stood up from the grass, still frowning. "Uncle, you are so old, you should be less busy. You said it's a good thing that I saw it this time. If it was still like this, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" Chen Yang said seriously. "I can never repay your great kindness, I can never repay you," the old man said with a moved look on his face. Chen Yang smiled gently when he heard this.
Although he saved people, he didn't expect others to praise him or admire him. However, when Chen Yang heard the old man's sincere gratitude to him, he was still very happy.
Chen Yang.
When Chen Yang was smiling at the old man, Su Wenjing's voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yang turned his head and naturally saw Su Wenjing also rushing to the ramp. Chen Yang saw that the ramp was quite steep, so he said to Su Wenjing, "Why are you here? Hurry up and go up, this is not a safe place."
"Uncle, come on, I'll help you up."
Chen Yang then kindly said to the old man.
Thank you, thank you,"
the old man said with a touched look on his face. Of course Chen Yang could also hear that the old man was sincerely grateful to him.
Of course Chen Yang was also very happy.
After Chen Yang brought Su Wenjing and the old man ashore, the group of people who had been watching the excitement on the bridge also gathered over. Chen Yang also felt that saving people was nothing, and his clothes were wet, so he definitely couldn't play anymore, so he said to Su Wenjing, "Let's go back." "Well, get in the car quickly and don't catch a cold,"
Su Wenjing said with concern.
Of course, her concern made Chen Yang feel comfortable. Chen Yang then said goodbye to the old man and got into the car with Su Wenjing. Here, as soon as Chen Yang got in the car, Su Wenjing looked at him seriously and asked, "Chen Yang, are you cold?
Do you still want to cover me?" Chen Yang joked. Su Wenjing blushed and said, "You can't care about you. I'm not cold. I'm very strong."
Chen Yang smiled confidently. Su Wenjing rolled her eyes. Chen Yang smiled and prepared to drive back, but at this moment, there was a sudden ding in his head and the system voice rang. Chen Yang was also a little surprised, but he didn't show it and drove back calmly. Congratulations to the host, the reward function has been triggered. Special reward, a bottle of charming perfume. Note, charming perfume, just a little bit of it can make the host infinitely charming. Please use it properly. Bite. This reward has been issued, please check it carefully. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chen Yang felt a hard object in his pocket, which should be the charming perfume. Although this charming perfume was in Chen Yang's pocket, it still gave off a faint and pleasant scent. Sniff. Su Wenjing, who was sitting in the car, of course also smelled the scent of this charming perfume and couldn't help but say, "It smells good, so good." Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and thought to himself, "This system reward is really a good thing."
Is the smell of this perfume so strong? Chen Yang.
When Chen Yang was daydreaming, Su Wenjing suddenly called him softly.
Chen Yang glanced at Su Wenjing and said calmly, "What's the matter? Are you bewitched by my charm? You smell so good."
Su Wenjing said with a somewhat intoxicated look in her eyes.
Hey, wake up, wake up."
Chen Yang felt a little helpless when he saw that Su Wenjing seemed to be really mesmerized by the smell of perfume. In other words, if he sprays this perfume on himself, he will be able to charm a lot of women, right?
Are the rewards from this system really that powerful? Su Wenjing then looked ahead and stopped talking.
At this time, Chen Yang was thinking in his heart, "I can't control such a powerful perfume. Xiao Qingyue should need it. I will send the perfume to Xiao Qingyue later."
Half an hour later, Chen Yang stopped the car in front of the clinic again.
Su Wenjing got out of the car reluctantly, leaned against the car window and said, "Come and play with me often in the future."
"Okay, we have time."
Chen Yang smiled at Su Wenjing. "Well, goodbye, be careful on the road," Su Wenjing said softly.
"Okay, let's contact each other when we have time." Chen Yang smiled at Su Wenjing, then drove away.
Chen Yang drove the car into the campus again. This time, he had no choice. After all, his clothes were wet, so how could he return with dry clothes? Chen Yang changed his clothes, got into the sports car again, and called Xiao Qingyue to send her perfume. Anyway, he couldn't use such a strong perfume. After all, he was just a student, but Xiao Qingyue might need it.
Giving it to Xiao Qingyue is the best. The phone rang twice, and Xiao Qingyue answered the call and asked, "What's wrong? You are in class now, right? I want to give you something good."
Chen Yang said with a faint smile.
"What to give?" Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. "You'll know when the time comes. You'll definitely like it,"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
"Are you really sure that I will like it?" Xiao Qingyue asked Chen Yang back.
She also felt that Chen Yang was a little too confident. You know, she was born in a wealthy family and she has seen a lot of good things.
"Yes, you will definitely like it. How about I bet 100,000 with you?"
Chen Yang joked with Xiao Qingyue.
"Okay, I'll bet with you." Xiao Qingyue said seriously. She and Chen Yang have become familiar with each other, and now she is willing to play with Chen Yang. Is it real or fake? Okay, then you should prepare 100,000. Chen Yang smiled confidently. After all, this charming perfume was too strong. He believed that Xiao Qingyue would definitely fall for it. Well, come here. I'm sure to win your 100,000. Xiao Qingyue raised her eyebrows. Chapter 51. Qingyue is having dinner with me tonight. So confident. Chen Yang also smiled easily. Yes. Xiao Qingyue said lightly. Okay, I won't talk to you for now. Let's talk about it when we meet. Chen Yang said softly. He also didn't want to talk to Xiao Qingyue anymore. Let's talk about it when they meet. After that, Chen Yang hung up the phone with Xiao Qingyue and drove towards Huading Company. As Chen Yang was driving towards Huading Company, Xiao Qingyue was thinking, let's see what he gave me. Half an hour later, Chen Yang stopped the car downstairs of Huading building. After getting off the car, Chen Yang first called Xiao Qingyue. After hearing that Xiao Qingyue wanted him to go to his office, Chen Yang went straight to the entrance of Huading building. After a while, Chen Yang walked into Xiao Qingyue's office and saw that Xiao Qingyue's office was very spacious and very clean. After observing Xiao Qingyue's office for a while, Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue and said with a smile, "Your office is pretty nice, isn't it?" That's it. Xiao Qingyue was still humble to Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and then asked jokingly, "Have you prepared the money?" Xiao Qingyue's lips curled slightly. Isn't it a bit too early to say that? Chen Yang smiled again, and then he didn't waste any words with Xiao Qingyue. He took out a small black bottle from his pocket, put it on Xiao Qingyue's desk and said, "Here." Xiao Qingyue smelled it and immediately smelled a scent of perfume that made her a little fascinated. Her eyes couldn't help but become serious, and she looked at the perfume bottle and asked, "Perfume?" "Yes, this kind of perfume is one you have never come across before, but it is not suitable for me, but more suitable for you," Chen Yang said lightly. Xiao Qingyue was also a little fascinated by the smell of the perfume. She couldn't help but take the perfume bottle and observed it while saying, "It's really good." "Like it?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue suddenly said seriously, "I have never smelled this kind of smell before." "Does it make you completely trapped?" Chen Yang said with a smile. "It's really good." Xiao Qingyue gently sniffed the perfume bottle and then said softly, "Then give me the money." Chen Yang then stretched out his hand. Xiao Qingyue immediately raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, her eyes also a little disdainful. "Do you really make money?" "Certainly." Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "You have to keep your word and keep your promise, right?" Xiao Qingyue thought about it, and then said, "Then bring your phone over." "What? Transfer money? Don't you want money?" Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are so particular about being a person. I like it. Do you want money?" Xiao Qingyue asked anxiously. "How about this? I'll keep this money with you temporarily, and use it as the cost of our meals and shopping in the future, how about that?" Chen Yang said. "Don't forget it." Xiao Qingyue said softly, then she opened the drawer and put the perfume into her drawer. Chen Yang saw all this and felt very satisfied. It seemed that Xiao Qingyue still liked this perfume. He was naturally happy that he had given the perfume to the right person, so he said to Xiao Qingyue, "Let's go out for dinner tonight." "Why?" Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang curiously. Chen Yang smiled and said, "I'm giving you this perfume, it can enhance your charm. In the future, if you wear this perfume when you negotiate business, you will definitely win every time. Shouldn't you go out and celebrate?" Xiao Qingyue thought about it, then nodded and said, "Okay. That's great. It seems that our relationship is gradually getting closer," Chen Yang said with a smile. "But some things are not as simple as you think." Xiao Qingyue suddenly narrowed her eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately understood what Xiao Qingyue meant. What Xiao Qingyue meant was simply that her Xiao family was a big family. If they were to be together in the future, would it be that easy? However, Chen Yang also thought that it would be fine if there was no system. But now that he has the system, no force can stop him from marrying Xiao Qingyue. Chen Yang thought about it and smiled faintly. "I think it's quite simple." Boom boom boom. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, unexpectedly, there was a knock on Xiao Qingyue's office door. Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue looked towards the office door together, and saw a thin young man with a side-parted hair,
wearing black-framed glasses, and looking very capable. He stood at the office door with a smile on his face and said, "Boss Xiao. Come in." Xiao Qingyue immediately smiled and said to the young man. The young man immediately walked into the office respectfully and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Qingyue glanced at the young man, then looked at Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, this is the director of the company's investment office, Director Gao. The money you invested in the company is now managed by Director Gao. If you want to know the profit or loss in the future, you can ask Director Gao." "Really? Mr. Xiao, you are so thoughtful," Chen Yang said to Xiao Qingyue with a smile on his face. Immediately, he turned around, shook hands with Gao Jun enthusiastically and said, "Hello, Director Gao, I hope you can manage my money well in the future." Gao Jun bent over and said with a smile, I dare not, I will. "Mr. Chen, what's your cell phone number? Let me write it down," Gao Jun said respectfully. Chen Yang gave Gao Jun his cell phone number and said with a smile, "Director Gao, it would be best if this money can be turned into a profit quickly." The reason why Chen Yang said this is because the system has a mission to accomplish. The money to be invested must make a profit within 10 days. There is no way. Chen Yang is also trying to complete the task. Gao Jun said modestly, Of course. Immediately, he sniffed hard, and suddenly looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "Boss Xiao, what's that smell in this room?" "The smell of perfume is the smell of the perfume I gave to President Xiao," Chen Yang said. Gao Jun nodded quickly and said with a smile, "Oh. Okay. Mr. Chen, you are really capable." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Chen Yang was still curious why Gao Jun praised him. Gao Jun smiled and said, "From your temperament, I can tell that you are a powerful person." "Really?" Chen Yang smiled slightly. He felt very happy about Gao Jun's praise. "Director Gao, please go back and do your own thing." At this time, Xiao Qingyue spoke. Gao Jun nodded quickly, then said goodbye to Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue respectively, then turned and left. As soon as Gao Jun left, Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue and said with a smile, "You think so carefully about me." Xiao Qingyue concealedly said, "I treat every client of the investment company like this. But I feel pretty good." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang deeply and said, "Then you have nothing else to do, right?" "No, but isn't it almost time for you to get off work? I'll sit in your office for a while, waiting for you to get off work, and then we'll go out for dinner together," Chen Yang said with a smile. The reason why Chen Yang wanted to stay was that he wanted to take a good look at the Huading company. After all, he is going to marry Xiao Qingyue in the future, and the system has requirements that he and Xiao Qingyue should manage the tens of billions of assets together. Therefore, it wouldn't hurt to have the opportunity to learn about Huading Group now. But Xiao Qingyue frowned and said, "Don't you feel bored?" "No, it's fine." "Why be bored?" Chen Yang shrugged. "Then you sit down," Xiao Qingyue said lightly. After that, she looked at the computer screen seriously and said, "I have something else to do. Just go ahead and do your thing. It won't affect you. Chen Yang immediately said with a smile. After that, Xiao Qingyue started working, and Chen Yang took a brief tour of her office. In this way, it was 5:30 in the evening, when Xiao Qingyue also got off work. Chen Yang had just finished touring the company, so he returned to Xiao Qingyue's office and said, "Let's go, Qingyue. Call me Mr. Xiao." Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at Chen Yang seriously. Chen Yang smiled helplessly, Okay, Mr. Xiao. Chen Yang thought to himself, isn't it the same what you call it? Let us just call him Mr. Xiao. Afterwards, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue went to the Pearl Hotel together. As soon as the two sat down at the table in the restaurant on the second floor, the cell phone in Xiao Qingyue's high-end black bag rang. Xiao Qingyue took out the latest model of Apple mobile phone, took a look at it, and then answered the call and said, "Hello. Old Xiao, Brother Feng is having a birthday party today. He's having a party at the Black Card Bar. Come quickly." Yi Jixin's voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyue took a deep breath and said, Don't give it to me. It's mine. Now I just need you," Yi Jixin urged. Xiao Qingyue's mood was a bit complicated at this time. She didn't know that her good friend Yufeng was having a small birthday tonight. If she had known this earlier, she would not have come out to have this meal with Chen Yang. Xiao Qingyue frowned and said, I have something to do tonight and can't leave." "What's the matter, Lao Xiao? We're waiting for you."
What will Brother Feng think if you don't come?
Yi Jixin said in a low voice. Xiao Qingyue said helplessly, someone invited me tonight.
Push it.
Yi Jixin said firmly. Xiao Qingyue was about to continue speaking when Chen Yang suddenly snatched the phone from her hand and said, Qingyue is having dinner with me tonight. As for the birthday party, if Qingyue needs it in the future, Qingyue and I can give it to him together, but Qingyue will not attend the birthday party tonight.
The author has something to say. Have you rated it?
Those who see this, please rate it, click on the comment, thank you, and thank you for yesterday's reward from me Duzzy and Pepsi Cola, please rate it, it's a piece of cake, if the score reaches 100, I will add one more chapter today, if it reaches 200, I will add 2 more chapters, and so on, please everyone.
Chapter 52, Entertainment Mission, Attending Birthday Banquet with Female Boss.
On the other end of the phone, Yi Jixin felt extremely depressed when he heard this.
He was also thinking in his heart, fuck, why is he everywhere?
Yi Jixin didn't want to say a word to Chen Yang, so he said, I don't want to talk to you.
Then hang up.
Chen Yang said decisively. Since Yi Jixin doesn't want to talk to him anymore, just hang up the phone.
Isn't that a simple thing to do?
After Chen Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Yang returned the phone to Xiao Qingyue and said with a smile, it seems that I don't get along very well with your friend.
You don't mind, do you? Xiao Qingyue said thoughtfully, some people get along well with others, and some don't.
When Chen Yang heard this, he immediately understood what Xiao Qingyue meant. It seemed that Xiao Qingyue did not blame him. On the contrary, they were very tolerant and open-minded towards him.
Chen Yang couldn't help but smile and said, your idea is absolutely amazing. No.
Xiao Qingyue said a little seriously, as if she disagreed with what Chen Yang had just said. Chen Yang smiled, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Anyway, he just needs to enjoy this relaxing and leisurely time with Xiao Qingyue, so why bother about so many things? At the same time, at the Black Card Bar, Yufeng was here. After Yi Jixin hung up the phone, he sneered at Yufeng and said, old Xiao is dating a pretty boy, she won't come.
Yufeng grinned, it's Chen Yang.
When Yi Jixin heard this, he was naturally a little confused.
How did Yufeng know about the existence of this kid Chen Yang?
Yi Jixin looked at Yufeng and said with a smile, Brother Feng, do you still know him? Yufeng took a puff of cigarette in a rather handsome manner, and said with a complicated look in his eyes, don't mention it, I have had contact with him before.
After saying that, Yufeng flicked the ash into the ashtray, looking a little embarrassed.
The reason why Yufeng felt embarrassed was that his relationship with Chen Yang was more than just a brief contact.
He even had a car race with Chen Yang.
In the end, of course, he lost.
However, he certainly wouldn't bring this up at his birthday party. It's a bit embarrassing and shameful. Or, ask Sister Xiao and Chen Yang to come over together.
That's perfect, let us take a look too. At this time, a girl with long hair sitting in the corner of the sofa said with a smile on her face. Of course, the girl's purpose was simple, which was to see what the boy Xiao Qingyue was dating looked like. After all, they are all women, and their gossiping nature is still very strong. Yi Jixin heard this and immediately joked to the girl, Tang Qingxue, why are you so gossipy?
Go away, you're the gossiper. Tang Qingxue didn't give in at all. Just let Lao Xiao date that pretty boy. Why bother them?
Yi Jixin said with a smirk. He was also unhappy with Chen Yang as soon as he saw him, so why bother calling them over? However, at this time Yufeng also considered that after all, they were all friends. It was his birthday, so how could it be justified if he didn't call Xiao Qingyue personally to invite her? So Yufeng picked up his phone and said, I'll call Lao Xiao. Yi Jixin said with a look of disgust, why are you hitting me?
Brother Feng, don't hit me.
Yufeng looked at Yi Jixin with a smile in his eyes, and he still called Xiao Qingyue. After all, he just wanted to call Xiao Qingyue to save face. How could he not call just because Yi Jixin told him not to? This is Xiao Qingyue. She was chatting leisurely with Chen Yang when the cell phone beside her suddenly rang. Xiao Qingyue quickly picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, then looked at Chen Yang calmly and said, Shuit's brother phone calling.
Chen Yang shrugged and said nothing.
However, at this moment, he was wondering if he could still have a good chat with people. A smile appeared on Xiao Qingyue's lips as she answered Yufeng's call. It seems that she has a good relationship with Yufeng.
Chen Yang didn't want to listen to what Xiao Qingyue and Yufeng were talking about. For a moment, he felt a little bored.
Bite. But just as Chen Yang picked up the phone and was about to play for a while, a system voice suddenly rang in his mind.
What? Chen Yang felt secretly a little surprised. At this time, he heard the system say, "Trigger the entertainment task, please invite the host and Xiao Qingyue to attend the birthday party together. There is no reward for this task." After hearing the system's entertainment task, Chen Yang was so angry that he almost wanted to swear. What kind of Temu entertainment mission is this? Going to a birthday party for a group of people, is that entertainment? However, after being helpless for a while, Chen Yang also knew that even if it was an entertainment task of the system, he had to complete it seriously. Chen Yang felt helpless. However, he later thought with ease that he might as well just attend the event, it wouldn't cost him a single hair. While Chen Yang was daydreaming, Xiao Qingyue had just hung up the phone with Yufeng. She also noticed that Chen Yang's expression seemed a little abnormal, so she asked seriously, "What's wrong with you?" "Fine." Chen Yang grinned and said, "Let's go. I suddenly want to attend Brother Feng's birthday party again." When Xiao Qingyue heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. However, her surprise only lasted for a moment. Immediately, she frowned slightly and said, "Is there anything wrong with your brain?" "I'm going out to take medicine," Chen Yang said lightly. "I'm not kidding you," Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Seeing Xiao Qingyue's serious expression, Chen Yang smiled helplessly and said, "You must be curious about why I suddenly want to participate again, right? What do you think?" Xiao Qingyue asked back with her brows still slightly frowned. Chen Yang laughed and said, "That's because I also want to get to know your friends. Let's go." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he stood up from his chair. Actually, it was a bit against his will for him to say this, but who cares? Just go, it won't hurt anything. Are you sure? Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with some doubt. Chen Yang grinned and said, "I never make decisions hastily. But I just rejected him." Xiao Qingyue looked helpless. "Then just call and say you're going. What's the big deal?" Chen Yang said easily. "You." Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang with a bit of displeasure, but she still picked up her high-end black leather bag and said, "I think you forgot to take your medicine when you went out today." Chen Yang scratched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. He was thinking to himself, if the system hadn't assigned me this crappy task, do you think I would want to go? Chen Yang then went downstairs with Xiao Qingyue, got into his golden supercar, and rushed to the black card bar. When Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue entered the black card bar, Xiao Qingyue walked towards Yufeng and his group and said with an awkward smile, "Brother Feng, I'm here again." Everyone on Yufeng's side immediately looked at Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, after being surprised for a while, Yufeng immediately stood up from the sofa and pointed to the empty seat on the sofa like an elder brother and said, "Sit down." Xiao Qingyue smiled awkwardly and sat down in the empty seat. At this time, Chen Yang of course also joined this group of people. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Chen Yang didn't care. He thought, since it was just to complete the system's entertainment task, there was nothing he could do about it. However, he knew Brother Feng inside, so he took the initiative to say with a smile, "Brother Feng, happy birthday." Yufeng said with a complicated expression, "Everyone here is a guest, please sit down." Chen Yang sat down next to Xiao Qingyue. At this time, after Tang Qingxue looked at Chen Yang for a while, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled, "Handsome boy, you look quite young." "Young? I'm okay. Maybe my skin is a little better." Chen Yang responded easily without any sense of restraint. Instead, it seemed like his home court, which made Xiao Qingyue couldn't help but look at him with strange eyes. The author has something to say. Rate it, rate it. If the rate reaches 100, I will update it, update it, update it. Update it. Chapter 53 Singing Game. Chen Yang also felt that Xiao Qingyue was looking at him, so he turned his head and looked at Xiao Qingyue and said, "What's so good about it?" Xiao Qingyue smiled meaningfully but said nothing. Then she started chatting happily with her friends next to her. Chen Yang didn't know this group of people, and it was a bit boring to just sit there for a while. At this moment, a young man stood up and suggested, "Let's toast to the birthday boy together." Upon hearing this, Yufeng also looked at a young man with well-developed chest muscles with a smile on his face and said, "Am I that old?" "You're still a birthday star." "Birthday star is a respectful title, Brother Feng." The young man with well-developed pectoral muscles also said with a smile on his face. Chen Yang could of course tell from listening to their conversation that Yufeng seemed to have a very high status in this circle. But it doesn't matter if it's high. Of course it has nothing to do with Chen Yang. He came here just for Xiao Qingyue and the system. However, at this time everyone stood up to toast, and out of courtesy, Chen Yang certainly could not remain indifferent. So Chen Yang also stood up from the sofa, and followed everyone else to toast Yufeng and drink a glass of red wine. After Chen Yang sat down on the sofa again, Yufeng suddenly stood up, holding the wine glass with a smile on his face and said to Chen Yang, "Come on, new friend, stand up." Of course, Chen Yang was a little surprised that Yufeng actually wanted to drink with him. However, Chen Yang still stood up and said with a peaceful smile, "What does this mean? Comrade Xin, you are a newcomer. You have to get drunk when you come to my birthday party today," Yufeng said with a smile. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yang's empty red wine glass and said, "Fill it up, drink 8 glasses first." Hearing this, Xiao Qingyue immediately stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, he is still a student, just forgive him. Today is my birthday. I'm the oldest." Yufeng looked at Xiao Qingyue seriously. Xiao Qingyue frowned slightly and looked at Chen Yan with a little worry. After listening to the conversation between Xiao Qingyue and Yufeng, Chen Yang immediately understood that Yufeng wanted to deal with him. When Chen Yang thought of this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This Yufeng, when it comes to racing, no one can beat him in racing. Can I drink more than him? He had already drunk the 2 bottles of strength-enhancing liquid rewarded by the system, and his physique had also been changed. When it comes to drinking, Chen Yang doesn't get drunk easily. "Brother Feng, how about we blow into the bottle?" Chen Yang said calmly. After all, he came here with Xiao Qingyue today. If he gave in and backed off, not only would he lose face, but Xiao Qingyue would also lose face. So, of course, we can't give in. Moreover, Yufeng really wanted to compete with him in drinking. Then he is really out of his mind. Chen Yang's words naturally shocked the people around him, including Xiao Qingyue. My goodness, it's not enough to just drink from the wine glass, he also wants to blow into the bottle. Crazy, must be crazy. Little brother, are you serious? Yufeng also looked at him with a provocative look. Chen Yang picked up a bottle of red wine and said, "I'm afraid you don't dare." Yi Zhixin frowned at this time, looking at Chen Yang and then at Yufeng. He thought to himself, "Brother Feng, I must make this kid look bad today. Today is Yufeng's birthday, so he certainly can't lose face." So, Yufeng grabbed a bottle of red wine, quickly took out the cork with a corkscrew, and then looked at Chen Yang and said, "Come." "Okay, but not just 1 bottle, you have to drink 5 bottles. Chen Yang suddenly said. When Yufeng heard this, the corners of his eyes trembled violently. He thought in his heart a little unhappy, today is my birthday, and this guy insists on making things difficult for me. Chen Yang. At this time, Xiao Qingyue suddenly frowned and called Chen Yang. Although she didn't say much, Chen Yang could sense what she was thinking, which was telling him to stop messing around. However, Chen Yang had made up his mind. Since you, Yufeng, want to play with me, right? Then let's play well and thoroughly. Yufeng took off his black suit jacket and said firmly, "Brother, if you want to drink, I'll accompany you. Come." Chen Yang tilted his head back and began to gulp the wine. He was not afraid that Yufeng would not drink. After all, today was his birthday party, and he would not be sneaky. Yufeng also raised his head and gulped down a bottle of red wine. Chen Yang and Yufeng finished a bottle of red wine together. Chen Yang opened the second bottle and said, "Brother Feng, continue. I feel like vomiting." "That's the toilet. That's the toilet over there, go ahead," Yufeng said with a smile. "Then continue." Chen Yang gulped down the red wine again. Yufeng burped, frowned, and looked a little solemn. He probably couldn't hold on any longer, but he still tilted his head back and gulped down another bottle of red wine. By the third bottle, Chen Yang was still calm and composed, but Yufeng was bent over with a look of pain on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyue immediately stood up and said, "Stop drinking, what's there to fight about?" Yi Zhixin and his gang looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. After all, is Chen Yang a fucking monster? He had just drunk 2 bottles of wine, but his face wasn't red and his heart wasn't beating fast? Unscientific. It's so fucking unscientific. Of course, Chen Yang also saw that Yufeng was a little bit tired, and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, are you happy today?" Yufeng waved his hands with a painful look on his face, then he walked quickly towards the toilet without saying a word. Seeing Yufeng like that, Chen Yang couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, thinking to himself, "Why do you have to make yourself unhappy at such a nice gathering?" Chen Yang sat down on the sofa again, looking calm and composed, his face not red and his heart not beating fast, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Qingyue also looked at Chen Yang with a scrutinizing gaze.
After all, Chen Yang and Yufeng had just drunk 2 bottles of red wine together, so how come he didn't feel anything at all?
Aren't you feeling uncomfortable?
Xiao Qingyue asked curiously after observing Chen Yang for a while.
Why are you feeling bad?
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately smiled at Xiao Qingyue.
How could that be?
Xiao Qingyue was also very puzzled. After drinking 2 bottles of red wine, although she might not get drunk, at least her stomach would be bloated.
But Chen Yang really didn't feel anything at all. What is your belly made of? Xiao Qingyue asked crisply. It's made of meat. Chen Yang smiled helplessly at Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue didn't say anything else after that.
Instead, she took a sip of the red wine in her hand with a thoughtful look on her face. After a while, Yufeng came back with a somewhat embarrassed expression.
He did go to vomit just now. Yufeng also felt very embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. Don't even mention how miserable I felt.
Yufeng sat down on the sofa again, then looked at Chen Yang and said, "Your alcohol tolerance is really..." Yufeng didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Feng, please don't challenge me to a drinking contest again. And you, don't challenge me to a drinking contest, you can't beat me." Chen Yang's words made all these rich young men and beautiful young women look different.
Chen Yang's words are too arrogant.
But they had no way to refute it. At this time, Xiao Qingyue said tactfully, "Okay, let's continue the banquet.
What happened just now is over. Go on, go on."
Yufeng said, clasping his hands, and also thanking Xiao Qingyue for finding him such a way out. Afterwards, Xiao Qingyue's good friend Tang Xingxue also felt that Chen Yang was quite interesting, so she took the initiative to come to Xiao Qingyue and sit down. She leaned over to Xiao Qingyue's ear and whispered, "Sister Xiao, is this your boyfriend?"
Xiao Qingyue's face suddenly turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. What's the big deal?"
Tang Xingxue said with a smile. At this time, Chen Yang looked at Tang Xingxue with some scrutiny. "I was thinking to myself that this woman was a little too gossipy." After that, the banquet continued. As time passed, the impact of the drinking contest just now almost disappeared. After everyone had eaten and drunk for a while, someone ran to the song request booth and requested a song.
It happened to be a duet between a man and a woman.
After the girl requested the song, she immediately ran to Xiao Qingyue, put the microphone in her hand and said, "Sister Xiao, you sing this song."
Xiao Qingyue blushed and said, "I can't sing, give it to someone else." Chapter 54. You really made the right choice. Hey, Sister Xiao, don't be so modest.
Come on, the girl said with a smile.
Xiao Qingyue looked a little helpless, and took the microphone from the girl reluctantly.
However, this song is a duet between a man and a woman after all.
The female singer is Xiao Qingyue, of course.
So who is the male singer? The girl was holding a microphone in her hand, and she looked around and asked, "Who's going to sing this guy?"
Come on. Let me do it.
As soon as the girl finished speaking, Chen Yang raised his hand and smiled.
There are 2 reasons why Chen Yang took the initiative to sing.
First, this is a love song with Xiao Qingyue. How could he give this opportunity to others? Another point is that the system had previously rewarded him with God-level singing skills. Chen Yang had never used this skill before. It was a good opportunity to use it now and see how good it was.
Can you do it? The girl handed the microphone to Chen Yang and asked doubtfully.
Just give it a try.
Chen Yang said lightly.
Of course, he didn't want to talk too much about his God-level singing skills.
Anyway, he has sung it, so you know it.
Okay, let's start, the girl said with a smile on her face, and she seemed very excited.
At this time, Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with some doubt and asked, "Can you do it?" "Sing, it's about to begin," Chen Yang urged.
Xiao Qingyue started singing immediately. Of course she sang the female part. I have to say that Xiao Qingyue must have practiced singing. Her breath control and tone are both first-rate. As soon as Xiao Qingyue finished singing, someone started applauding. Next, it was naturally Chen Yang's turn to sing. Chen Yang was singing the part sung by the god of songs Zhang. After he finished singing, his voice, feeling, and listening experience were all exactly the same as the god of songs.
Exploded. After Chen Yang finished singing, not only Xiao Qingyue's friends, but even Xiao Qingyue herself, cast incredible looks at Chen Yang.
Chen Yang smiled at Xiao Qingyue and said, "Is it okay? Have you ever learned singing professionally?" Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. After all, the part that Chen Yang just sang really amazed her. It is no exaggeration to say that what Chen Yang sings is exactly the same as what the singing god Zheng sings.
Afterwards, Xiao Qingyue continued singing. Chen Yang also sang along.
When a song was over, Yufeng took the lead in clapping while smoking a cigarette. Good. Xiao Qingyue and Chen Yang put the microphones on the coffee table. Xiao Qingyue couldn't help but look at Chen Yang and praised him. You sang well just now.
Really? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. He was thinking to himself, my singing skills are god level, how can they be bad? That's good. If you want to listen, I can sing for you often in the future. Chen Yang also joked to Xiao Qingyue.
Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang helplessly.
However, afterwards, she said sincerely, you did sing very well just now.
The god of song is here, anyone can compare with him. Chen Yang said without any modesty. At this time, Tang Qingxue was holding Xiao Qingyue's arm and looking at Chen Yang with interest. I have to say that she was also amazed by Chen Yang's singing just now.
This guy sings really well.
Chen Yang then smiled and said nothing more. He was too lazy to say more about his god-level singing skills. After all, as long as he knows the matter clearly, it will be fine. Buzz. At this time, Chen Yang wanted to leave. After all, the birthday party was almost over. Chen Yang felt that there was no point in staying any longer, so he planned to ask Xiao Qingyue to leave together. However, just as Chen Yang was about to ask Xiao Qingyue to leave together, the cell phone in Xiao Qingyue's black bag suddenly rang. Xiao Qingyue also took out her cell phone from her black bag with a calm face, and after answering the call, she started chatting with the other party. However, Xiao Qingyue only chatted with the other party for a few words before her expression suddenly changed. Finally, he hurried towards the door of the bar, looking very anxious. Of course, Chen Yang could see that Xiao Qingyue must have encountered some trouble, so he immediately stood up from the sofa and followed Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue was standing at the door of the bar. After she finished the call, her expression had become extremely solemn.
Chen Yang had naturally seen Xiao Qingyue's expression just now.
When Xiao Qingyue finished the call, he immediately asked, "What's wrong?"
"It's okay, you go back first. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first,"
Xiao Qingyue said hurriedly.
Obviously, don't tell him about it. Chen Yang was also very upset. He quickly caught up with Xiao Qingyue and asked, "What's the matter with you?"
Xiao Qingyue frowned and looked at Chen Yang. After thinking for a while, she said anxiously, "I have an aunt who just had a car accident. I have to go to the hospital to visit her."
"Car accident? It seems very serious?"
Chen Yang asked with narrowed eyes.
"What do you think? Time is a bit tight. I leave first. You should go back soon,"
Xiao Qingyue said with a frown. Chen Yang felt unhappy when he saw that Xiao Qingyue seemed to be eager for him to go back quickly. He thought of his own panacea, which could cure any disease.
Chen Yang asked loudly, "Do you want your aunt to recover immediately? Do you want her to suffer less?" Xiao Qingyue paused again.
At this time, Chen Yang quickly walked up to Xiao Qingyue, took Xiao Qingyue's hand and said, "Come on, I'll go to the hospital with you."
"Let go of your hands first,"
Xiao Qingyue said lightly. Chen Yang immediately let go of his hand.
He doesn't care. Anyway, this is not the point.
The point is that he wants to use the universal potion to treat Xiao Qingyue's aunt. However, if Xiao Qingyue still didn't want it, Chen Yang decided to give up.
Anyway, if Xiao Qingyue didn't use his universal potion, it would be her loss. What do you mean by what you just said?
Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang curiously. Chen Yang said calmly, "Let's go, you will know when you get to the hospital." Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang deeply.
She also didn't want to say too much to Chen Yang.
The situation was urgent, so it was better to rush to the hospital. So, Xiao Qingyue and Chen Yang got into the golden sports car together again. As soon as the two got in the car, Chen Yang smiled and said, "When we get to the hospital, you will know that your choice this time is right."
"What do you mean?" Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. Chen Yang smiled and said, "You'll know when we get to the hospital." Chen Yang didn't want to say anything more now. "Anyway, let's wait and see when we get to the hospital." Xiao Qingyue didn't ask any more questions.
She took out her phone from her black bag and called a staff member of the Xiao family, Uncle Wang. "Are Aunt Li's test results out?"
Chapter 55 Xiao Qingyue's gallant and heroic appearance.
"Not yet, we're still checking, but you don't have to worry,"
Uncle Wang said respectfully on the phone. I'll be there now. You take care of Aunt Lee first. Xiao Qingyue said seriously. Uncle Wang said hurriedly, well, okay. Xiao Qingyue immediately hung up the phone with Uncle Wang. At this time, Chen Yang also became curious about the Aunt Lee that Xiao Qingyue mentioned, so he asked, who is Aunt Lee? When I was a child, she took care of my daily life. My parents were very busy at that time. Xiao Qingyue said softly to Chen Yang. Then you two have a deep relationship. Chen Yang said seriously. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Chen Yang and said nothing more. However, her face was full of anxiety at this moment, and she was obviously very worried about Aunt Lee's condition. After Chen Yang glanced at Xiao Qingyue, he also said calmly, don't worry, with my medicine, I will definitely not let anything happen to your relatives. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at Chen Yang curiously and asked, medicine? What medicine? It's a medicine that can cure all diseases. Chen Yang said calmly. Do you have the medicine now? Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. Of course it's on me. Let's go to the hospital first. Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Qingyue narrowed her eyes, feeling 3 parts of belief and 7 parts of disbelief. But she didn't believe it, and she felt that Chen Yang didn't seem to be joking with her. Believe it or not, can there be a medicine that can cure all diseases in this world? It seems like nonsense. Xiao Qingyue didn't want to ask anymore, so she lowered her head to play with her phone, thinking in her heart, let's talk about everything after we get to the hospital. Half an hour later, Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue arrived at the 4th floor of the treatment building of Linhai First Hospital. In the CT room on the 4th floor, they saw a young man with curly hair, a strong body and wearing a white t-shirt standing with a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit. The middle-aged man had a gloomy look in his eyes and looked like a ruthless character. However, when he saw Xiao Qingyue, he immediately smiled respectfully and said, Miss, you are here? Xiao Qingyue glanced at the door of the CT room, then looked at the middle-aged man seriously and asked, how is Aunt Lee? Director Liu said that 2 ribs were broken, but I don't know if his internal organs were damaged, the middle-aged man replied. Xiao Qingyue's eyes suddenly showed a very sad expression. In fact, deep down she is still very kind and good. Aunt Lee had been taking care of her since she was a child. Now that she heard that such a big thing had happened to Aunt Lee, she was of course in a bad mood. Sister Xiao, don't be too sad. We have people in this hospital and we will definitely not let anything happen to Aunt Lee. The young man in the white t-shirt also said at this time. I hope so. Xiao Qingyue said lightly. Then, she looked towards the door of the CT room with sad eyes, feeling sad for Aunt Lee. Seeing this, Chen Yang gently patted Xiao Qingyue on the back to comfort her. At the same time, he was thinking to himself, how could Aunt Lee be so careless that she had such a big car accident? But it doesn't matter. Chen Yang also believes that there is a panacea that will definitely make Aunt Lee recover quickly. Chen Yang then said softly to Xiao Qingyue, with me here, nothing will happen. Xiao Qingyue looked at Chen Yang with a somewhat sad look in her eyes, but said nothing. At this time, the young man in the white t-shirt looked at Chen Yang with an unfriendly look. After looking at her for a while, he smiled and asked Xiao Qingyue, Sister Xiao, who is that? Xiao Qingyue glanced at the young man with tired eyes, and said softly, he is a friend of mine. I haven't met you before. Hello, what's your name? The young man took the initiative to extend his hand towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang glanced at the young man and said nothing. He thought to himself, these people are so fake. Only Xiao Qingyue was genuine, she was truly sad for Aunt Lee. These 2 people are just pretending. Chen Yang glanced at the young man again and said, my name is not important. What's most important now is to cure Aunt Lee's illness. Dude, what do you mean? The young man suddenly asked. What are you shouting at the door of the CT room? Do you really care about Aunt Lee? Chen Yang said angrily. Why don't we care? The young man looked angry. Okay, what are you doing? At this time, Xiao Qingyue was also angry, thinking that such noise had a great impact on Aunt Lee. Chen Yang glanced at the young man and said nothing more. The young man said something in the middle-aged man's ear and turned and left. As soon as the young man left, the entrance of the CT room naturally returned to silence. Half an hour later, Aunt Lee was finally pushed out of the CT room. Xiao Qingyue hurried in to ask the doctor who examined her. It can be said that the doctor was very caring towards Aunt Lee. Chen Yang followed Xiao Qingyue silently without saying a word, but he knew what was going on in his mind, because he knew that the universal potion in his hand would definitely be effective in curing Aunt Lee's illness. After a lot of trouble, Aunt Li was finally sent to the ward. Xiao Qingyue, the middle-aged man, and the young man in a white t-shirt also entered the ward. Seeing that Aunt Li had settled down, the middle-aged man said softly to Xiao Qingyue, "Miss, Aunt Li will be taken care of by Xiao Hua and I. It's getting late, you should go back first. Sister Xiao, leave this to me and Uncle Wang, don't worry." The young man in the white shirt also said with a smile on his face. Xiao Qingyue also said seriously, "There's no rush for me to go back. I'll stay with Aunt Li for a while." Oh, the middle-aged man nodded, smiled, and said nothing more. At this time, Chen Yang, who had been silent all this time, also felt that the time was almost right, so he took out a small brown medicine bottle from his pocket and said, "Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue naturally looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. The middle-aged man and the young man named Xiao Hua naturally looked at Chen Yang curiously. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue's complicated eyes and smiled faintly. "This is why I came here. Do you want Aunt Li to get better soon? Just let Aunt Li drink this." "What is this?" Xiao Qingyue immediately asked seriously. After all, this is medicine that needs to be taken, so Xiao Qingyue certainly cannot be careless. Chen Yang also smiled and said, "A very special medicine that can promote the healing of any wound on Aunt Li's body." Is there such a medicine in the world? Xiao Qingyue was also full of doubt. Chen Yang smiled helplessly and said, "There are so many things in the world that you don't know. There are so many strange things in the world." After Chen Yang finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Do you know that I have a system? You definitely don't know that either. Come, give me the medicine." Come at this time, the middle-aged man suddenly stretched out his hand and asked. Chen Yang glanced at the middle-aged man and a chill rose in his heart. This is such a precious medicine, how could such a person take it? He didn't know this guy, so why would he give him the medicine? He was overthinking it. "You are not qualified to take it," Chen Yang said bluntly. "Miss, this medicine cannot be used." The middle-aged man suddenly urged Xiao Qingyue to persuade her, with some intention of taking revenge on Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled coldly, "Now it's up to you. If you trust me, use it. If you doubt, I will take the medicine back now." Chen Yang also didn't want to waste time talking to that middle-aged man he didn't even know. They all looked at Xiao Qingyue. If Xiao Qingyue also hesitated and said that she didn't want to give this medicine to Aunt Li, Chen Yang would leave immediately. He didn't want to waste any more time. Xiao Qingyue thought about it, and suddenly said with determination, "Okay, I believe you." Xiao Qingyue also chose to believe Chen Yang because she knew Chen Yang and knew that Chen Yang was not the kind of person who would do anything flashy. "Sister Xiao, do you know what medicine this is? You can't use it casually. At least ask a doctor first." At this time, Xiao Hua also said seriously. Xiao Qingyue thought about it and said firmly, "No need." After that, Xiao Qingyue took the small medicine bottle from Chen Yang and asked, "How do I use this medicine?" Chen Yang looked at Xiao Qingyue and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected of a female CEO, she does things efficiently and effectively. Chen Yang immediately said, "Just unscrew the bottle cap and let Aunt Li drink it." Xiao Qingyue nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap, and smiled at Aunt Li and said, "Aunt, take the medicine. After taking the medicine, the illness will be cured soon. Sister Xiao." At this time, Xiao Hua called out anxiously, his heart full of distrust towards Chen Yang. The middle-aged man said gloomily, "Xiao Hua, you record the video now, in case Aunt Li shows any symptoms later, you can also have a video playback." "Uncle Wang, this is a great idea," Xiao Hua said excitedly, and immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket to take a video, singing the same tune as the middle-aged man. Chen Yang ignored them. After all, he doesn't have the time. Didn't he understand the effect of the universal potion? Those two were just clowns, and if he paid attention to them, he would lower his own vision. Chapter 56, Showing Off to the Female Boss with the Night Pearl. Xiao Qingyue still fed Aunt Li the universal potion. Seeing this, Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Sister Xiao, my heart is in knots." Xiao Qingyue did not pay attention to what Xiao Hua said. At this moment, she only believed in her own judgment. He had investigated Chen Yang's background and knew that Chen Yang had been an excellent student since childhood. He was not a loud and noisy person who was hard to trust. When Aunt Li drank the universal potion, it immediately began to work, slowly repairing her 2 broken ribs and the injuries to her internal organs. Only 2 minutes later, Aunt Li, who had been frowning and looking painful, suddenly opened her eyes slowly. A gentle smile appeared on her kind face and she said, "Miss." When Xiao Qingyue heard Aunt Li calling her, she immediately looked at Antli in surprise, and then said seriously, I'm here. I feel much better. My bones and chest don't hurt anymore. Antli said with a happy smile. Xiao Qingyue was touched and said, that's great.
However, after she finished speaking, she began to feel confused. Judging from Antli's expression, it was obvious that the pain in her chest had gone, which was why she was smiling. But, how could this be? It's only been 2 minutes since Antli drank the potion given by Chen Yang, and her chest and bones don't hurt anymore? Is this medicine really so miraculous? Aunt, how do you feel in your stomach now? Xiao Qingyue asked curiously. She also wanted to ask Aunt Li what it would feel like after drinking the potion. Aunt Li smiled gently and said, it feels cool. I just drank it for a while and I felt the bones sticking together. I don't have much education, so I don't know if I explained it clearly. Xiao Qingyue immediately smiled and said, you said it very clearly, I understand it all. Judging from Xiao Qingyue's attitude towards Aunt Li, Chen Yang could certainly see that Xiao Qingyue really cared for Aunt Li. Chen Yang saw that his goal had been achieved and wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest as soon as possible, so he said, I was right, Mr. Xiao, I didn't lie to you. Thank you. Xiao Qingyue suddenly whispered to Chen Yang, and her thank you was very sincere. Chen Yang smiled and said, it's okay. It would be awkward to say thank you. As long as Aunt Li is okay, that's all. Young man, I don't know how to address you. Thank you. Aunt Li said with gratitude. Chen Yang waved his hands and said with a smile, it's okay, it's nothing. Xiao Hua and the middle-aged man both looked a little embarrassed at this time. Chen Yang didn't even look at them and said, I'm going back. It's getting late. Xiao Qingyue hurriedly said, I'll take you there. Okay. Chen Yang smiled immediately. Of course it was good that a beautiful woman was accompanying him downstairs. Don't miss this opportunity. Afterwards, Xiao Qingyue sent Chen Yang downstairs. When they arrived at the entrance of the inpatient building, Xiao Qingyue once again said seriously, thank you so much for what happened tonight. If you really want to thank me, just take some time to treat me to a meal. Anyway, Chen Yang had no resistance at all to Xiao Qingyue inviting him to dinner. Okay. Xiao Qingyue responded immediately and decisively. Maybe treating someone to a meal is just a piece of cake for her. Okay, then I'll wait. Chen Yang said. After saying that, Chen Yang also saw that it was getting late, so he advised, it's getting late, you should go back and rest early, you still have to go to work tomorrow. I know. Xiao Qingyue said easily. Goodbye then. Chen Yang hugged Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue didn't resist at all. Chen Yang also thought secretly in his heart, it seems that the relationship between Xiao Qingyue and I has been further sublimated. Chen Yang waved goodbye to Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue also stood there calmly and waved at Chen Yang. Chen Yang got into the golden sports car and drove towards the central shopping mall. He first sent the car to the underground garage of the central shopping mall, and then took a taxi back to school. The reason why Chen Yang didn't drive a sports car back to school was that he didn't want to be too conspicuous. There's no good in showing off. Chen Yang didn't return to the dormitory until 10 o'clock in the evening. When he got there, the lights were off and the dormitory was dark. Chen Yang turned on the light. At this time, Dai Huan, who was sleeping on the bed near the door, suddenly sat up and said, Yangzi, you're back. Yes. Chen Yang rubbed his neck. Are you tired from playing? Dai Huan laughed. Chen Yang looked at Dai Huan helplessly. He knew that this guy was driving again. Then he smiled and said, use your imagination. I won't go into details. I envy you. Dai Huan sighed. Chen Yang glanced at Dai Huan again and asked, what's going on in your mind every day? Knowledge. Roll. Chen Yang finished joking with Dai Huan and didn't want to continue joking with him, so he took the basin and went to the bathroom to wash. After Chen Yang finished washing, he was finally able to lie down on the bed and rest comfortably. However, just as he lay down on the bed, a ding sound was heard and the system voice in his head rang. Chen Yang's face was also full of surprise. I thought to myself, what is going on? If you don't know how to use the system, just do the task so late at night. Congratulations, host. The mission has been completed and the reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Mission? Completed? Rewards distributed? Could it be?
Chen Yang immediately remembered that this should be his task to make the 5 million investment in Xiao Qingyue's company profitable within 10 days. It seems that his investment of 5 million must have made a profit, so the system gave him a reward so late at night. It seems that I already have super detection capabilities, right? Otherwise, how about checking Xiao Qingyue's experiences from kindergarten to college? Chen Yang thought to himself. However, as soon as this idea popped into Chen Yang's mind, he rejected it. Super detection function, this is so precious. It would be such a waste if it were used to investigate Xiao Qingyue's experience from kindergarten to college. Chen Yang decided not to use it for the time being, as it would definitely come in handy in the future anyway. Bite. Chen Yang closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. But at this moment, the system voice sounded in my mind again. Side quest, please go to Wulong Mountain to dig out the rare night shining pearl. The system will present the exact location in the form of a map in the host's mind. Mission reward, night shining pearl. The system sound fell and then there was no sound. But Chen Yang was so shocked that he sat up from the bed. Because he never expected that the system would assign him a treasure hunting mission. What is this for? System. Chen Yang called with his mind. But the system ignored him. Maybe his current level was not high enough. Treasure hunting? Treasure hunting? Chen Yang muttered to himself. Then he thought that the night pearls he dug out should be worth a lot of money. Early the next morning, Chen Yang went to a nearby hardware market and bought a shovel, a tent, water, and some food. Chen Yang also wanted to be prepared for any eventuality. After all, if he failed to dig out the night pearl in the morning, he could still take a nap in the tent at noon. Fortunately, Chen Yang followed the map instructions given to him by the system, and at around 10 o'clock in the morning, he really dug out a dazzling night pearl deep in Wulong Mountain, the southernmost part of Linhai City. After Chen Yang dug out the night pearl, he thought about it and immediately called Xiao Qingyue. He called Xiao Qingyue not to give her the night pearl. Chen Yang planned to give her the night pearl when the time was right. He wanted to ask Xiao Qingyue to estimate the value of the night pearl. After all, she was knowledgeable. At the same time, some of it is done for the sake of showing off. After all, even though Xiao Qingyue had been knowledgeable since childhood, she had definitely never seen a flawless white jade night pearl like the one in Chen Yang's hand. Soon, Xiao Qingyue got through on the phone. She answered the call in the office of Huading Group and looked curious. What happened? Are you in the company now? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Right. Xiao Qingyue's answer was very simple. Okay, then you'd better not wander around for an hour. I'll come to you and do me a favor. Chen Yang said with a smile. What are you going to do again? Xiao Qingyue asked with a slightly frowned brow. I feel like Chen Yang is too much of a troublemaker. Always tormenting her. The author has something to say. Where are the ratings? Where are the rewards? I beg those who think this book is good to not make it too shabby. The story of Chen Yang and Xiao Qingyue is still very, very long. Chapter 57, Beautiful Girl, Please Have Dinner. You will know when the time comes. Chen Yang also smiled mysteriously. At the same time, he secretly thought that if Xiao Qingyue saw this rare treasure, she would definitely be surprised. She would definitely be surprised. Afterwards, Chen Yang left the mountains and drove his sports car towards Huading Group. It took Chen Yang 40 minutes to park the car downstairs of Huading Company. Then he got out of the car and went upstairs in one smooth move. Chen Yang arrived at the top floor, in Xiao Qingyue's office. Xiao Qingyue immediately looked at him curiously. I don't have much time. Of course, Xiao Qingyue's meaning was clear. But it doesn't matter. Chen Yang felt that it wouldn't take long for Xiao Qingyue to take a look at the night pearl. Chen Yang thought about it and smiled slightly. It won't take you long. Xiao Qingyue narrowed her eyes but said nothing. At this time, Chen Yang did not delay any longer and took out the dazzling night pearl from his pocket, holding it in his palm and said, Help me see how much this thing is worth. You must know more about it than me. Sure enough, a look of surprise appeared in Xiao Qingyue's eyes. This is, the night pearl, of course she recognizes it. She had participated in 2 high-end auctions and had the honor of seeing the royal night pearls. But in his impression, that night pearl seemed not as good as the one in Chen Yang's hand. Xiao Qingyue was a little shocked. Pretty good beads. Help me calculate how much this bead is worth? Chen Yang asked. Xiao Qingyue immediately shook her head cautiously and said, I don't know about this.
You should go to a professional auction house to get an appraisal, but last year, I was fortunate enough to see a bead similar to the one you have in your hand, and it was sold at a high price of 50 million. It seems that this one in my hand is worth at least 70 or 80 million. Chen Yang said with a smile. Where did you get this bead?
Xiao Qingyue then asked seriously.
After all, she was shocked to find that Chen Yang had such a dazzling night pearl in his hand.
I can't tell you about this. Chen Yang put the night pearl back into his pocket.
Xiao Qingyue thought about it and said seriously, you must keep this bead well.
Don't show off your wealth. You'd better not show off. Am I the kind of person who shows off?
I came here just to ask you about the price of the beads, nothing else.
Chen Yang said.
Xiao Qingyue also wanted to thank Chen Yang, so she said, if you want to sell it, I can help you.
I have friends at the auction house. I won't sell it. I'm waiting to give it to my beloved woman in the future. Chen Yang laughed.
Chen Yang had also made up his mind to take out this night pearl when he and Xiao Qingyue held their wedding. It will definitely shock the whole audience.
Well, that's it.
Xiao Qingyue still said calmly, then it's up to you.
Okay, there's nothing else to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Yang said calmly to Xiao Qingyue. He also wanted to put the night pearl away quickly.
At the same time, you don't want to disturb Xiao Qingyue's work.
Okay. Xiao Qingyue replied calmly. He behaved very calmly and steadily. Chen Yang waved to Xiao Qingyue and then left Xiao Qingyue's office. As soon as Chen Yang left Huading Company and got into the sports car, he immediately began to think about where to put the night pearl. After all, this is a treasure worth tens of millions, and it definitely cannot be kept in the dormitory.
Chen Yang thought for a while and suddenly snapped his fingers.
Yes, Hao Yuan Villa, how could he forget that?
Chen Yang thought that it would be best to hide the night pearl in a villa in the Hao Yuan Villa community. Chen Yang did what he thought and then drove to Hao Yuan Villa community. Chen Yang drove into the community smoothly and stopped the car at the gate. Just as he got out of the car, he heard a woman's laughter unexpectedly, Mr. Chen. Chen Yang was also a little surprised when he heard that. When he turned around, he saw Yi Ziding, who was wearing a black suit, a ponytail, light makeup, and a name badge hanging in front of her. She was smiling at him respectfully. Next to Yi Ziding, there was a pot-bellied man with a gold watch on his right wrist. He looked like a rich man. Originally, it was Yi Ziding who sold this Hao Yuan villa to Chen Yang, so of course Chen Yang knew Yi Ziding. Moreover, Chen Yang had a good impression of Yi Ziding, so he took the initiative to smile and said, Hey, Miss Yi, you are here to sell the house again.
Yes, Mr. Chen, this villa is nice for you to live in, right?
Yi Ziding said with a smile. Chen Yang could see that Yi Ziding was trying to sell something to the man next to her in disguised form. Chen Yang said truthfully, not bad, very comfortable, very comfortable. Of course, Chen Yang said this not just to help Yi Ziding, he was just telling the truth. Mr. Xiao, everyone who bought this villa said it was good. The villa was built according to very high standards.
It's very good. I advise you to buy one.
Yi Ziding said to the pot-bellied man next to her. Mr. Zhao put his hands behind his back, raised his chin high, and said, This is the first time I've seen this routine.
Routine? Upon hearing this, Yi Ziding smiled bitterly. Boss Xiao, are you saying that Boss Chen and I are in cahoots? Are you saying that I am acting to deceive you?
Mr. Zhao still stood with his hands behind his back and said, Little girl, I'm a real estate developer.
I'm very familiar with all the tricks here.
Yi Ziding smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhao, how about I go back to the sales office now and get Mr. Chen's contract for buying the house for you and show it to you?
No need to look, do you want to continue shopping?
Mr. Zhao suddenly looked at Yi Ziding.
Well, of course we're going shopping. Please follow me.
Yi Ziding said seriously. After that, she said to Chen Yang awkwardly, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll leave first.
Go ahead. Chen Yang said calmly.
Yi Ziding then left with the client. Chen Yang looked at Mr. Zhao's back, and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Routine?
Although there are many tricks in this world, Chen Yang never uses them.
Mr. Xiao is really an interesting person.
Chen Yang didn't think too much about it, so he turned around and went into the villa, and stuffed the night pearl into the bedside table in the bedroom on the second floor. Then I went downstairs, sat on the soft leather sofa, and watched the 60-inch color TV. It was such a pleasure. While Chen Yang was watching TV comfortably, he thought to himself, the system is so good to me. Give me such a good life.
Having a system is really awesome. Buzz. Chen Yang was enjoying the audio-visual experience brought to him by the 60-inch TV when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, I answered the call. After all, he is quite busy with work now, and who knows who is looking for him. Chen Yang answered the call and heard a familiar female voice coming from the phone. Master Chen, can you tell who I am? Master Chen? Chen Yang muttered to himself. He immediately figured out that it was Hanya. It's Su Lingling's best friend, Hanya. Chen Yang was also a little curious as to why Hanya called. Then he smiled and said, I'm really surprised that you called me. On the other end of the phone, Hanya was sitting in the office of her live streaming company. She smiled slightly and said, it's a bit unexpected. Surprise, very unexpected. What do you want from me? Chen Yang asked directly. After all, as the saying goes, one doesn't visit someone for no reason, so Hanya would definitely not call him for no reason. There must be something wrong. Hanya grinned and said, Master Chen, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's talk in person. Tonight? This. Chen Yang didn't know whether he should agree or not for a moment. Hanya raised her eyebrows and said, Master Chen, it's settled then. I'll arrange the hotel and time. Did I agree? Chen Yang thought to himself. At the same time, he also thought that Hanya was really good at making decisions for others. However, Chen Yang was really curious about what Hanya wanted to talk to him about. I thought I had nothing to do tonight, so I might as well just eat. Thinking of this, Chen Yang laughed and said, Great, a beautiful lady is treating me to dinner tonight, how can I not be very happy? Chapter 58 Master Chen, Become an Internet Celebrity. It's a deal then. Hanya emphasized again, as if she was afraid that Chen Yang would go back on his word. Chen Yang smiled and said, Sure. After that, he didn't say anything else to Hanya and hung up the phone. After Chen Yang finished the call with Hanya, he felt puzzled. What did this girl want to do with him tonight? After thinking about it, Chen Yang certainly couldn't guess Hanya's purpose. I simply stopped thinking about it and decided to wait until tonight when I had dinner with Hanya and let her tell me in person. 7 o'clock in the evening. In a private room on the second floor of the Dragon Palace Hotel, Chen Yang and Hanya were already seated at a rectangular dining table. Hanya is a member of the Dragon Palace Hotel, and she is also very familiar with the owner of the hotel, so when she invites people to dinner, she likes to come to the Dragon Palace Hotel. Here, as soon as Hanya and Chen Yang sat down, Hanya picked up the menu and said, Master Chen, what do you like to eat? I don't know what you like to eat. It doesn't matter to me, but it would be better if there was fish. I want to eat fish. Chen Yang said with a smile. After all, he could see that Hanya clearly wanted something from him. So, he didn't bother to be polite with Hanya. Hanya grinned and said, You like fish, so how about ordering a large portion of pickled fish? Pickled fish, I like it. Chen Yang rubbed his hands and smiled. Well, I'll order then. Hanya took a pencil and ticked the pickled fish. Then she handed the menu to Chen Yang and said with a smile, Master Chen, you should order. I don't know what you like to eat. Okay. Chen Yang took the menu, took the pencil, and started checking the boxes. After all, Chen Yang could feel that Hanya must have something important to discuss with him. Why are you being so polite? Besides, for a rich girl like Hanya, she wouldn't feel bad even if she spent 1,000 yuan on a meal. Chen Yang quickly selected the dishes and showed them to Hanya. Hanya thought they were good, so she called the waiter and handed him the menu. As soon as the waiter left, Chen Yang looked at Hanya and said, Tell me what you want to say. I must not have eaten so much of your food in vain today. Master Chen, look at what you said. Can't I treat you to a meal normally? Hanya said helplessly. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm not a picky person, so don't be polite to me. Chen Yang said with a relaxed look. After saying that, he picked up the white porcelain cup and took a sip of boiled water. Seeing this, Hanya naturally didn't want to waste time with Chen Yang anymore, and immediately said with a smile, Master Chen, I really have something to do, I want to cooperate with you. I have a company that specializes in training and live streaming. Can I do live streaming on the internet? There must be some topics to attract traffic. Master Chen, you're not a first-rate racer, so I want to make you an internet celebrity so we can make money together. I've already asked my people to come up with the specific plan. Once it's done, I'll show it to you. You want to train me to be an internet celebrity? Chen Yang immediately understood Hanya's meaning. Hanya looked a little unconfident and said, yes, I believe that as long as we work together, we will succeed.
Chen Yang thought about it and immediately had the idea of refusing.
Let him become an internet celebrity? He is not that kind of person.
He is not the type of person who really likes the feeling of being in the spotlight and being noticed by everyone. Therefore, when asked to become an internet celebrity, Chen Yang refused in his heart.
I may disappoint you, Chen Yang said.
When Hanya heard this, her expression suddenly became a little serious and she said, Master Chen, don't be in a hurry to reject me.
But I'm really not the type of person who is suitable to be an internet celebrity. I'm afraid I'm sorry, Chen Yang said apologetically.
The reason why he wanted to say it now was because he was very serious. This is also a responsibility to Hanya, and also a responsibility to him, not leaving Hanya with any thoughts. Hanya also said anxiously, don't be in a hurry to reject me, okay?
Ms. Han, I say this because I don't want you to have any last thoughts. I want to be responsible for you and for me, right?
Chen Yang said seriously. A look of sadness suddenly appeared in Hanya's eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yang felt a little bit sorry, so he said, but if you can think of a way, I can still help you. Hanya said with a trace of sadness on her face, Master Chen, I really didn't expect you to refuse so straightforwardly.
This is responsible for you and for me,
Chen Yang said firmly.
Actually, it's good for us to cooperate, Hanya said in a trembling voice. Really, no. I'm sorry,
Chen Yang said with a firm face. He is just like that. If he thinks something is not right, he will not dwell on it and will cut the Gordian knot.
I am in so much pain,
Hanya also said with a sad smile on her face.
I'm sorry. Chen Yang also sincerely apologized to Hanya.
After all, he also knew that this would definitely make Hanya sad. Hanya wiped the tears from her eyes and said, It's okay, Master Chen, I respect your choice.
I'm sorry. Chen Yang apologized sincerely. At this moment, what else can he say except apologize?
After a while, various dishes were served. Chen Yang was in a good mood, but when he thought that he couldn't help Hanya, why should he stay to eat? Chen Yang stood up from his chair and said, I won't eat it.
Hanya quickly stood up and said, Master Chen, you have hurt me once, do you want to hurt me a second time? I feel like I haven't been able to help you, so I don't want to eat this meal.
Chen Yang said truthfully.
You're overthinking it, really overthinking it. Sit down. Hanya said anxiously.
Chen Yang also saw that Hanya really wanted to continue having dinner with him, so he sat down again. However, when I thought about the fact that I couldn't help Hanya this time, I still felt a little guilty. However, Chen Yang also thought that the system might reward him with something that would help Hanya in the future. Chen Yang said seriously, Ms. Han, I can't help you this time, but I promise you that I will definitely help you in the future and help you build your company.
Thank you. Come, Master Chen, eat, Hanya urged.
Chen Yang smiled slightly, lowered his head and started eating. The meal had just been going on for about 10 minutes when, unexpectedly, the cell phone in Hanya's red leather bag rang. Hanya apologized to Chen Yang, then quickly took out the latest Apple phone from her bag. She tapped the screen with her fair fingers, then put the phone to her ear and said, You stupid girl, why are you calling me? Su Lingling's voice came from Hanya's phone, You stupid girl, you had dinner with Master Chen behind my back.
Yeah, you bit me? Hanya said.
Where did you eat?
I haven't eaten yet. I want to go over and have a meal too, Su Lingling said. Hanya smiled and said, Dragon Palace Hotel, come on.
Okay,
Su Lingling said and hung up the phone.
Hanya also took the phone from her ear, looked at Chen Yang and said, It's Lingling, she's coming.
I know.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. After all, he wasn't deaf. Of course he heard everything Hanya and Su Lingling had said just now.
Master Chen, please continue eating.
She's here.
You can order more, Hanya urged.
Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly. In fact, he was almost full. I feel a little stressed when I think about Su Lingling coming later. Half an hour later, Su Lingling, wearing a white hooded sportswear, walked into the private room with a little boy who was also wearing a white hooded short-sleeved shirt and round black framed glasses. When Su Lingling saw Hanya, she also looked unhappy and said, Huh, you secretly had dinner with Master Chen behind my back?
Hanya smiled and said, yeah, you bite me? Su Lingling rolled her eyes at Hanya. Then, she immediately looked at Chunyang and said, hey. Chunyang also replied to Su Lingling, and then immediately said, sit down, have you eaten? I ate it. Su Lingling smiled at Chunyang. Turning her head, when she looked at Hanya, she said with displeasure, next time, whenever you invite Master Chen to dinner, you must bring me along. Hanya's eyes lit up and she said, I'm looking for Master Chen for something. What do you think it is? What do you want to see Master Chen about? Su Lingling asked. Hanya's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness. Ask Master Chen. Hello. Just as Hanya finished speaking, the slightly excited voice of the little boy wearing black-framed glasses suddenly came from behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned around and looked at the little boy. The boy blushed a little and said nervously, I saw your driving video on my phone. I admire you so much. The author has something to say. As for the reward, if the reward reaches 10 yuan today, I will add one more chapter. I humbly ask for rewards, ratings, and everything. Chapter 59 Su Lingling in Danger. Chen Yang glanced at the little boy and didn't say much. He just replied with a thank you and said nothing else. At this time, Su Lingling was also a little embarrassed. She was so busy bickering with Hanya just now that she forgot to introduce the little boy next to her, so she hurriedly said, oh, I forgot to introduce him just now. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Su Jia, who is currently in the third year of high school at Linhai No. 1 Middle School. I happen to have something to do with him today, so I brought him here. Hello. Su Jia greeted Chen Yang and Hanya a little shyly. Chen Yang and Hanya both smiled at Su Jia. As for what Su Jia had just said about his admiration for Chen Yang didn't take it to heart at all. After all, he was just a senior high school student, and Chen Yang felt that there was really nothing to communicate with these kids. Look at you guys, have you finished eating? Su Lingling suddenly looked at Hanya and said. Hanya smiled faintly and said, do you have any other activities? I don't have it, do you? Su Lingling asked Hanya. Without. Hanya said softly. Chen Yang also wanted to go back at this time. After all, he didn't help Hanya at all this time, and he felt quite guilty. Now that the meal is over and it is getting late, Chen Yang wants to go back even more. Thinking of this, Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, okay, it's so late, what else do you want to do? Let's go back to our homes and find our mothers. Master Chen, look at her. She has no conscience. She invited you to dinner but didn't even invite me. Su Lingling complained to Chen Yang. Chen Yang also smiled helplessly and said, actually, Miss Han really did ask me for something this time, but I couldn't help. I'm really a little ashamed. What does she ask you to do for her? Su Lingling asked curiously. Please ask me to be an internet celebrity, but someone like me really can't be an internet celebrity. Chen Yang said. Su Linlin immediately smiled at Hanya and said, Master Chen is not the kind of person who likes to be in the spotlight. You still let Master Chen become an internet celebrity. Didn't I get my job done? Hanya said helplessly. Then let's talk outside. It's stuffy in this room. Su Lingling suggested. Okay. Hanya nodded. Chen Yang also shrugged and agreed. Moreover, he was thinking that he would leave the hotel with Su Lingling, Hanya, and the others soon, and then go back after chatting for a while. As for helping Hanya, it depends on whether the system will give any rewards to help Hanya in the future. If so, he will certainly help. Chen Yang, Su Lingling, and Hanya were about to go out, but at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a group of 5 burly men, with their hands behind their backs, walked into the room. These 5 burly men look like gangsters from society. Each of them looks fierce and is not someone you want to mess with. The leader of the 5 people was a guy with deep forehead wrinkles. He glanced around and then landed on Su Lingling's face. He smiled and said, Hey, Lingling, what a coincidence. Su Lingling rolled her eyes and said nothing. After 2 seconds of silence, she turned back to Hanya and Chen Yang and said, Ignore them, let's go. Su Lingling lowered her head and walked towards the door of the private room, but the burly man with deep forehead wrinkles suddenly stretched out his hand and said, You can't leave now. Wang Zong, why don't you go back and look at yourself in the mirror? You are like this, and you are still pursuing me? I am so unlucky to meet you here. Su Lingling said to Wang Zong angrily. Wang Zong said with evil eyes, The fact that we can meet here today shows that we are still destined to be together. Tell Brother Zong to go home and look in the mirror. Why don't you look in the mirror first?
A younger and stronger man said sarcastically.
Su Lingling said angrily, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Please get out of the way. Wang Zong didn't say anything and started to take action directly.
He used his index finger to hook Su Lingling's chin, but Su Lingling dodged it nimbly. At this time, Su Lingling's cousin Suja couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, if you continue like this, I will report you.
Just report it.
A burly man with a thick beard laughed disdainfully.
Wang Zong, you make me sick.
Su Lingling's eyes turned red with anger.
Wang Zong still reached out to hook Su Lingling's chin and harassed her.
After watching for a while, Chunyang couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
I think this group of people is about the same.
Moreover, he could also tell from the conversation between Su Lingling and Wang Zong just now that Wang Zong must have a crush on Su Lingling, but Su Lingling must find him disgusting. Then they met unexpectedly in the hotel, so Wang Zong brought people over to chat with Su Lingling. But no matter what, Chunyang didn't want to watch this group of people making trouble anymore, so he walked up to Su Lingling and said, okay, get out of here.
Chen Yang's words undoubtedly attracted the attention of the 5 burly men.
Chen Yang looked calm and ignored the group of people looking at him. He walked up to Wang Zong and said coldly, get out of the way.
Wang Zong smiled mischievously and said, what do you want me to do? Get out of the way.
Yes. Chen Yang suddenly slapped Wang Zong to the ground, and his nose was bleeding. Of course the remaining 4 burly men refused to give in.
Fuck. Fuck you.
This group of people rushed towards Chen Yang cursing and attacked him.
Hanya and Su Lingling's faces turned pale with fright.
Su Lingling was even more filled with self-blame as she had caused trouble for Chen Yang again tonight because of her.
Chen Yang was a man with god-level fighting skills, so how could this group of people be his opponents?
He knocked them all to the ground with just a few bangs, and they lay on the ground whimpering and crying. Chen Yang easily dealt with the group of people, but he was still a little angry. He walked up to Wang Zong, grabbed Wang Zong's collar and said, do you know that you make me very angry? Your Excellency is generous, Your Excellency is generous.
Wang Zong apologized. Unfortunately, I am very narrow-minded.
Chen Yang said coldly.
I'm sorry, brother. Wang Zong flattered Chen Yang.
Who is your brother?
Chen Yang didn't buy Wang Zong's words at all.
Throwing Wang Zong to the ground, Chen Yang angrily said, if you see me again in the future, please avoid me.
Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Chen Yang also looked at Su Lingling, whose brows were slightly knitted, and said softly, Miss Su, let's go.
Su Lingling was also straightforward. She strode up to Wang Zong, kicked him in the stomach, and then immediately grabbed Chen Yang's arm and said, you bastard, see, I have a boyfriend.
If you harass me again next time, my boyfriend will make you die miserably.
Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and said nothing.
Although Su Lingling seems to be taking advantage of the power of others, who cares? We are all friends, so I will help her if I can. However, Chen Yang was also confused about one thing. Su Lingling's family was rich, so why would she be harassed by a scoundrel like Wang Zong? Could it be that Su Lingling doesn't want to ask her parents for help?
Anyway, there must be something going on here, and Chen Yang was too lazy to think about it. Chen Yang, Su Lingling, Hanya, and Suja left immediately. When they got outside the private room, Su Lingling quickly let go of Chen Yang's arm and said, Master Chen, I'm sorry.
Just now
It's okay, they are all trivial matters, don't take it to heart.
Chen Yang said. After saying that, Chen Yang also looked at Su Lingling seriously and said, Miss Su, since you have met such a person, you should have bodyguards at home, right? Why don't you find a bodyguard to protect you? Su Lingling looked a little embarrassed and said, I didn't want to find one. I always felt that I could solve this little problem. Okay.
Chen Yang finally understood why Wang Zong dared to be so rude to Su Lingling. If Su Lingling wanted to use her family, Wang Zong might not dare to be so frivolous to her.
Okay, go back. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Chen Yang said. Su Lingling blushed, Master Chen, you were so kind.
At this time, Hanya frowned and said, Ling, tell your uncle about this and let him solve it.
Su Lingling said, these are just trivial matters, we will talk about it later.
I think Wang Zong will cause you trouble in the future.
Hanya said a little worriedly.
Su Lingling said with a hint of coldness on her face, if he wants to cause trouble for me again, I have a way to deal with him.
If you don't mind, you can ask me for help. It just so happens that I have all this energy and nowhere to use it. Chen Yang joked. Master Chen, I didn't expect you knew Kung Fu? Hanya smiled at Chun Yang with a little surprise. Chapter 60. It's really crazy. I know a little. Chen Yang said modestly.
In fact, he knows a lot. It can be said that with his current strength, even if there are 20 burly men together, they are no match for him.
Master Chen, you are amazing. Hanya praised sincerely.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang just grinned. He has the ability, just know it. As for other people's praise, just listen to it, it can't be eaten. Let's go down first.
Chen Yang then suggested. Hanya and Su Lingling both nodded, and then they went downstairs with Chen Yang.
Chen Yang, Su Lingling, Hanya, and Suja arrived at the hotel entrance and chatted briefly. Chen Yang felt that it was about time, so he said to Hanya, Miss Han, I apologize again.
I can't help you at all. Maybe we can cooperate in the future? Hanya smiled with bright eyes.
She was quite optimistic.
Yes, it will happen in the future.
Chen Yang said with an affirmative smile. Because, maybe in the future the system will reward him with something that can help Hanya, and then they can cooperate.
Then I'll go back. Chen Yang said goodbye formally.
Hanya waved her hand, be careful on the road.
Su Lingling said, Master, please don't blame me.
I have caused you trouble again tonight.
You think too much.
Chen Yang said helplessly, and he sincerely felt that Su Lingling was thinking too much. Chen Yang turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, unexpectedly, two black business cars suddenly stopped in front of the entrance of Dragon Palace Hotel.
As soon as the doors of the two cars opened, 20 social personnel got out of the cars one after another.
Some were smoking, some were talking on their cell phones.
They were a mighty and imposing group.
Chen Yang glanced at the group of people. At this moment, Suja said in a trembling voice, Sister, they are here again. Chen Yang, Su Lingling, and Hanya all looked into the hotel, and saw Wang Zong staggering out of the hotel entrance, holding his belly, pointing at Chen Yang and saying, Don't leave, damn it. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and realized who the group of people who had just gotten out of the two business cars were. It turned out that they were the people Wang Zong had called. Seeing this, Chen Yang secretly said in his heart, This bastard, he really won't cry until he sees the coffin. Wang Zong and his 4 injured brothers walked down the stairs. Without saying anything, Wang Zong pointed at Chen Yang and said, Kill him for me. Su Lingling and Hanya's faces turned pale with fright. The hotel manager was so scared that he didn't dare to come out of the hotel. He just stood at the door of the hotel, watching anxiously but didn't dare to do anything. The 20 or so young people from the new society rushed towards Chen Yang in a mighty manner. Chen Yang was also worried that Su Lingling and Hanya would be implicated, so he said to Hanya, You go into the hotel first.
Master Chen. Hanya also called out with a bit of sympathy.
After saying that, she pulled Su Lingling's arm, and quickly returned to the hotel with Su Zhu and the other 2. At this time, right at the entrance of the hotel, Chen Yang was fighting with more than 20 young people from society.
Chen Yang had a calm expression and punched extremely quickly and decisively.
In a short while, a large group of people were lying beside him. Wang Zong, who was not far away, also looked surprised. I didn't expect that Chen Yang was such a good fighter. Finally, after Chen Yang kicked the last young man away, he quickly walked up to Wang Zong, and without saying a word, he slapped Wang Zong hard in the face, and then shouted angrily, Kneel down.
You. Wang Zong looked angry.
He kneels to heaven, to the earth, and to his parents, so how could he kneel to Chen Yang? But Chen Yang saw that Wang Zong was still stubborn with him, so he slapped him twice in the face and said, Kneel down. Wang Zong felt dizzy from the beating and slowly knelt down. But even if he knelt down, he still felt unwilling to accept it. His eyes were still filled with deep anger.
Are you convinced? Chen Yang asked.
Wang Zong narrowed his eyes, I am convinced now.
Pop. Chen Yang slapped Wang Zong in the face again and said, Does that mean you won't obey in the future?
Wang Zong's eyes grew angrier, but he said nothing. At this time, Chen Yang said coldly, Do you think you can do anything to me just by calling a few more people over?
How come you don't have any brains at all?
I know you want to take revenge on me, just come, as long as you don't behave in the future, I will make you live a life worse than death, if you don't believe me, just come. Wang Zong narrowed his eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved.
Rubbish.
Chen Yang said coldly. Afterwards, he waved to Hanya, Su Lingling, and others who were standing at the entrance of the hotel. Su Lingling, Hanya, and Su Zhe all hurried towards him.
Su Lingling had just thought it over at the entrance of the hotel.
It seemed that she would have to use her family connections to settle the matter.
Because this matter has become more and more serious now.
Master Chen, don't worry, I will take care of it later.
Su Lingling walked up to Chen Yang and said seriously.
After all, this happened because of her. If she doesn't stop and resolve the situation, the matter will become more and more serious.
Okay.
Faced with Su Lingling's initiative to solve the problem, Chen Yang just responded indifferently. In fact, he was not afraid of this group of people at all. But it would be better if Su Lingling could solve the problem without him having to trouble herself.
Suja, Xiao, let's go back first. Master Chen, you should go back too. Be careful on the road. Su Lingling said seriously. Okay. Chen Yang nodded again.
After Chen Yang finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Su Lingling and Hanya. As for this Wang Zong, he really didn't want to even look at him.
After Chen Yang left, Su Lingling also looked at Wang Zong with disgust, then frowned at Hanya and Suja said, let's go back. Chen Yang took a taxi back to the school dormitory. Not long after I arrived at the dormitory, Su Lingling called me unexpectedly.
Chen Yang took out his cell phone and saw that the call was from Su Lingling.
He could easily guess that she was concerned about him.
Chen Yang also answered the phone with a relaxed look on his face and said, hello.
Master Chen, I'm home now. How about you?
At this time, Su Lingling was already sitting on the black leather sofa in the living room of the high-end villa, and asked with concern.
I just came back too. Chen Yang replied indifferently.
I sincerely apologize for what happened tonight.
Su Lingling said seriously.
She is such a straightforward girl. He felt guilty towards Chen Yang, and he did not hide it and said it out loud. But Chen Yang thought it was okay, and said with a smile, when you are in the world, it is inevitable, don't take it to heart. I will take care of the rest.
You don't have to worry about it. Su Lingling said again. Really? That's great, I won't have to bother you anymore.
Chen Yang said with a faint smile.
In fact, even if Su Lingling doesn't solve this problem, Chen Yang is not afraid. He really didn't take Wang Zong's gang seriously. I apologize to you again. Su Lingling said again.
Chen Yang smiled helplessly and said, we are all friends, so there is no need to be polite.
Well, okay, do you have time on Saturday? Su Lingling suddenly put on a smiling face. Chen Yang was also a little helpless, thinking to himself, this changed too quickly. He smiled bitterly, you mean learning racing? We'll arrange it later. What do you mean by reschedule? It's agreed that it will be this Saturday. Su Lingling said with a firm face. Okay, let's see. Chen Yang didn't say anything definite. Who knows, what task will the system assign him this Saturday?
However, if the system does not assign him any tasks, he will most likely teach Su Lingling how to race.
Okay then, you should go to bed early. Su Lingling said with a smile. Okay.
Chen Yang nodded and then hung up the phone with Su Lingling. Afterwards, Chen Yang felt a little tired, so he simply washed up and climbed onto the bed to rest.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. It was early in the morning again.
As soon as Chen Yang opened his eyes, he heard a dinging sound in his head. He knew that this was another task from the system. Chen Yang rubbed his eyes. He was already familiar with the system's routine, so he was not surprised at all.
Side quest, please complete the dinner with Xiao Wanyan tonight. Reward, a painting by a famous person. Note, the rewards for this system task are random, and there is no fixed name for the calligraphy or painting. Host, please complete the task seriously.
The system sound dropped. There was a look of surprise in Chen Yang's eyes.
Xiao Wanyan is eating? Xiao Wanyan? Isn't he Xiao Qingyue's second uncle? Buzz. Just as Chen Yang was daydreaming, his cell phone under his pillow suddenly vibrated.
He quickly took out his black touchscreen phone and saw that the call was from Xiao Qingyue.